You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
What's up everybody and welcome to the Esports World Cup. I am Veracity, joined alongside the absolute legends. I've got Stuart over here and Ian over here with 21 different game titles and one heck of a prize for Ian. How are you enjoying the experience so far?
The Esports World Cup is like a one-of-a-kind thing, but what's blowing my mind is the boulevard, right? I could get lost here. There's that much to do. There's food, drink, games. It's like a real party atmosphere. Stuart, it's like Times Square here.
Oh, exactly. It's absolutely incredible. I mean, you can see all the screens, all the lights, the vibes here are great as well. There's so many people to talk to, so many activities to do as well. So let's look around Boulevard City and let's see what we have cooking up around here.
We're lucky that esports takes us all over the world, right? We get to experience lots of different cultures, cuisine, all that good stuff, history. What stood out to you so far about Riyadh?
For me personally, obviously I did Gamers 8 the first year that it happened, and then the second year, and now seeing it leveled up on a whole new scale for the Esports World Cup.
Yeah.
New arenas, more audience members, everything has definitely leveled up, but I'm pretty sure it's your first Esports World Cup experience, so how are you feeling about it?
Yeah, first time in Riyadh, first time experiencing all of this is absolutely incredible. I was even lucky enough to get taken to one of the local restaurants here as well.
Good.
Oh, what did you have?
The food sizes are insane here compared to everyone else. You get really good portions here, to be fair, and you get some really, really incredible food.
Have you guys ever tried kanafa?
Let's do it.
We should try it.
Let's go and try it.
Let's
It's
go.
phenomenal. You will not regret it, I promise.
Let's go. The Esports World Cup, the biggest esport competition in the world here in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. It's been such an amazing time so far. Ian, I know for yourself, you've covered a lot of games over these first few weeks.
Luckily.
What the hell? What's been your favorite so far?
I mean, my favorite game? Gotta be TFT, right? You know I love Rainbow Six.
Yeah, of course.
And I loved seeing the players, specifically for that game, arriving, knowing they had such a monumental opportunity in front of them, not just to win silverware, which is what it's all about, right? But to win life-changing prize pool money and potentially put their name in esports history.
You know what, Ian? It's not just that, though. Yes, there's a fantastic prize pool, but I think it's also the bragging rights, the prestige that this event has as well. I saw the Fortnite players all arriving with their parents, which was like the biggest wake-up call, because the parents are not only realizing, yes, there's an incredible prize pool, yes, it's an incredible venue, a big stage, fantastic hotel. My kid is actually making a living out of playing video games, and I think that tops absolutely everything.
Get me emotional. Mum, if you're watching, I love you.
Mum, I made it!
Woo, we're here, baby!
Well guys, TFT is among us, and you can hear the good vibes going.
It's loud.
As the players are entering the arena, they have the hype music going, you know, getting the prep hyped up before they get. Yeah, I know. How are you feeling about it?
I mean, it's crazy. The biggest Teamfight Tactics competition so far, and also we have influencers, we have creators, we have the best players in the world, the best clubs in the world coming together for this incredible tournament.
This is amazing. This is TFT live at the Esports World Cup. Do not miss a moment of the action.
Hong Yuan, why are you here?
然后云顶各方面的赛事我都会尽力的参加。然后我除了一个直播员嘛，我其实更重要的身份就是云顶的职业选手嘛。我也希望云顶职业化越来越好。然后来这里的话，也是想自己争取更多的一个荣誉，然后未来也会有更多的云顶赛事也能继续参与得到。
再びチャンピオンになるために EWC に来ました。
Why I'm here to win EWC.
What did other people say?
They said I'm here to win. They said, you know,
Who said they're here to win?
double.
No, they're not. We're actually here to win.
为了大家认可以及最高的荣耀，希望我能就是有一个配得上我的表现。
I'm here because I don't know. I'm one of the best players in NA. Most people would say in the world, and I feel like you can't have an NA roster. You can't have the best NA roster without me.
To win EWC.
Only win.
Only win? Nice. Straightforward, to the point.
"16 teams entered 4 have left us already, and after today, only 4 will remain. Today is Elimination Day, where we determine the semifinals of the Teamfight Tactics 4v4 tournament here at the Esports World Cup. My name is Asiali, joined once again by Crowan here for day number 3. I'm so excited for all the high-stakes games today.
There is so much action here at day 3 of the EWC here for TFT. It's going to be so painful to watch 8 teams go home, but only 4 will remain by the end of the day, right? Going into day 4, the semifinals, and then the finals, where they can hoist that trophy, get all of that prize pool. It's gonna be so amazing to see who can claim that victory.
Yeah, and it's been such a great journey to get us to this point. Every matchup today will be an elimination match, and each of these teams has earned their spot in these matches. Starting off the day with decision matches, we're going to go a little bit back to see how some of these teams got here, doing a review of the previous days. Yesterday was dominated by the 4 teams that have already advanced to the playoffs. Wolves Esports, Team Vitality, Toronto Ultra, and T1 already locked their spots in playoffs. But Crowan, we're going to start our day with some of these banger matches to decide who's going to join them.
100% over here. We're going to have really good action. But let's take a look first at some of the top 5 plays from day number 2 to again get a little bit of a story about how we got here, right? With all of that amazing action that sent some of our favorites home already. It's just, you know, so sad. Even seeing Fnatic and KC, right? Spot in the playoffs. Such amazing action that comes through with this great 4v4 format, right? We've talked about it over the course of this weekend. We've seen some of the plays we really hype about it and just enjoy that team play aspect.
Yeah, the team play is just the absolute best part of this tournament. Our players are raving about it. in person here in Riyadh, but also online. People are saying that this 4v4 is the most entertaining to watch, it's the most entertaining to play, and this should be something that we continue going forward.
100%, but there wasn't just the day 2 action, right? We gotta cover all the hype that happened on day 1 as well. So taking a look at all of those moments, right? We started here going, you know, so far with just expectations that we came into this event with on day 1, the favorites, the upsets. There was so much amazing action, and now we're here halfway through the competition, right? On day 3, we've already sent home 4 teams, as we said, but 8 going home today here, Sealy. That's huge.
It sure is. You see these B-roll reactions, the top reactions presented by Doritos of all of these crazy moments, experiencing this in real time for these players, the LAN environment, being able to be together, but also celebrate and also grieve some of these losses together.
Yeah, 100%. In this 4v4 format, we see the camaraderie, right? Teammates encouraging each other, being sad together. They share the victories, they share the defeats, and that's what's so exciting about bringing TFT into this kind of, well, not new format, but new on this large of a stage, the first international tournament that has all of this action, right? We heard at the end of it yesterday, Milk talk about it's like you're playing 4 games at once, right? All of your teammates, right? You're going to be talking about strategies, who's going to go what composition. You can't just, you know, do the Milk classic of, you know, meet Kled 20 out of 20. You have to be able to adapt. You have to be able to go into these situations depending on every single member of your team and what they get. But let's take a look at the schedule here today, CLE. We're starting off in match 1 with Branching Out versus Geek, the rematch from day number 1.
Yeah, this is the rematch that I'm personally super excited for in the beginning of today. Geek did get 2-0'd by Branching Out in the first matchup that they had, and now the story of redemption here will be one we need to watch.
100%, and for that second match of the day, of course, Twisted Minds versus MSJ. That will be our match of the day, because we only have 2 confirmed matchups. It depends on who advances for who we'll see for games 3 and 4, or matches 3 and 4 of the day. But MSJ, of course, got the better of Twisted Minds 2-0 in that upset, right? Most people expected Twisted Minds to win. We even heard from Soju that they expected, right, Twisted Minds to advance, and they thought that going up against the other team would have just been an easier matchup.
Yeah, and I think Team Vitality may be thankful for it, already being secured in the playoffs, not having to face Twisted Minds quite yet. So we are looking forward to that matchup later. But right now, continuing to look at Branching Out versus Geek Esports.
Yeah, and going over their journey to get here, right? Of course, in day 1, Branching Out did 2-0 Geek, but then lost 2-1 to Wolves. So they had a really close series there. Geek, meanwhile, going 0-2 to Branching Out, and then they 2-0'd Zeta Division to get back here and get their redemption run. As we see the players enter the arena, all stakes on the line. You lose this one, you go home.
You can see the posture that they have, one of a contemplative posture, thinking about this match and all of the stakes that come with it. This will determine their spot in the playoffs. This will determine their future here at EWC and the legacy that they leave as a 4v4 team. Who knows if they'll get this opportunity again, so they want to make the most of today.
100%. All the stakes on the line. We know that we're going to have to see some, you know, creative TFT play, right, to be able to advance, be the better team. We know the meta of Syndra, right? We know the meta of go fast stay from high roll position, but if you don't get those, right, what can you do? How can you take the opportunities that you're given and make the most of them? So let's take a look and hear what the players have to say leading into this first match.
Standing by with Dobbs from GK just moments before he and his team get set to step across to our secondary stage on the B stream to take on Branching Out. It's not the first time you've taken these guys on.
Yes.
You weren't successful. Are you going to make some changes this time around?
Yes, of course we didn't go well with against them. I guess, especially me in the second game, I made some mistakes that we were about to win that game because Miguel Arcjog has like the big cash out and he was about to win already. So I have to manage to finish it fourth and then a quick round I made a mistake and I finished in the bottom, and that cost us our series. So I think if we make our game plan, we're gonna improve our series and we can beat them, of course.
Do you find that personally frustrating when you make mistakes that affect the team? Is that something that you lose sleep over and that you want to improve on here?
Yeah, of course. When you play TFT, especially in a 4v4 format, it's bad to make mistakes. Sometimes it's okay because you know that even if you're losing, you have something that you can do, like holding other people PCs and like griefing their items, and then you still have some things to do, and then that's fine. But sometimes when it happens to like you throw away the game, you don't feel good about it. But I know that we played like a lot before we played through the qualifiers, and then we got here because we earned our spot. So there was like it's been like 2 months playing with the guys, and I think they know that I can do well, and we are confident.
You've got this.
Yeah, I do.
Best of luck. Let's try that again. Best of luck. Back to you.
And this is the match that we've all been waiting for, the rematch that we've all wanted to see. Can GK Esports make that comeback against Branching Out after being 2-0'd in the first round? What can they do to now earn their spot and prove that they can compete with the best of them?
100%. We're going to see who can take this matchup between Branching Out and GK, and you two at home can vote. Go to stcplay.gg and put your predictions in if you think Branching Out is going to get the better of GK again, or if you think GK fighting back so hard to Zeta Division to get here, if they can then advance to that playoffs bracket, right? It's all on the line today. We heard from GK about the heavy expectations too in this team format, not wanting to let your team down, right? If you misplay, it's not just yourself you're playing for here. It is, of course, the whole team, all 4 members.
The whole team will need to contribute in order for either of these teams to win. I want to touch back onto Branching Out, the team that was having some high expectations going into yesterday, facing Wolves Esports, having an excellent showing in game number 1, but then it all collapsed. They lost 2 in a row. The reverse sweep did happen, and Branching Out dropping down to this decision match.
Yeah, reverse sweeps are always so devastating, right? You get that confidence going 1-0. It's like, all right, we can do this, just one more. But then Wolves, of course, focused up, got the 2-0 after that. And now Branching Out, they got to recover from that. They have to have, you know, some good confidence because they had a great day 1, right? Versus GK, they know that they can do this. We even saw some, you know, flexible strategies from them. Pot of Bowl in game number 1 to get that Jinx Wukong kind of Bard reroll, a composition that we haven't seen too much. And then Babzera right over the side of GK Esports played that kind of Frost, and Miguel Arcjau actually went vertical Frost that game. So we know that the strategies here are going to be wider than we anticipated with just those narrow lines, and I think that's exactly what these teams have to pull out. They have to find those opportunities to be creative, to get that good meta read, and have that be an advantage to advance.
Yeah, and day number 3 now, they've had time to study together. We heard from Team Vitality that they've had time to actually get good night's sleep and get used to where they are on stage. And this is something that's not new to them anymore. Maybe that was what happened with GK in that first matchup. The 2-0 happened versus Branching Out in the first matchup, but then yesterday, able to come back and deliver a 2-0 themselves against Zeta Division in order to survive. So can GK keep that streak going? Have they figured out something special in order to separate themselves from the rest?
Absolutely. Those jackets are pretty dope, by the way. Couldn't mind copping one for myself. Not the drip on these teams, right? All the organizations picking up these players. Branching Out don't have an organization, so if you're looking to pick up some MIA players that are very, very good, some world championships, you know, appearances, 8 in fact on that team, 6 out of GK Esports, of course, but make sure to turn your eyes to Branching Out. They are all fantastic players, deserving of the support of all the fans and organizations as well, right? As we are soon going to load into the lobby, maybe these players have to be taking some risks, right? There is no room for error. And a player that's familiar to taking risks on the side of Geek Esports is Miguel Arcjao, one of the couple of players that we've seen over the past couple of days take a golden quest. And let's see what these players are going to choose as we load on in to game number 1 of Branching Out versus Geek Esports.
Here we go, Crowan. This is the first game of our elimination day. Only 4 teams will remain, and this one will set the standard. This one will get momentum going. So this is a very, very important one, as we've seen throughout our matches so far.
Wow, Tactician's Crown being the choice for Branching Out. This is not something I would have expected, actually, coming out of them, but the whole lobby now has to deal with it.
Yeah, that's +1 unit to each board because of this Tactician's Crown, which is made by combining 2 spatulas in the game. But for this matchup, that means the tempo is going to be pushed. The damage will be higher each round because there's more opportunity to lose by more units. So open fording will be significantly worse in some of these other things throughout this game.
100%. The tempo of the lobby is increased, and I have seen time and time again in these high stakes situations, when the tempo is increased in a lobby, that's where players oftentimes make the most mistakes, and they spend gold too aggressively, they overroll and just do not have the economy to recover, and it's really, really hard to get a top 4 when you just start off that far behind. So hopefully players are going to be able to remain calm and composed and really, really utilize all of the strategies here that TFT offers.
It looks like 2 of our players for Branching Out were able to make 10 gold on 1-3, which is significant. Able to get that econ kick started early for Lacoco and Volta. Able to get to 10 gold. Also, just having, it looks like it'll probably be only a 2-component start here. So a very unique game with a Tactician's Crown to start, with a lot of gold influx in the game already from this beginning stage. And we do see only 2 components come through.
Yeah, only 2 components. Maybe players would have high rolled. Maybe a 3rd component, however, if Magic Wand is the choice by Volterix, but it is going to be all that shimmers. The gold generation of either Mogul's Mail or Gambler's Blade is so hard to pass up on. Nobody takes Gold Collector, unfortunately. There's not really good early game AD carriers, but Mogul's Mail for Volterix is going to continue to breach, you know, that gold deficit against the rest of the lobby, or that gold advantage for the rest of the lobby, rather.
Yep. And you see he has a redemption, which he probably will slam on that unit, which will just help that Mogul's Mail survive even longer, giving them extra gold generation throughout each of their matches. We've seen that be such a powerful strategy, able to push people to level 8, even level 9 before everyone else.
Coco pumping up, being the augment choice, running 3 Eldritch in the early game. Not specifically a strong start, but still being able to make 10 gold is not terrible. Going up against a Spellblades composition for Bapzera. Of course, not having any Syndras that we've seen so far, but the Cassiopeia and Ari in the backline are going to be dealing a lot of damage, and it is nice seeing the Tactician's Crown right on units now, as it does give just a little bit of stats.
That was like one of my favorite changes that happened. I believe it was last set. They're like, yeah, you should put this on your board. It's cool looking. Here's some stats to make you want to do it.
Yeah, Twitch chat always being like, yeah, no, go fawn on somebody whenever it was called, you know, Force of Nature still, and not Tactician's Crown. But now there's actual reason to put it on your board. So it's not going to be too game deciding, of course, but just a few stats might end up making just a little bit of difference. As we see Dobbs there rocking with the Keeper's Opener. This is very good when it comes to multicasters, and there is a cast in here, so something that Dobbs is certainly considering, as there are no item slams yet, just a tier and a cloak there.
Yeah, one of the problems for that board, though, was that they didn't have very many of these good slammable items. But for Arcjao here, with the Witchcraft emblem already on board, with a couple upgrades, with a very strong start here, this is one of these boards that we saw yesterday that it wasn't one of those rerolls, but was absolutely dominating and had the opportunity to win lobbies.
Yeah, 100% vertical Witchcraft, especially if you're able to get up to that 6 or 8 Witchcraft. It just has so much value. If you have a strong opener, like Arcjao does in this game, and you can go level 8 and hit the Karma, right, the Fiora, all the other Witchcraft units, you can definitely still contest for that lobby win.
Looking across our lobby, we see branching out with 2 win streakers, GK with only 1. We have the clear split of our players who are thinking, hey, I'm pretty strong. This stage 2, I'm going to win this stage 2. And the players that don't feel the same. Again, another Moguls Mail player, Volta here with that Moguls Mail as well. But, oh, this is, yeah, but not slamming that Redemption.
Yeah.
It's a little surprising to me.
I mean, it is just on a Poppy 1. Maybe Redemption isn't actually that valuable as opposed to, you know, getting a mono generation item for a backliner. Volta maybe not wanting to lock themselves out of having spare components. So when they do get to the stage 2 carousel, they can actually have some good damage. Oh, we're going to get that 1 gold.
Especially with, there we go. Especially with all of the different champions that need mana generation in the current patch that we're on. Whether that's Syndra or some other AP carry like Rise or Karma that we've seen do well into the late game.
You know, we see a couple of Kog'Maws there in the back line for VCLF. Kog'Maw was played in this series in game number 2 on day 1, right? It was Enzo actually versus Dobbs who did that. So we're gonna see if someone is on the Kog'Maw grief duty, right? If someone has to take that responsibility,
yeah, right.
As we've seen time and time again. And that is a Syndra with a tier. VCLF grabbing that away, wanting to deny it. They do have a Syndra actually on their board as well, so they could go still in that direction.
Yeah, they also have Moguls Mail, VCLF does, on their board with that Gargoyle Stone Plate slammed. But this tier could be useful for these Kog'Maws. I think that's a good route. Looks largely uncontested right now. We do have Enzo playing some of those units as well, so the possible contention could come from there.
A pair of Syndras, a pair of Kog'Maws, a tier. Shojin's is good on both Kog'Maw and Syndra, and it really is just the decision point of not only VCLF's spot, but what the team needs, right? It's not just going to be a standard like, oh, Syndra's better, so play Syndra. VCLF could very well still go in that Honeymancer Kog'Maw direction just because that's what the team needs, and maybe they want to be contesting someone on branching out going that same strategy.
Yeah, go ahead and slam that tier on Syndra if you so choose. Here we go. Able to get those more casts to see. Just keep your options open, right? Having the Syndra on board is still quite powerful. Able to kill a few more units because of it. And still able to generate some gold here as well for both of our players using those Mogul Mail.
Absolutely. Syndra even could clean this one up, but not quite, as she has not upgraded yet. It is still going to be Syndra alive at the end of the day, however. Volta made a couple of gold, but that is, you know, power of a couple of Kog'Maws and a Syndra in the backline, even with no completed items, still being able to get VCLF to a 2 streak. And that Blitzcrank upgrade, that's a huge deal with that Mogul's Mail in mind.
Yeah, I was about to say, unironically, that is a huge upgrade. Able to now generate more gold using Mogul's Mail because of that upgrade, because of the tankiness and just the raw HP that you get from upgrading a unit. Lococo and Dobbs both looking for this loss streak, while Enzo and Podable at the top of our lobby on that 4-win streak as well.
Yeah, Coco trying to make the board a bit weaker here to secure that streak, and yeah, it is very likely to be a loss here up against VCLF. There is a Rage Blade though, so technically a Syndra is stronger, but the front line for VCLF is just too powerful. There is a lot of units on Coco's bench, however. A couple of those shapeshifters, a pair of Swains might end up being sold, however, just to continue making econ. But for Enzo and Potable, right, they're trying to keep their streaks going, but they are unfortunately facing each other, so one of those streaks here will end.
Not even strong enough to get those 35 instances of damage on that Blitzcrank, and so a little bit of sadness on the other side. We do have our win streaker established in this lobby. It will be Enzo keeping that 100 streak at 20 gold as well, so in a really, really good spot to stay healthy and push their tempo.
100%. Tempo is so strong here, especially with that Tactician's Crown, right, being the portal of choice, and it was branching out again. Who took that? So this is going to be exactly the style that they wanted to play, and that's reflected in Enzo and Potable, right, contesting for that win streak. Unfortunately, they didn't run into each other, but branching out is actually even ahead when we look at the holistic view, I think, of the game, because Coco and Enzo are full streaking, and for GK Esports, the only member with a full loss streak is Dobbs, and no one has that full win streak.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward there, but we've seen that be okay, especially in stage 2 if you have the direction that you need, right? If you you know, figured it out throughout that first stage, showing you where you need to go. Enzo will be happy with that last Whisper Slam, seeing if what comp he's going to be able to play. Playing 4 Vanguard currently with these Hunters is not where you're going to end up for sure if you're Enzo.
No, I actually got the Dragon's Claw augment where, you know, when you get 7,000 healing, you get a component. And so really going to want to make the most out of that front line. But let's see if he's willing to slam a last Whisper or if he still wants to keep those backline items open. There is a very strong front line with his 4 Vanguards, however. But going into Volterix here, who's still level 4 with 70 gold.
This Mogul's Mail item is just so incredibly strong. You see 2 gold being farmed there for Volta, and I think that's probably why he's at this 70 gold. Looks like he's going to be slow rolling it on 5 for this Zoe board, which will be incredibly powerful, or deciding if he wants to level all the way up.
Yeah, I'm thinking Volta might actually want to level, because generally if you have excess gold above 50 and you're going for 1 cost reroll composition, you would still roll down to 50. There's better odds to get 1 cost if you are on level 4 as opposed to level 5. Volta now being on level 5, being presented with some augment choices. Again, gold. Got big grab bag, item collector, transfiguration. Item collector is a good one, but does re-roll it in favor of that grab bag. Wanting to slam some very powerful items right now. That's potential Warmogs in the front line for that Poppy to make more gold. A death cap slammed for that Zoe. And we're going to see where that gold from Volta is going to go here soon.
Yes, still sitting on 86 gold, can clearly level to 6 if they so desire. Will be slamming all of these tank items in order for them to just push their advantage a little bit and use that Mogul's Mail, and they are re-rolling here on 5.
See how much gold they get. Spent 2 to get 4, it looked like there, so pretty worth it. Feels good. Just slot again another Zoe there, which is not the best addition to your board, right? 6 units because of that Tactician's Crown. Zoe, though, having some solid items, and that Poppy, though, really being the massive tank that Volta's leaning on.
Yeah, the massive tank, but also the gold generator, right? 1 gold farmed, about to be a second, maybe even a third this round if this Poppy is able to withstand the pressure from the opposite team.
Barely not.
Lakoko, though, has that Syndra with the Rageblade Sojin that we've seen be so incredibly effective in these games, with pumping up as well. That'll just really help this comp reach that late game potential.
100%. And I actually do think I like Volta's flexibility here, not overcommitting to the Zoe reroll, but really assessing the spot and maybe getting the teammates kind of feedback and saying, hey, is this something that I can go? Do you need me to go another composition? But the answer is no. Volta staying 70 gold and above, but already on 6 Poppies, right? Is going to be on 6 Zoes. Really, really powerful opener.
I was wondering, I was confused why he was above 70 gold, but I forgot that augment, all that shimmers, raises your interest level to 70 gold as well. And so he is super rich and playing a little bit greedy here, sacrificing some of his HP in order to have as much economic power as possible. And someone that has rolled all the way down to stabilize is Dobbs here. Lowest health in the lobby at 50 HP, a 7 loss streak, and now quite a strong board. Already finding this Kalista, having Shen and Kassadin and Akali too. Quite strong here now for Dobbs.
Yeah, I think we knew from that keeper's choice that Dobbs is leading multi-strikers, and that is, of course, the case here. Has a Kassadin 2 with 2 solid items, right? One being that Archangels, and the second being the Quicksilver. A lot of the units still, important ones are still 1-star, right? With that Kalista and the Hecarim. You're probably not going to be rolling Kalista 2 anytime soon, however, but still some solid stabilization. Did roll very heavily for it, however. The only person who is lower in HP in the lobby is Coco on an 8 loss streak here, but there is a Syndra 2 on that board. There is upgraded frontliners, so I think Coco is going to be stabilized with that in mind.
That is his hope here on the 8 loss, still continuing to lose. But now having that Gargoyle Stone play in this front line is quite powerful on a Swain 2 especially. And you saw him celebrate his good loss there, keeping his economic power while eyeing what is next for his board. He's trying to decide between playing these shapeshifters and possibly even playing these vanguards. You see him holding some of those on bench.
Yeah, I think Coco wants to get into the Vanguard line, as I don't really think he's in a position to reroll Syndra in this game. He does, however, just have a strong frontliner for now with the shapeshifters, right? When you roll down on 3-2, it's kind of just what you hit. You can't only click the units that you're looking for. Sometimes you don't see them. You have to be willing to go for the suboptimal frontline and then transition into the one that you want later.
Yeah, gonna be taking another loss here to Dobbs, who has rolled all of their gold in order to destabilize and has done so effectively. So Lakoko now, are you eyeing another loss here, possibly lowering you to maybe even 2 lives, but will give you lots and lots of gold?
Yeah, and Coco needs that gold. Coco, again, did roll on 3-2, so it doesn't even have a big economic advantage this game. Players like, VCLF being level 7 and 70 gold, that is absolutely massive. But Enzo, 9 streaking with a Kog'Maw reroll. I think this is the first time that we've seen such a large win streak coming out of this Kog'Maw composition.
Yeah, and this is the power of getting some of those early upgrades, right? Having that early Dragon's Claw, too, that gives some item advantage, and just having excellent items here for Enzo, and a lot of gold to spend as well because of that win streak. Hoping to continue that here.
Yeah, and actually, it makes a lot of sense going this composition on Tactician's Crown. Tactician's Crown being the portal choice, because you want to run 7 units on this composition, but you want to be rolling on level 6, and so being able to play both the Lilia and the Jinx at level 6 makes this so insanely strong. It might end up being a loss here versus Babzera, the Syndra. Can't you do it? No, actually, Enzo preserves the 10 streak into Wolves, and that is a massive dub here for branching out.
Just being Twitch chat for a second, he did miss Tristana in shop in the last shop.
Oh, did he really? Oh, I didn't even notice.
Yeah, he sure did.
Thanks, Twitch chat, for the reminder.
He was just staring at it the whole time.
Yeah,
no, Twitch chat, I'll represent you. It's fine. We are heading into our next neutral round here, scouting around, looking at the journey of each of our players we see across the lobby. For Volta, it's been 5th place the whole time. And looking at Arcjao with that 4 loss, but we do see Lakoko and Dobbs now recovering their loss streaks and starting to stabilize.
Yeah, Coco making that red buff, holding on the bench, but rerolling all the other items. Now this is going to be a Dragon Claw on the Swain. We do, of course, have Pumping Up being the augment that provides all this attack speed to Syndra. It is a little bit surprising that the red buff wasn't, given to that Karma, given how she spreads that anti-heal so well, but actually is going to forego these vanguards. I think Coco here is committed to these shapeshifters, and actually is running 4 Encanter as well with Cassiopeia, and Zig still on the board. Not something that we quite expected, but maybe even looking to go for Swain 3 with that less shaped duplicator on the bench. Only 3 left to go.
Yeah, that's something that gets opened up a little bit with this Tactician's Crown, having options to go for that 4 Encanter or possibly 6 Shapeshifter earlier than normal. I bet also Lakoko is waiting for that remover. Will probably move that red buff over, has that Gnasher's Tooth that he could slam on bench as well.
Yeah, let's see how these win streaks and loss streaks are doing. Arcjao going to be on a 5 loss streak now. Enzo up to 11 as we get our 4-2 augment. Gold all the way. Mentorship is good, but it is rolled, and item collector actually is going to be the choice here, and that is some great value to get with all the items that are on the board. Rolling down at level 8, what does Arcjao hit?
So far, not too much, just everyone else's Kog'Maws that they're looking for. Finding some of these preservers is quite good, but no large upgrades. Finds a Nasus in shop as well, which is a huge part of the survivability of the board he is rolling for, but no Karmas, no Fioras, and those are the 2 pivotal cornerstones of this composition, and without them, we're not going to see much success.
Yeah, 4-2 still being stuck on a Zoe carry is just insanely rough, right? Even skipping all the Namis, because this isn't that Vanguard Encanter kind of style of play where we usually see that Syndra board go into. It's just going to be a kind of Witchcraft style, of course, and that's the direction that Arcjao had chosen from 2-1 with that augment choice, but not hitting on that roll down, unfortunately.
and really does need to hit really soon, and without a ton of gold to work with, it's going to be quite the challenge. Not a lot of HP either to work with. We've seen this work well from an win streak type spot or a really healthy spot, but on a 6 loss now for ArcJao, and not the units he's looking for. It's looking quite scary.
Yeah, that even one karma would have been in the difference in that fight. But now moving over to Volteriux here. Volta has did have to roll very heavily to get to this point, but now is pushed to level 6, is able to play 4 Bastion, 3 Arcana with the help of that Tactician's Crown. And I think Volta maybe is regretting the choice to put that Tactician's Crown on the Lilia. Might have wanted to put that on another unit just so we can get another 3-item very powerful tank. But however, the positioning of the Lilia to not get the aggro and then still hold the Ionic Spark to buff up that Zoe's damage is still really, really nice.
Yeah, and one of the powerful parts of this set and being able to slam items like that is that Reforgers are so easy to access. Removers are so easy to access in this set because of charms. Able to just buy them for a couple gold or have a 1-for-1 round that you can use. It's an incredibly close fight.
Wow.
Oh, the Kog'Maw able to win and keep Enzo at the top of these standings, but someone else has joined them now. Dobbs on that 6 win streak.
Yeah, Dobbs with the multi-strikers has a huge win out here. They don't even have Kassadin 3 yet. They are in fact, pushing a little bit of levels, trying to go for that tempo or to style of play. And crucially, Dobbs hit the multi-striker emblem on 4-2, so it's much easier to get to 7 multi-strikers and get to that critical mass.
The interesting thing looking across this lobby, though, is outside of Dobbs and Lakoko, who have kind of stabilized around these 2-cost rerolls, no one else in this lobby has their identity quite figured out yet.
Yeah, it's a few Syndra players that are kind of pushing levels. We got a couple multi-striker players with Dobbs and Pada Bull. Volta, of course, the Zoe reroll. But yeah, not too much crazy. Enzo is going to be the only Kog'Maw player, right? Uncontested, but they're doing still pretty good with that 85 HP. They did lose their win streak a little bit ago here in stage 4, but still just so powerful at that board.
ArcJao finally finding some of these important pieces, but they are all 1-star. Able to get this Rise with the Witchcraft emblem, which is probably the second best holder of that, and maybe where he wants to stick with it, but also finding that Morgana, which is such an important part of this board, able to access that 6 Witchcraft that we've seen be quite powerful.
Yeah, not only 6 Witchcraft, but the Preservers as well is going to be a huge upgrade. But will the Rise be able to take down Zoe in this next cast? Needs to survive versus the Zoe cast, and he does. ArcJao with a crucial win there. If he had lost, that would have been on just 1 life remaining, but will now for sure be able to head into stage 5 and still be looking for that karma. Ooh, actually, this is an interesting decision. There's 15 gold spatula to get another Witchcraft, and ArcJao is going to be playing for this 8 Witchcraft.
And we have a Fiora in shop now.
Oh yeah, he can play it.
This is the option for 8 Witchcraft, and here it is. Very, very powerful. That was a crazy turn of events for ArcJao, and now he's looking for the possible win out. The problem is, though, we have 1-stars nearly all across the board.
A Witchcraft is good, but it does not mean you automatically win the game. You still need to have your front line survive. You need to have good damage dealers in the back line, but against Pada Bull's 3-star Kassadin, can ArcJao hang on?
Yeah, Pada Bull contesting Lakoko here, and which is very interesting because they're on the same team.
See, winning this matchup here is ArcJao, so the power of 8 Witchcraft is still good enough. However, I think each round that goes on and the karma isn't here, I don't think Rise will be able to cut it going into the late game.
Yeah, Rise does not quite scale as well, especially with those items. You really kind of need that Rage Blade or some kind of mana generation in order to scale Rise throughout the fight, in order to get Rise casting a ton. That karma's just a little bit more consistent, applies the Witchcraft buffs a little bit more, and so he's probably still hoping to find those.
Yeah, Volta has really dropped off a cliff in terms of power level here, and I think that comes through because that Zoe is just attacking really slow, right? Zoe only having the attack speed of the little bit of Giant Slayer, having that bow component, but her casts are just too few and far between, not being able to output enough damage, and we don't have Ahri as a true secondary carry here because the items are a bit lacking. There's so much frontline, but maybe with one item here, Shojin's for the Ahri could be what Volta needs to come back in this game. Rolled pretty heavily there just to get that extra rise 2 in, but it doesn't have any items. Meanwhile, Coco, Swain 3, massive frontline.
Yeah, this front line is absolutely huge. Now the Shyvana 3 to complement this Swain. The double Dragon's Claw as well. No magic dealer will do nearly any damage to this Swain. Killing everything else is a plus, but look at this Swain. Getting aggro from 4 golden units and barely feeling it at all.
Yeah, look at all that healing. It's almost plus 1,000 when that Dragon Claw ticks. The Swain having the Warmogs and then all the Shapeshifters buff to just get that insane amount of health and regen that comes along with it. AP units are going to very much struggle to get through that front line.
And this is looking quite unfortunate for branching out in this first game. Volta not really finding what he's looking for. Padebo being contested by his own teammate, and now sitting there staring down 8th and 7th place is branching out.
Yeah, they are sitting in 1st and 2nd as well, at least right now. So even if they do go 8 and 7, there is still a possibility that they can win the round. All of GK Esports kind of in that middling HP number, besides for Arcjao, who is on single digit HP, but this is going to be a team killer between Padebo and Volta.
Oh man. Yeah, unless Arcjao also joins them with the gray screen, this would be a pretty disastrous matchup, knowing that one of them will be going out in 8th place here. And for Volta, who has played quite a good game, played that greedier playstyle, hit everything that he was looking for, this would be a quite unfortunate result, seeing that their spot, but it will look like that Poppy with the Radiant Gargoyle Stone Plate and the Mogul's Mail farming gold will be enough.
Yeah, it will, but eliminating Pot of Bowl, see if Arcjao gets eliminated as well. But no, Arcjao won the round, and that is branching out, taking 8th, placing in number 1. Volta did win that round, but is he strong enough to survive yet again? Dobbs lost down to 13 HP, Babzera lost down to 19, and VCLF lost, however. So even if branching out go 8-7, maybe Enzo and Coco can salvage the situation.
Milio 2.
Yeah, can't afford it though.
Would be quite strong here. Oh!
Does sell for it. Okay.
And puts in Fairy as well, so we'll be slotting in this for Khan.
Emilio 2 before Karma 1. Seems good.
It sure does, but it does not apply that much damage to the board.
No.
Does spread Witchcraft quite well, but you don't really need that once you get that Morgana and some of these other Witchcraft units online that can absolutely debuff the entire board. You see the backline turning to Frogs, CCing that Syndra, and still looking like Arcjao is quite powerful, but not a lot of damage left on this board.
Oh, Arcjao taking the one there barely versus Babzera. That was teammates facing each other. Dobbs actually falling down. Multi-striker player is out of that one, and that was the tempo multi-striker that Dobbs was trying to go for. Had reached 7 multi-striker right with that emblem choice on 4-2, but it was not enough.
And Volta surviving there in that fight is very important for branching out. Not going 7-8 means they don't have to go 1-2 here, but this next placement, these next 2 placements will really determine how this game is going to end up. Babzera has lost 3 times in a row, and now staring down a possible 6th place.
We have Nami with 3 items, 0 on the Karma, and both those units are just 1-star. The frontline is decent, but there's really no frontline items. There is not a lot of staying power for them. It's all up to the Syndra, up for some good Nami positioning, maybe to get that CC coming through. There is an Ionic Spark to buff a little bit of that damage. But for Babzera, this might be the end going into this round. However, versus a Xerath 2 from... Who is this? Is this a ghost fight? No, it's going to be VCLF.
Yeah, VCLF on the other side. This will be a team battle here, and it's looking pretty one-sided. The items are not slammed, though, on the other side. There are 3 of them on this bench, and so really hoping that Babzera is able to survive, and it looks like they might be able to, taking down that Syndra, now taking down the Xerath, and it's going to be quite good team play happening here.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Now, but all of them are going to be at 1 life remaining. This is elimination here. Who got knocked out? Was it Arcchow or Volta?
Looks like Arcchow did knock out Voltarius in a very, very crucial matchup. And so that will be very, very good for GK here and their chance in this game. And all because of the team play and sacrifice happening from Babzera.
Actually, it is still really rough for them. Branching out need to take a 1st and a 3rd to win this. And with everyone on GK being on single-digit HP, being on 1 life, and with 44 HP at Enzo, 49 HP, and a 10 streak from Coco, they're actually looking pretty good here.
Yeah, the effort is great, but all of them on 1 life now, so they have to outlive one of them, and it's not looking like that is even mathematically possible in this game unless you get some really, really unique charms, get that Desperate Plea that could really shake up this game.
Hey, Desperate Plea looks like it has been chosen by Arcchow here, and that was exactly what needed against Coco. Surviving this round, and yeah, that was not even close, right? The Swain will just never die, but Arcchow not dying for the moment either. However, it will be 2 eliminations as, wow, they all,
man.
yeah. Babzera and VCLF both fall, and so branching out do take game number 1.
Woo. Yeah, fantastic showing. We see clearly the strategy that we saw a lot from branching out. We've watched a lot of them so far in this tournament. A lot of them usually towards the bottom of the standings, but they usually have those 2 players that they're all in on. And in this game, it is Enzo and the Coco able to both get that top 3.
Yeah, very well done there. Coco on that 11 streak. Arcchow with a nice Desperate Plea attempt, but it just was not enough. And we talked about the tempo of this lobby perhaps being a big part of where everyone's going to end. And with Enzo being uncontested Kog'Maw, having that extra unit from a Tactician's Crown, that was a night and day difference from where we've seen Kog'Maw end in previous days.
Oh, it sure is. Being able to hit because of being uncontested is just such an important part of this patch. Understanding who is playing what and what you can play as a result of that. Knowing that you can't always play the Syndra line that everyone else is playing.
No, you cannot. But now it is still going to be playing for average placement because we do have that extra prize there at the end of the event. It is going to be Coco versus Enzo here. 2 teammates fighting each other. But this is Dragon Claws versus AD, so maybe Enzo can break through this front line.
Yeah, quite possibly, but that is still so much HP to get through. This raw HP number is so strong, and that does not reduce the healing of this Swain. The Syndra is still ramping up, and it will be enough to win this fight. Enzo dropping down.
It was close, though. It just came down to Syndra plus on their backline, or the Swain did fall, the kind of immortal king of a unit there. But Coco now level 8, rolling for more board strength. He already won last round, but now being able to maybe find Briar 2 is just running a couple of them right now, however.
Yeah, for now, just satisfied with the CC that provides and the big health bar from that Shapeshifter 6. Arcchow now transitioning back to Karma 1 for 8 Witchcraft here. Did win last round, which is good for their chances here in this game, but again, does not quite matter. We know branching out has taken the team win. The Shyvana onto the backline is going to do quite a bit of damage and take out the main carry for Arcchow, and that will definitely be lights out for this composition.
Yes, it will be a good effort by Arcchow, but just was not enough. The 8 Witchcraft was not enough, because there wasn't really a true carry there for a large portion of the game. But we got some
Let's go.
Pretty big sugar cake stacks here.
Oh yeah, look at that cake dance. It knows that it's reached some of those higher tiers, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 tiers. Oh, we're rolling down for Enzo. I don't know what we're looking for, but we've kept our core units and trying to find something else special. Lococo's board though, just an orb.
just an orb on the board, and that's not really going to do anything. It is just going to be giving the win over to Enzo. Perhaps a team member kind of oh, actually, I think this makes a lot of sense. If you have the player who's been doing the best so far, you might as well keep the record good so they get that extra maybe AVP placement at the end of the tournament.
Yeah, I'm looking back a little bit at Enzo's performance throughout the tournament so far, and it has been really, really good. In their last series, he went 2-2 and was the MVP. In their first series, we saw Enzo not do the best, but still quite good for the team. And so maybe they're putting all the eggs in the Enzo basket.
Yes, they are. Just rolling for fun, however, trying to get some more upgrades. As he's going to win anyway in this little victory march. But while we watch this, right, I want to be able to talk about what GK needs to do in this next game, because they are now one game away from going home, right? All the hopes, dreams, expectations for this squad, for this organization, is being put down to the final match.
And this could be a repeat of what we saw in our first round, branching out, taking that 1-0 lead, one that could turn quickly into that 2-0 and send GK out of this tournament after getting a chance at redemption.
Yeah, a chance for redemption, but we see the stress on their face. We know that it is do or die time, right? We had some strong openers, right? A couple players were playing Syndra, Babzera with that Spellblade, VCLF with a good Moguls Mail opener, Dobbs with the multi-strikers. However, I think that was the big letdown of the team. Had a strong early game, but just was not able to convert it, was not able to reach that critical mass, even though he got to that 7 multi-striker line.
Yeah, lots of interesting decisions in this game that led to an uncontested Kog'Maw going for that first place, and just some really interesting team play from GK there too. Clearly they figured some stuff out to try and work on losses and wins and figure out who can get there, but at the end of the day, their compositions weren't strong enough to secure those top spots that are really needed, as we've seen, to really close out and take a game win.
Absolutely, and I think you might have mentioned the kind of key phrase here is that uncontested Kog'Maw. Perhaps with one of the players of EK Esports, maybe, Dobbs, who's running a 2-cost, composition, did, of course, go for that tempo style of play, but maybe he had to be just on grief, dude. Maybe somebody did, as we take a look at the highlights here from just this first game. Voltairix, of course, going for that Zoe reroll. Didn't really end up where he wanted to. Did get 6, but I think he would have loved to see that go a lot further. Fortunately, it didn't matter, as they still claimed the victory.
Yeah, it was one of the most surprising things in this game is that Volta did go out in 6th place after hitting all of these units that he was looking for. But it was Arcjao with those 2 Witchcraft Spats on that really, really interesting play. We saw buying the Spatula using the Charm, able to push them into the top 3, but not enough to win the game. That was the moment we knew that it was all over for GK. Branching out, able to secure 2 of those top 3 spots, and eventually just 1-2 in order to seal the game.
Yeah, that desperate plea was not desperate enough, unfortunately, for Arcjao, but that does show really what charms can do in the late game. If Miguel Arcjao had high rolled just a little bit more and then got to that 8 Witchcraft, it could have been a game win there in that, from that situation. Unfortunately, just didn't have the gold, didn't have the economy, didn't have the units, right, to make that happen. It was a Melio 2 at one point, before hitting a single Karma. And Melio, we talked about before, is great at buffing up your team, giving some key units a bunch of items, but really just is not a carry in of himself, unfortunately.
Yeah, it wasn't quite enough, but they're regrouping, getting ready for this game number 2 that we are so excited to see. We're going to get ready. They're going to regroup. We're going to regroup, and we're going to get ready for game 2 right after this break.
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
You know what I learned in history class, Crowan?
What did you learn, CLE?
I learned that history often repeats itself.
That
But
is
I
true.
know for Geeky here, they're hoping that that's not the case. Branching out 2-0 Geeky in their first round matchup, and now fighting that same reality once again.
Of course, fighting that same reality. They have to make it happen right now. It is do or die time, as they are just one match from being able to, for the team of branching out, there's one match being able to advance on into that playoffs bracket, but for Geeky, their hopes and dreams might fall.
Yeah, the history of round one haunting them here now. They are getting ready for this game number 2 and hoping that they can put something together in order to continue on. They did an excellent job in that elimination match yesterday, able to get their way back and get that second chance that they've been looking for against Branching Out. But we know Branching Out is quite a strong team. They showed it there in that first game.
100% they did, and I think Geeky has to reassess, right? What do we do better? Do we have to take players from our team that are in bad spots and put them on grief duty, right? We saw that be a big part of a lot of Kog'Maw games in day number 1. I think that might be a strategy they have to go for here, unless they're just in good spots themselves, right? You don't have to be on grief duty per se if you are just in better spots, but for players like Dobbs, right, who just was not in a good spot, you can't really be making those decisions. But that is a whole team having to assess that, right? And that could just be some nerves, it could be just lack of recognition, but it does need to really shape up right now, right? Miguel Arcjal almost was able to find a victory with that 8 witchcraft, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough. A 1-2 from Branching Out. They are, at least for now, still looking dominant. So I think the learnings of your history class, CLE, might be true. History might be repeating itself unless Geeky have anything to say about it.
Yeah, it often does, and I think for Geeky, they really need to figure out who is going to be this player that's going to go for that lobby win. That's one of the really important roles in this 4v4 format. Who are the people that have the opportunity, the setup to win games? Because often in TFT, you understand quite early that, hey, I can't play for first, but I might be able to get fourth in this game, and so that's my goal. But they need to be able to have people challenge for those top spots, and I think in that last game, they didn't really have that opportunity.
Yeah, unfortunately, they did not. Branching Out, looking focused, ready to play their game number 2 here on day 3 at the Esports World Cup. It is going to be game 2 of Branching Out versus Geeky Esports. Will Branching Out clinch this victory and move on, or will Geeky fall to the wayside?
Branching Out once again, wanting this Tactician's crown to start. It would be funny to run it all the way back for them.
Nope.
Not going to be the reality, though. Prismatic Party giving us these really powerful prismatic augments for every single time. So we will have an extremely powerful lobby.
And you know what this brings, CLE? It brings a lot of high variance, which I think actually Geeky might be happy about, because if you can't just outplay the enemy team, right, on just standard good TFT play, TFT has variance in it, right? And you might as well put that up a notch and make sure when these crazy massive augments come through that they do go your way. You take those high risks and they work out. But for Enzo, pair of Wukongs to start this one off.
Yeah, Wukong we've seen be a really premier frontliner in this whole tournament, right? A 2-star Wukong with really good items will last you forever, but a 3-star Wukong will win you the game, it seems, in some cases. It's starting to take over the ladder as well. People are starting to catch on. So that has been fun to see that meta form from here at EWC.
Yeah.
But Hunters, with this Wukong, we have that board coming into fruition here. But with these prismatics, it's going to be very interesting, especially if someone can hit these high verticals.
Yeah, 100%. Portal being a high vertical that we saw be super dominant by Bobe yesterday. It is perhaps going to be a Kog'Maw reroll angle here for Enzo, but as soon as those augments do come through, it might completely change the game plan. We're not going to be seeing these hero augments this game, right? Because they are at gold tier, so no spin to win for Wukong. It is going to be Buried Treasures, New Recruit, or Tiniest Titan. Buried Treasures is really, really powerful. 6 components it gives. Worth the wait is interesting consideration, but not quite.
Yeah, worth the wait. It is a new augment that just gives a lot of power, because a lot of these 2 costs are premier carries, right? If you were to get that Kog'Maw from worth the wait, it would be very interesting. Taking a look at the left side, though, looking at the Shimmer Scale Esser from Volterix is one of the things that I want to check out, because that gives you 2 of these really powerful Shimmer Scale items. Obviously, the Mogul's Mail first, but later on, you will get the Gold Generation attack speed inducing
the Gambler's Blade
item as well.
Yeah, Gambler's Blade going to come through in 5 rounds, and Volt's already having a potential Rage Blade slam. Isn't slamming it quite yet, however, and I'm not sure if this Blitzcrank is going to be able to survive 35 instances of damage. It might be close, but I think there's not a huge amount of burst on the other side there from Coco, so yes, Volta will get that. Not going to get any extra gold generation, I don't believe, unless... No, not quite with that plus. It was getting kind of close, though. Maybe 1 or 2 more seconds would have gotten it. However, Zoe, of course, not a unit that needs to stack anything like Syndra, so no items being allotted to her right now, as this was going to be a loss either way for Volterix.
Again, good team play happening, understanding their spots. Volta knowing that he's probably going to go on a loss streak here. That Blitz 2 does change things quite a bit, though. And on the other side, we saw that Lakoko could go on that win streak. Potable, though, playing that pumping up, which gives attack speed when you lose HP. And so, why not lose it quickly?
Yeah, gonna be losing a lot of HP open forwarding, but build a Bud for Arcjow. Going to be given a Lilia 3. There are a couple poppies in the shop. Could have upgraded that, but decided not to. Maybe they're going to be going up against a teammate most likely, and that is a multi-striker crown up against VCLF. And yes, it is going to be a teammate on teammate violence here, so not making that board quite as strong. We'll be buying these poppies, I imagine, though, at the end of the round.
I would think so. I mean, this setup is an amazing one. He did level, though, so maybe not planning on playing this route, but instead going
Poppy?
Kog'Maw or something?
Wait, what? Poppy? Oh, okay. No, just, I don't really understand why there's not a Poppy 2. Not gonna lie.
I'm not quite sure either. I think we actually could be eyeing Kog'Maw. You know, you play, that's the only other comp that you play Lily in. The items are good here, right? You have that Last Whisper. You could slam Sojin as well.
Yeah.
Once you get a sword. And you have a lot of those Honeymancer units that everyone loves. Do we have 2 open
Yes,
forwarders?
we do. Babzera and Potable both open forwarding. Oh, this is going to be real hype here for game number 2.
It sure will be, because if either of them run into one another, they both lose their streak because of the new tiebreaker rules, stopping people from all open forwarding early in the game.
Yeah, Coco here with an early Shojin slam. Does have Giant and Mighty, giving a lot of extra HP to the whole entire board. As we get into Carousel here, we see the overview of the compositions, and yes, there is nothing on the board for Babzera and Potable, but there are 2 greater champion duplicators for Volterix and Potable. So with Potable open forwarding, maybe pushing a fast 8, could get some kind of high roll situation like a 2-star legendary pretty easily. We'll have to see a bit later, however.
Yeah, Bapzera, though, playing that Tiniest Titans is critical here.
Yes.
Being able to heal up each round and not just lose, but also gain some back. Especially when you stabilize, you can drop quite low and then get back up to 2, maybe even 3 lives if you're able to get that streak going correctly.
Now we got to assess the question of, is data fake? Because data would suggest Tiniest Titan kind of sucks. It's below a 5 average when you look at Masters plus, you know, TFT in the current meta. But this is not just your standard TFT, of course. This is a team format. This is going to be open fort versus open fort of the opposing team. And so that is really going to be winning the battle here. If you are higher HP than Potable, if you're able to stabilize and have a bit more gold as well, that is just going to be you kind of winning out in that 1v1 battle.
Yeah, it's all about the, you know, how you play it. And what you're able to hit at level 8, level 7, wherever you end up rolling with Tiniest Titans, and just this open fort strategy. It's good that one person from each team is contesting the other. It does put a little bit of fear in them that they could both lose their streak, but also it allows for a good amount of gold on each side. Both of them playing for that crazy win out first place opportunity.
Yeah, we saw some crazy win out plays yesterday. Mainly out of Soju actually being able to make it happen. It was huge, but Bapzera has bought units. I wouldn't be surprised if this is just like a bait and switch and he actually sells things, but however, it is a Syndra, so he might actually want to keep all these units as they are 3 really good Vanguards and the Syndra. Yeah, it looks like he'd kept those and just wants to high roll the matchup instead and still continue on that 5-loss streak.
Yeah, and it very well be that is his plan to stabilize, right? Needs some kind of play, and getting that Syndra in before this neutral round to continue to get some stacks is a great solution. We do have our win streaker established here with Arcjow. Lekoko also trying to do the same. We see Volta farming gold over here above 20 gold. Will be getting that Gambler's Blade here shortly as well. 2 loss streakers, 2 win streakers, so lots of economic power alongside these prismatic augments throughout the game.
100%. We have Gambler's Blade here being picked up by Volta. A couple of 5 win streakers, couple of 5 loss streakers, 2 on each team. So this is very even now. It's also funny to see Bapzera 5 loss, but actually is above Enzo in HP, and that does come because of the power of that Tiniest Titans healing.
More attack speed items for Volta is definitely what he's hoping for, right? Wanting to use that Gambler's Blade effectively. And will not. What the world?
Wait, that is a huge high roll orb there for Volta. Karma and Nami pair so well together. Not wanting to sell either of them for econ here. Gotta see the little bit of surprise in his face, like, oh, wait a minute. Okay, I will take that, actually. That seems pretty darn good for me. And having that Champion Duplicator on the bench as well. Wow, Potable actually has 2 duplicators right now.
And Volta has that duplicator also. So as soon as he finds another one of these 4 costs, can make that 2-star that is just going to be so crucial. Potable slamming some items finally. A blue buff slam.
Wait, is that... Okay, I know the graphic says 2 Grand Champion Duplicators. Is it also a lesser one? Yes, it is. There's 3 duplicators for Potable here. What is it going to use them for? I mean, 1 came from the first PvE rounds. I guess 2 came from the Krugs?
Maybe he bought 1 with a chart, or maybe?
Does that even show up yet? I don't even think that shows up yet.
That's stage 3 only, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
I have
no
clue.
And they must have been just a greater and lesser coming from Krugs. I guess that's possible. I didn't actually know that was part of that loot table there.
And it looks like Enzo will be going that Wukong Hunters route that we saw on that PvE round as a possibility. Does have items slammed on both of them, but here we go. Our second Prismatic Augment. I'm the Carry Now is a very popular one. Tiniest Titan we were just talking about. Not super powerful, at least in the stats, but when piloted correctly could be.
Yeah, it is a little bit better at 3.2, but not too much better. Still like high 4s, about at a 4.8 average. Enzo is just taking the generic good choice here with I'm the Carry Now. It's not going to be a huge carry at this point, but really trying to roll down here to find some upgrades.
What do we roll? I don't know what we're rolling for. We're rolling past any kind of Kog'Maws. I think we rolled past 2 Kog'Maws on that roll down.
Yeah.
I know we're looking specifically for Jinx 2 and Wukong 2, but not picking up these other units.
Yeah, I guess it's really just going to be centered around this Wukong and the Jinx, and so really wanted to upgrade at least one of those. So I think it's, at least in hindsight, you know, say, okay, maybe you shouldn't have rolled quite that deep, but really wanting to hit one of the upgrades, so I kind of understand the decision there for Enzo.
And I think I'm starting to understand as well. He's not really wanting to play this Hunter route as much as he's wanting to play 6 Sugarcraft, using that spatula to get that cake cooking, get the baking happening. And this board is looking quite strong here too versus Arcjow. Not going to be able to take down the rest of the team, it appears.
No.
What is that HP bar? I can barely even see it.
It's literally like less than 10 HP for Arcjow there. That would have been taking out Arcjow's streak too. That is really, really rough. You see the frustration on Enzo's face after that one. But yes, like you were calling out, C Elite is going to be that vertical Sugarcraft. If we're able to get up to 6 Sugarcraft, yeah, that's massive. Who is he missing now for Sugar? Because we just need, yeah, just the Bard left. And we're going to reach 6 Sugarcraft as soon as he levels up and finds that unit.
Yeah, so he does have to level, though. So now is the interesting part, because he is so incredibly poor at 1 gold. He and VCLF are really the only ones that have kind of rolled it down. Volta as well to try and stabilize here. Oh, man, it's going to be quite difficult to get there. Arcjow, though, continuing this streak, being super, super rich. Level 750 gold for both Lakoko and Arcjow.
Yeah, level 7 for Arcjow, though, even before the carousel. That is really insane. Potable hit some good frontline upgrades with a Swain 2, but the back line is just awful. A Ziggs 1 blue buff is not going to do enough, and that's a triple Rageblade Syndra because they had picked Anger Issues as prismatic augment, so every item component does or every completed item transforms into a Rageblade, and that's the augment that we haven't seen yet this tournament, CLE.
I love Anger Issues. I think it's hilarious. I think it's an awesome name and idea for an augment. I bet there will be more things like that coming in the future. And one of the comps that it's really good on is Syndra, that needs that mana generation through the auto attacking, but also these multi-strikers. If you can get level 7 with these 7 multi-striker with these Anger Issues, knowing that 7 multi heals you on attack.
Oh yeah.
And you're just attacking so fast.
Yeah, it's definitely
really entertaining.
Definitely best in slot for that multi kind of line. It is still decent in Syndra, however. It's not amazing on frontliners, but of course it does grant that 25 armor and MR from the Anger Issues augment. That is a kind of added benefit for the Rage Blades at that point. But it's still going to be rough maybe when it comes to finding that lobby win.
We have a lot of greedy players in this lobby right now. People selling their boards, making their boards weaker, continuing their econ in order to go level 8, try these crazy boards, or have giant roll downs here at the beginning of stage 4. So it is about to get crazy. We're going to see some insane spikes as our 3rd prismatic comes in, and as we start to press that D key and see what we can find.
Yeah, and just looking at the right-hand side here before this round comes to an end. Yeah, good loss there, but it's an 8-win streak still for Arcjow and Coco. There was 3 players at the bottom. Dobbs, Enzo, and Potable were loss streaking, but Dobbs and Enzo actually found wins now. Arcjow got their first loss of the game. VCLF, however, now is up to a 5-win streak, but Coco still that dominant force at the top.
Man, and this is not the spot that we thought Volta would be in earlier in this game. We thought he'd be a little bit healthier. We thought he could be on that win streak. But here's the reality with that prismatic ticket, wanting to actually re-roll these Vanguards, re-roll this Syndra, and see what we can get on our board all the way upgraded. so that we can be an absolute powerhouse in the late game. Thankfully, we have the gold generation and the means to do it with those free rerolls.
Yeah, a ton of gold generating through that Mogul's Mail and through the Gambler's Blade as well. That's going to be like at least 5 gold per round, if not more. So that's a lot of free rerolls that Volta is going to get. And so we usually see, you know, Syndra being rerolled. It oftentimes is not successful, but wow, Volta here could just sell the Casio and get up to 50 gold. They made like, what, 8 gold that round? That was kind of crazy.
It sure was. We need to keep our eye, though, on Potable. 10 loss streak.
Oh, yeah.
24 HP. Level 7, 50 gold, though, is a lot of economic power. And on the other side, though, for branching out, is Lakoko. 10 win streak, 51 gold. Level 7. 100 HP.
Yeah, the duality of man here in this game. 10 win streak versus 10 loss streak. Potable down at 24 health. Potable is going to be rolling down a huge amount in this next round. Is already pumping gold, it looks like, leveling up to 8. Has to make a good board work. Finds a Karma immediately. That is a great hit, but there is still more to go. Finds a Briar. Needs to find some good front line to be alongside this Swain. Perhaps a Fiora 2 as well. We do get a Nasus. That is a good start, but not that much gold left to roll down. Needs to find good units. That is a pair of Namis, but is Potable going to sacrifice all that gold to put them in? It looks like for now the answer is no.
Still going with 4 Shapeshifter because that's about all you have right now to work around. Only one of them upgraded. Only one unit on your board upgraded is that Swain on the right side of your screen. The Karma, though, excellent to hit here because of those items. No Fiora 2, no Karma 2. None of these frontline upgrades makes this a little tough, but clearly strong enough for now.
Yeah, Potable still does have those 2 greater champion duplicators to work with. So as soon as he finds maybe like a pair of Fioras, pair of Karmas, might just utilize though to stabilize. But there are 3 key units, right? Nasus, Fiora, and that Karma. But let's take a look at this Prismatic 4-2 augment. We knew they were all gonna be Prismatics, and so what is the choice for Volta? Is going to be tiny but deadly. Yeah, getting all that attack speed.
Yeah, it makes your units a little bit smaller, but attack a lot faster.
Another
one
duplicator.
of the funniest augments in the game. Another one?
Yeah, because of new recruit, gets that +1 unit on the board, and gets another duplicator. We're gonna use one.
Man, we can
on Fiora and
upgrade
Nasus.
everything.
Yeah,
I would think so. Right? That will really help stabilize this board. Really certify that win streak.
Okay,
yeah,
there's
volleyball.
one.
Here goes 1. And we can also do it to a Rakan if we so choose.
yeah.
we only have 1
Maybe
Rakan.
gonna wait for just 2 more units. Yeah, there's 2 Rakans, 2 Fioras. There are 2 Fioras on the board right now, which is a little bit unfortunate. You'd want that to be another key synergy, right, for Preserver once he does find a Morgana. But for now, it is just going to be mainly still this Karma, and I guess suppose the Sentinel for the damage dealing. And Nasus only with 1 item is just not enough.
Yeah, not like a real tank item per se. It's something that just provides that shield and also AP. Not anything that's gonna stabilize him quite yet. He needs to continue to roll, figure out what he's gonna use those refs to duplicators on, because you cannot save those for next game.
No, they do not carry over, unfortunately. Each roll that comes through here is gonna be so important. Does find a Rakan upgrade.
Oh, and a Gwen in shop is quite good also. But here's the problem. Where is the gold going to come from to buy these units?
Yeah.
Are you going to sell this Nico that you need on this board? And it looks like that is the answer.
The big problem... Oh, actually double duplicator and Karma, and I think that makes a lot of sense, because I was just about to say, the big problem for Potable here is that there is not very many items to work with, right? There's only 3 complete items on this board that's not the Sentinel, and with the 3 components that we see on the bench, none of those make either Nasus or Fiora items, and that's exactly what they need. So Potable does settle making Giant Slayer on the Karma, which is great for now, but it really locks out the potential of having Fiora be that true secondary carry.
Yeah, using especially those valuable components that go on Fiora usually, but you see the power spike come through here. No frontline items, but now a couple frontline upgrades really do make that difference just with the HP bars alone.
Look at the HP bars, of course, of the whole lobby as well. Potable being very, very low. Dobbs the next lowest, but 35 HP on them. VCLF from GK Esports, of course, sitting at the top with 83 HP. The multi-strikers reroll being uncontested is really, really dominating this lobby right now. And we see the power over the course of 2 games now with 2 class rerolls being uncontested really run away with it.
And I want to call out, as we look at the bottom of our screen, Call to Chaos for ArcJao gives double Sniper's Focus now put onto a Rise. Not a Rise upgraded unit yet, but quite a good one. Can turn a unit into a backline deleter because of the buffs that come from Sniper's Focus.
Yeah, Volta having all this gold wants to hit some of these procs from that prismatic ticket. Has now 6 Rumbles. Is going to be on 5 Mordekaisers, 5 Syndras, now 6 Syndras, 1 Rumble away. Has a few more rolls here to find some of these key upgrades. Not finding much, however, for now. Potable does get a Dragon's Claw to put on that Nasus.
That's really good.
Thieves Gloves on the Fiora, I think that makes sense with the lack of items. Just going to go the longest way with as little components possible.
Instead goes for the Dragon's Claw on the Rakan. Was getting aggro from a lot of those magic dealers early in this fight. Hopes the rest of the board survive. The problem with this board, though, is Karma does not do that much burst damage, and so will it be able to take it down? The CC coming through from the Zilean is huge.
Absolutely. Zilean can make or break fights sometimes, getting that CC onto some backline divers. Coco is going to find a win against ArcJao there in that fight, and Coco actually landing on a Varus, but what is... okay, gets the world being that charm that gives a copy of every single floor cost. Yeah,
this is a really good charm, only spawned by Xerath. Really gives you a lot of those needed units. We see a lot of pairs being found now, but also just generates gold for you. You straight up make a lot of money. I think it's only 16 gold or something
to buy. I thought it was 36 gold to buy the charm. Actually, I thought it was like a ton.
Well, I'm saying you
make 16 gold. Yeah. I think you do make gold still because there's so many 4-cost units, so it is still a net profit there.
Man, this fight is a little bit sketchy. If that Swain gets upgraded, you see 6 copies total. This board is going to be a force to be reckoned with.
100%. That is going to be Potable taking loss, but not being eliminated. Wow, just barely on 1 HP. There's a Fiora in the shop that is locked.
He's just going for pumping up value. Now at 1 HP means it is all the way maxed out. He cannot get any more attack speed.
Potable is going to be on all the upgrades he was looking for. Gwen, maybe. Briar, maybe going to provide a little bit of value, but it's just not that much at this point. See what items do come through from these Raptors. Hopefully some tank items for the Nasus.
Really not finding what he's looking for. I mean, you see him throw his hands up in the air knowing that he did not find a tank item. Ionic Spark is possible. ArcJao, though, big roll down here on level 9.
Let's see. Does hit a good upgrade of a Taric. The tower being the charm. Xerath getting that. Another upgrade in the frontline unit with that Tom Kench. Not finding Xerath 2, though. Not finding Nora 2. Now it's going to be Death Cap. Perhaps on that Xerath.
Ooh, the temporary preserver emblem for Potable will hopefully guarantee this round win. But on the other side, you see all of these golden units because of that prismatic ticket that Volta has. And they are going to be largely unkillable, especially with that D-Claw. But Nasus is still alive, which is the primary tank without great tank items. Karma also still surviving, but as the mana ramps because of the attack speed, it's not going to quite be enough. But Volta just keeps farming gold.
Yep, keeps on farming some gold. Does survive for now. Enzo dropping dangerously low at 14 HP. Trying to find something, but no.
This board.
It looks rather sad, unfortunately. just on a Wukong 2, Jinx 2. Does have the, you know, big cake stacked up from the Sugarcraft. And the Sentinel, of course, is now upgraded a little bit as we get into stage 5. Does have that Death's Defiance instead of a Bloodthirster. But it might not be enough. Enzo might be falling here soon.
Potable without any of these tank items. It's just really unfortunate. Not rolling great items for Fiora either. Now facing off against Anger Issues that we've seen be quite strong if you can't get onto these carries early. But the Fiora is trying its best to get rid of them here early in the game, but it did not work. They are continuing to ramp up so many stacks. We've crossed 100 on this Syndra, but without the resistances needed on this front line because you can't make real items. Again, a similar issue.
Yeah, definitely. Also, just doing some fact checking, it is 12 gold profit you get from clicking on the world.
Okay.
So still a solid one. It does give you a lot of either the pairs or the upgrades. So not a bad charm to click. And charm's going to be the name of the game here in this endgame situation. Enzo gets Earthquake, so a 2-second stun on the whole enemy team as long as they don't have any Quicksilvers or any of that CC immunity. The cake continues to grow, there's some big pairs. Does sell the Gwen pair for the Olaf, wanting to be as powerful as possible right now because one more loss will send Enzo out, potentially in 8th place.
Uh-oh. And this could be it. It's against that Swain 3. 2 Swain 3s, in fact, because of that Trickster's Glass. This Olaf is going to try its best to take it down, but with the healing resistance as well because of the Sunfire's burn, it is going to fall quite fast here, and with it, Enzo's hope in this game. The stack of cake will not go higher.
No, it won't, unfortunately. The front line too powerful, the back line too powerful. Everything just outmatches Enzo here in this game. As it goes out in 8th place, Potable does hang on, but Branching Out are the first to fall, making their journey here towards the playoffs, towards this game to win that much harder.
Arcjow, though, also down at 1 HP. Babzera within 1 life also. And so this is the exact situation we were in last game. Branching Out did take that 8th place, which is a bad sign, but they were able to take some of these top spots. Thankfully, though, GK Esports has some of these players that can eye that top spot. Dobbs on that 6-win streak here late into the game.
Yeah, VCLF as well with the multi-strikers reroll has really cemented themselves far up at the top. A 20 HP gap between VLCF at the top and Volta in 2nd place. Arcjow got that red buff, did not find upgrade for that Xerath, and that is a massive one as it is the primary damage dealer here with that double sniper's focus. And actually the items are gonna get moved over somewhere. They're gonna be going on to the Nora instead.
I really like this play. I think that will provide a lot of damage. This front line is quite good, so Nora has enough time to stall out a fight, but against this matchup, this is not what you wanted. These fights can end quite quickly if this multi-striker procs do start to stack up. Wow, this Nora is doing so much damage, though.
Yeah.
The further you are away from these units, the more damage these snipers focus do. And Arcjow staying alive here in this game.
Yeah, that was, I have not seen a Nora that powerful ever, actually. But look at the HP totals here, CLE.
Oh my.
Single digit HP on 4 players. 1 HP between Babzera, Potable, and Arcjow. Like Coco just having 6. And Babzera, of course, Honey's Titans does get 2 more from that healing. But on a 4-loss streak, this next round might be Babzera's end. Arcjow did win the last round, but Coco lost 2 in a row. It all comes down to this. Such an important round here between Branching Out and GK Esports CLE. All the Rage Blades for Babzera are really falling off, but they need to work out here because this is going to be a team kill potentially between Babzera and Arcjow.
And I think they know the reality of the situation. Arcjow has a really good board, an opportunity to actually even win this game if they can continue to upgrade the board and have good fight RNG. And you're seeing the reality of that here. Arcjow's board is quite strong, and Babzera's is no longer in this game, sending them out. But will it be in 7th place? Will that Tiny's Titans healing be enough to beat Potable, who also fell out?
Potable fell out in just a 1 HP difference. Potable's in 7th, and Babzera is in 6th. So now Branching Out need exactly 1st and 2nd place to win this round and clinch the 2-0. But GK, CLE, GK are making the comeback of a lifetime.
And that is the tiniest Titans diff there. Healing to that 3 HP instead of being on 1 changes an entire placement in this game. And with it, really cementing GK's chances of actually winning this game number 2. Now branching out has to go first and second place in this game to win the matchup.
Yeah, Volta is very strong here at the top, re-rolling for all of these massive upgrades. The Syndra 3, the Rumble, Galio, and Mordekaiser all upgraded. Double Archangels on the Nami as well, with 3 Mage on the board. Even as Horizon Focus. Yeah, for the Nami, that's massive.
That's so good because of the CC that comes through.
All right, stage 6, the Sentinels upgraded here for Lakoko. Rocking with a lot of synergies here on the left-hand side, 2 of everything, but going up against the Shapeshifters here. Will Coco survive?
This board is looking quite good. A lot of upgrades across the board. The Nasus is very, very big. This super tank will continue to survive throughout the fight, but will this Varus be able to do enough damage at the front line? It does not appear so. Good items on this Gwen will not be enough for them to win, and so Arcjao out as well as Lakoko, meaning GK Esports take this game win.
GK Esports send us to a game 3, and this is a hype series, CLE. When it's all on the line now, we go to the distance. GK Esports finding their first win of the event against Branching Out. They did get 2 wins yesterday to make it to this point, of course, versus Zeta Division. But now they've kind of beat their rival after losing 3 times in a row.
And history won't repeat itself. No 2-0 for Branching Out versus GK in this game. It will be a game number 3, and we're excited to see who will continue on in this tournament. And this is kind of what I expect to see all day, right? Everyone fighting for their tournament lives, understanding the stakes of what is going on, knowing that they have to perform, especially in these clutch moments, to put themselves in a spot to move forward.
100%. This game still does matter in terms of that highest average placement at the end of it all, so players still going to be trying their best, even though we already confirmed moving into a game 3. Dobbs does take a loss versus VCLF there. The 4 Incanters and 4 Shapeshifters for Dobbs, and this did come through off the back of a Bladed Jewel getting selected from that first augment choice, right? With that armory, and Bladed Jewel doing so well on units like Karma, actually we haven't really talked about yet, but it's just so much power in shredding that magic resist.
Yeah, when the magic resist gets shred, this whole board will do a lot more damage, and with 4 Incanter and the amount of AP that comes from that, with a Swain that does AP damage, with a Nico that does AP damage, there's a lot of power that can be gained by reducing the magic resist.
Yeah, now we see Volterix versus VCLF, the Vanguard Mages versus the Multi-Strikers, and it looks like it's just dominant until the Multi-Strikers get in the back line.
The Nami, though, trying its best to clean up the rest of this fight using that Horizon Focus, plus all of the scaling AP, and that will be enough to take a win there. Dobbs dropping very low. Looks like this is Volta's game to win.
100% it does. Dobbs now taking 2 losses in a row. 1 versus the Ghost as we get into the last carousel of the game. Dobbs taking Adaptive, VCLF with a Last Whisper.
Important decisions here to try and figure out a way to beat Volta's board. Level 9 for him, the only one level 9 currently. And still having some gold to roll down.
Ooh.
Dobbs is level 9 as well. And now we have a Dragon on board for Volta, so he's looking to put an end to this game right now.
Yeah, one of the strongest combat charms when we reach this endgame situation. 4,000 HP on that is great, but it deals some massive damage as well as this Syndra and the Nami. A huge frontline tank with 3 items Rumble and 3 items on the Mordekaiser is going to be going up against Dobbs, who has sold a full board. So VCLF can, of course, take that win and maybe take out Volterix. Some good team play we see here happening.
yeah, knowing who has a chance in this matchup, and it will probably depend on the RNG of these multi-striker positioning. Will call you get on the backline. We just upgraded a 4 cost to a 5 cost, and not the one that they were hoping for, not a Camille. And so rolling back down to find another Calista 2. I liked that play.
Yeah.
That was a good Hail Mary.
It is exactly that, right? The Hail Mary, the go big or go home, and it might just be them going home in this match, but they have still advanced on into the next game, and that is the more important part, as we have potentially the final round of this match.
Yeah, this should be the end here, I would imagine, after weakening their board by trying to make a Hail Mary play. This will be the end. GK able to make the comeback here in game number 2, just barely. You see Volta winning that game, and if they would have gotten that second place, possibly for branching out, they would have been able to go for that 2-0, but instead, game number 3.
Game number 3 is going to be so hype, Sealy. I actually didn't think that we would get here. Not gonna lie, I thought that branching out kind of had the number of GK Esports. They'd already beaten them 3 games in a row, but you can't do it 4 times in a row. GK finding their stride, having that momentum into that next game. I actually think that's going to be a large factor, right? Getting that confidence. If you lose to the same team, you know, time and time again, you're like, okay, maybe we just can't beat them, man. But no, they have proven that they can do it. They've proven that they can go toe to toe with the #1 seed out of EMEA, and might be able to do it 2 times in a row.
Oh yeah, and this game was such a journey, specifically for GK Esports in this game, as we check out some of the highlights from game number 2. And we saw a lot of variance this game, especially with the prismatics that we were able to pick up.
Exactly. Actually, that's funny that you mentioned that. This game could have came down to the first portal decision, right? Tactician's Crown versus Prismatic Party. And we know that GK really, really wanted Prismatic Party. The variance was in their favor this time around. All of the augments that came through, it seemed like they utilized them to the highest effectiveness. And so that might have actually told the story, funnily enough.
Yeah, and it worked out for them. They were able to use that variance, use the high-powered boards to their advantage, able to secure a lot of the middling spots in this lobby, able to avoid 7th and 8th, which is just such a crucial spot in these lobbies. If you go that 8th place, it just makes it infinitely more difficult on your team.
Exactly, right? The tiniest Titan was what let Bapzera go just 1 placement above Pas de Bull, right? There were 2 open forwarders. 1 was Pas de Bull, 1 was Bapzera. They got eliminated on the same round, but Bapzera just eked out that little bit of placement, which made the difference at the end of the day, right? It is really a game of inches as well, a game of just these little decisions, saving a little bit of HP on each round, maybe in the early game. This positioning, the charm decisions, right? There is so much that goes into every single game of TFT. And so after we come back from this break, we're going to see game number 3 between Branching Out and GK Esports.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات. لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على الهيدشوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارت معك وين ما تروح.
One game to determine your playoff lives. Will Branching Out or Geek Esports be moving on to our playoff bracket? We will have this last game to find out.
Oh, what an intense series it has already been. Branching Out taking game number 1. Geek Esports finding the fault in their game plan, finding the recipe for success, and they just need to do that one more time to advance into the playoff bracket, right? It's going to be such a huge relief when you do advance. You're not the first 4 teams to be eliminated today. There will be more eliminations, of course, when we do reach that playoff bracket, but they can have it well within their grasp. Just one more game.
One more game for the rest of their lives in this tournament for both of them. Win or go home. This game is all of the stakes. Everything will come down to this. All their preparation, all of the games they've played, all of the travel that they've had to head over to Riyadh for the Esports World Cup. And this is the decider of will they stay in the tournament or go home. Branching Out in Geek Esports.
Yeah, VCLF and Dobbs really put the team on their back in that last game. VCLF with that multi-striker reroll and Dobbs with a fantastic Syndra spot. And I was really questioning, you know, is Dobbs going to have that really star moment because they had a poor game number 1? They struggled in the first series, of course, against Branching Out, but really showing that, hey, once I am comfortable, once I, you know, have a game plan, I can execute that and pilot it all the way to the top. VCLF, of course, as well, finding that uncontested line, and that has been the kind of story to tell across this whole event as we get into the final game of Branching Out versus Geek Esports CLE. Just one more to advance.
Yeah, and curious to see what the portal will be, and it looks like it is all in favor of Golden Finale, wanting to have just a little bit of a normal looking game, not having anything guaranteed until that final augment choice.
Yeah, I guess this is already the least variance game we're going to see, right? Game number 1 with Tactician's Crown. Game number 2 with all the prismatic augments coming through. Voltairix getting a greater champion duplicator to start things off. That is, you know, -3 gold, I suppose, as that does come in lieu of another 3 cost or just that 3 gold. I have to see how Voltairix puts that to use.
I've never seen this, but I've always been curious about if you have that early 3 cost, duplicating it and selling it for gold.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's not worth it, but it's a thought.
I remember back in the day when that's been widely discussed. Some North American players complained a lot about getting those duplicator openers, but Mortdog's just like, bro, you can just duplicate a unit and then get the same gold. They're like, no, that's not worth it. That's not worth it. So they're like, okay, what are you complaining about then? You have a better spot then, is kind of what you're saying. So we'll have to see what Volterix does with that. I don't imagine that he's going to duplicate it and sell for economy. I imagine it is going to be left to upgrade a very impactful unit a bit later on, but still a interesting consideration.
Yeah, the power that does offer you on a possible level 8 roll down, or just getting that powerful 3-star unit that you need, is way more valuable than just 3 gold here in the early game. And so we do have a couple players having Syndras here early, which we see as the mark of a good game in this patch. And so looking towards our first augment, being these gold augments, Trade Sector is one that has had a lot of popularity because of being able to stack up those rerolls here early in the set. Prize Fighter, though, if you have that early board, can give you lots and lots of components.
Yeah, I think if Arcjo had a little bit of a stronger board, actually, Prize Fighter might have been a good pick. But Category 5 now, I know you love this augment, CLE, and it's a Nunu 2 already in the front line for Pot of Bowl. This is a massive tempo-oriented style of play here.
Yeah, Nunu 2, having that Rumble already, having that pair of Kog'Maws. This is the best spot we've seen for Kog'Maw, maybe even in the tournament. I'm sure someone on the other side from Geek is looking at that and said, it would be a shame if I ruined it, right?
Absolutely. We're going to need to send someone on Kog'Maw grief duty here, because if not, it could very well just run away with the whole entire game. Nunu does not have any items on him yet, so it's still going to struggle in this early game. Does get one more cast off for a bit of a heal, but Kog'Maw only having that Runeans, not going to be able to get the round win here. Not enough gold, in fact, even to level up to 4. So Potable not opting for that Minor Wish either from that charm choice.
Man, he wanted that Tristana in shop if he won. I believe that's why he didn't click for Minor Wish there.
Yeah.
Wanting to win to get that, did not quite find what they were looking for.
Arcjo with that trade sector, right? All the rerolls going to be stacking up, makes that 3-2, or if you're rich enough, 3-1 roll down that much more impactful. You're a lot more likely to hit your units before you reach an econ breakpoint that you just cannot recover from. Arcjo going for that early shapeshifter front line as well. And well, of course, with trade sector, it is more likely to run that Syndra and shapeshifter kind of reroll style of play. Look for all those 3 stars. But it is not going to be a decider, right? We still can go for pushing levels here.
Yeah, the trade sector does not really affect your ability to level. It does not really impact your gold. It just gives you those rerolls for free, 1 each round. So he has 2 in the bank right now, has not rolled a single time, it would appear. Needs to get that gold up. It was one of the flaws with this augment in the past, but now with the system changes, it makes it a lot better, because you would have to roll and then you'd have to spend your gold to buy the units that you rolled into. And so you were really nerfed as far as it goes for economy, but flexible here for Volta. Getting Mage Crest on a Syndra, super fun.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen Mage Syndra before. She just casts so much, but
it's wonderful.
If you get 3 Mage online, yeah, or more, you just boom, boom, cast. That's 2 stacks already. As Volta might be leaning towards that direction. Of course, Shojin was the slam, but still that champion duplicator that we gotta keep note of on the bench. The front line is rather lacking with just a Warwick and a Blitzcrank 1, right, with those 1-cost units. But hopefully Volta can stack this Syndra up into that critical mass.
Yeah, the good part about having Syndra with this Mage Crest on it is it fits really well into that board, right? We see that Vanguard Syndra comp have Mage already active. You can even go to that level 9, play 5 Mage, with that Nora that is incredibly powerful in the late game. And so you can find a lot of success with this mage emblem on Syndra.
Yeah, and we just saw briefly, scrolling through all these boards, that Dobbs actually took Pyro as the augment choice, so is playing around this vertical Pyro playstyle. Dobbs had a fantastic game last game and taking a big risk here. I actually do love to see that. I think that's something that GK Esports is going to need to win this series, and we've seen 5 Pyro really have some huge impact in the tournament already.
Yeah, 5 Pyro is one of those verticals that is quite strong, especially if you can get it online early, get those stacks, get those cinders that really power up the whole trait. You get that onto a blaster in the late game, you get some of these early upgrades like we just saw come through, and it can start to take over.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised even if Dobbs slams an Infinity Edge. It is a very good board. A Kali upgrade, Jax upgrade, 3 multis. Ashe is a fantastic, early game carry with this strategy in mind. She gets some extra attack speed with that Pyro as well. Dobbs, I think, should be considering summoning items here. Not sure if he actually will, though. Of course, Varus does scale very well with some flat attack damage. Infinity Edge being one of his best in slot items, as Volta over on the other side does now have a Rage Blade as well as that Shojin on the Syndra.
Man, as soon as he gets Mage in, this Syndra is going to scale to the moon. Get so many stacks, but for now, losing lots and lots of HP because that board is a little bit weak. But, he's going to roll down on that 3-2 mark, where we see a lot of people roll down on level 6 to try and strengthen their board, and he'll be all right.
Yeah, well, VCLF having Syndra 2 already this early in the game. No items on her, though, but there is Slammin being that first augment choice, so getting that extra component, and if there are no components on your bench round, you just get 2 XP for free. So being able to push a lot of levels here is VCLF. This is a pretty strong board to start things off. He did take a couple of losses, right, but still the makings of a really, really good mid-game board.
We see Volt on the other side, full sacking this round, not even keeping the Syndra in for fear of winning. And so instead, will be making 30 gold economy, as well as continuing that 5 loss streak now for them. But at the top of our lobby, we have Enzo and Lakoko, both at 4 win streaks, hoping that they can each continue, and that would be a wonderful economic advantage for branching out.
Yeah, Enzo and Coco are unfortunately facing each other, so Enzo does take the loss there. Coco maintains the win streak. Volterix, of course, fully loss streaked there at the bottom. Is rather rich, though. 40 gold about. Bapzera 4 loss streak with about the same number. A 8 HP lead, though, between the two.
Pair of Syndras is quite good. Obviously no items on that Syndra. Lakoko here, we're looking at the board that is win streaking. 3 portal that we've talked about is just so incredibly strong in this early game with some good items slammed. Obviously 2 Thieves Gloves with Sleight of Hand is quite good. Almost a half of another one here on bench for Lakoko. Hitting possibly that 30 gold mark. Yeah, will sell away that Swain.
And is maybe leaning towards Portal, right? Keeping the Ezreal pair. If Coco, say, finds a spat on this upcoming carousel, definitely a line that you can go into. It is very, very flexible right now. Already having 2 Thieves Gloves, Sleight of Hand being the first augment choice, and another glove on the bench. This is a lot of power and a big reason why Coco full win streak throughout all of stage 2. Really, really good tempo style of play here.
I'm curious to see where this board will end up, right? This is one of the most flexible starts that you can have, having only 1 real item slammed on your board. Now having an AD component on your bench with that sword. Who really knows where this will go? Category 5 on the other side for Pade Bowl. This is a great start for them. They have so many AD items, which we've seen be very important in this board, because you can duo carry, even trio carry with these hunters, and blasters with Tristana and Jinx. So a great item setup for them, but really does need to get it together. We see Volta over here at level 5 did find 2-star Syndra with 1 on bench with a good amount of goals, so didn't roll for that at all.
Wow, yeah, that's very, very fortunate for Volta here. I am worried for the gold of Potable, right? They're going for that Kog'Maw line, but they are only 30 gold, the poorest in the lobby, as we do get a prismatic augment coming through here on 3-2.
Radiant Refractor has had a lot of power recently in the meta, especially with that Spear of Sojin. I think that will be the choice here for Volta. Radiant Spear of Sojin is so incredibly strong, granting 10 mana per attack. So not only the mage hat, but also a spear to attack with.
Yeah, it makes Syndra cast every 3 autos instead of every 4, and it just gives extra base stats as well. Very, very strong with Syndra having that 60 mana pool. Volta, level 6, has a Pyro emblem now as well because he was flexible. I don't know how much he can do with that besides just slot in a Nasus maybe towards the mid or late stages of this game. But it's going to be Chrono here, as well as Witchcraft for Bapsera, who has that augment as well.
Yeah, flexible, and these are so good for Bapsera. This Witchcraft board with Karma that you play Chrono in is just staring him right in the face, having that blue buff already. This was the plan, but we see across the lobby 3 people taking that prismatic version of Support Golem that has 2 of those support items, and it's the best performing augment in the game right now to take at this point because of the power it provides. So we'll see a lot of people start to win very heavily because of these golems.
Yeah, we see 2 really good ones over there for Enzo, the Renewer, and the big gem. An upgrade of Shyvana's potentially for Arcgel, but does skip past it, in fact, and wants to roll 4. It looks like these Vanguards, finding the Vanguard of Tom Kench, which is a very, very big hit, is going to sell out of these shapeshifters, make a little bit of that gold back. Needs to find a good unit to play, however, that synergizes with that Shyvana, or excuse me, with that Syndra, skipping the Shyvana, in fact. And yeah, it is going to be the 2 Encanter being played, but no upgrades besides the Rumble is not spelling a good story here for Arcgel. 20 gold, pair of Gallios, pair of Syndras, and pair of Mordekaisers still.
This is a really bad spot to be in. No Syndra upgrade and a very, very big lack of upgrades in that front line as well for Arcgel, who is kind of all in on this with especially the trade sector having so many rerolls and just not finding what he's looking for.
Yeah, that's super low roll. That basically feels like it just like negates your first augment choice. You used all those rerolls and nothing came from it. Maybe should have gone the direction of the shapeshifters because you actually found upgrades there, right? Have to see if that does bite them in the butt here as Bapsera takes immediately this Karma being offered to them, and they already have the setup, right? You were talking about that Witchcraft and the Chrono from the flexible augment. Bapsera just gets a Karma for free.
And it's a good item too for this composition that will be quite impactful for their chances in this game. It's going to be an immediate swap of items, I would imagine, straight onto this Karma 1, and probably putting Witchcraft on there from this Swain as well. Maybe have to hold on to that for a few more rounds until you do that.
Not just swap it now.
Finding, yeah, just swap it now. Play a Tom Kench, which is a very powerful unit. Play Chrono, 4 Chrono in, so we will have a full pause with some healing. Just need to get that really important Morellonomicon on to Karma as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say, actually, what is the consideration here besides Morello's, right? Do we want the power right now? Are we gonna want to slam something like a death cap, because it is still a lot of damage, but it looks like Bapsera is greeding it out, and I think I would have to agree. Greed has to be the name of the game somewhat here for both of these teams. They're going to be looking for that first place spot, right? And even if you go 8th, right, if the rest of your team is in a good spot, you can still win out on that match. But it's going to be so rough going up against VCLF in this matchup, just because VCLF already has that support golem, has the Syndra 2, has a lot of things working very well for them right now. But Bapsera is rich, however, right? They are almost level 7, right? Still going to be on 50 gold. Finding some good upgrades, however, with that Shapeshifter Swain back in, and a Nico 2 as well.
And this board only has 3 Witchcraft, and we already saw the power and the amount of damage that came through from this board. Babzera, though, hoping for one more loss. It does appear, not putting any resources in this. Look at this Category 5 that has absolutely taken off now. 3 Runaan's Hurricanes across the board. A Hunter Spat on this Tristana makes them very strong. Gonna be playing a 4 Hunter variation of this, I would imagine, later on in this game.
Yeah, look at how many bolts are flying through the air. This is absolutely hilarious. Going to be taking out the backline here. The only worry is the frontline items, right? There's only a Sterex on that Nunu, and that's not a typically good item for them. However, the healing that comes through with this 4 Witchcraft is not going to be enough. It was looking good for a while, but the reroll Gogma, the Category 5, showing that power.
Very important win there. Lakoko, 10 win streak, 100 HP, using those Thieves Gloves to his advantage, has not lost a single time this game, and now using the immovable object as well to streak.
This is great spot recognition, and I think this is a sign of the most impressive TFT play that we can actually see on this specific patch, is if you aren't offered a reroll line or a Syndra opener, how do you find your strongest board to go fast 8 with, right? And it is using these augments like Sleight of Hand, getting all these Thieves Gloves, and just building a strong board. Coco recognizing that position so well. Beautiful to see as 3 members of Branching Out there are at the top.
This fairy emblem's pretty good too, because you're going to be playing Recon, so you can put that fairy emblem on any unit that you want to put that item that fairy makes you as well. And so you see it will continue to gain the team HP from Flexible, as well as be quite powerful. We see a TG, not exactly what they're looking for. They are really wanting that Morello.
Yeah, Morello still eluding Babzera, but got Ionic Spark. And got that TG.
Also got another mage one.
Oh, okay. Volta's gonna maybe rock like 5 mage at the end of it. They already have 3 right now because of that Galio and 2 mage emblems. The frontline upgrades
you're gonna have Mage Karma.
So strong. Yeah.
Mage Karma, Mage Syndra. That board is going to absolutely take off. Just need to find that Nami, find that Karma, get to level 8 for Volta. Use that duplicator effectively, and that board can take off. Lakoko still surviving, barely still keeping that win streak. That is what he needs. This last augment, as we know already, Golden Finale, is this... Oh, I thought he was about to take a 3rd mage hat.
Yeah, that would have been really crazy. Combat Caster, however, Volta is going to be rolling down, does find 1 copy of Karma, and honestly that is all you need at this point. Slap all those Ziggs items on there, and that is a very powerful back line carry. The champion duplicator, we gotta recognize, right, still on the bench. That could still make a big difference here, as we see Sugarcraft stacking just a little bit, and we have 5 mage on this board: Vex, Galio, Vigar, and then of course the 2 mage emblems on Syndra and Karma. They're going to be doing so much damage here. We finally have some Mordekaisers slotting in for that 4 Vanguard.
Man, it is insane that 5 mage just fits on this board now like this. Once you get that Nami specifically, this board is going to absolutely take off, because Eldritch also spawning. But the problem is, frontline, all 1-star, need to really upgrade something. Have this duplicator to really power up everything when you need to. But that Category 5 just absolutely fell over because of the lack of frontline.
Yeah, absolutely. The lack of frontline was really a detriment there. Just so much damage popping out for that team. Babzera, meanwhile, still going to be finding some wins here. It looks like that is a Fiora 2 with that Chrono emblem.
Fiora 2 is one of the hardest things to hit on this board. Obviously, that Karma 2 is heavily contested in this lobby, as it is in most lobbies these days. Rolling down here, see if we can find that Morgana would be an excellent addition to this board. Also, playing that alongside Preserver. But, you know, we've got a couple frontline upgrades, plus that Fiora, but the no items for that Fiora also makes that a little awkward. And so 6 Witchcraft, though, applying a lot of these debuffs and a lot of damage across the board. So I imagine this board will continue to be good.
Yeah, for Chrono Fiora is actually very interesting because when the pause does happen, right, that few seconds where only the Chronos can still be active, Fiora is going to be doing a lot of damage in that time. Curious to see what other items ends up going on her. We have that open chain vest, right? So maybe an Edge of Night going on her. We'll have to see here so soon.
Edge of Night would be quite good at making sure she survives until that Chrono break. But I think the priority right now is on this Morello. This fight would be completely the other direction, I would imagine, with that Morello, especially on a Karma 2. Not letting that shielding happen in the way it did, keeping that front line alive.
Yeah, 100%. Everyone on this board, all little legends here watching this fight. There is that Pyro board from Dobbs, rocking that Pyro Callista, had that Nasus in the front line. Ooh, for Bapsera, there is a Morgana, right? That's a huge pickup, and he, yes, goes right for it. It's not going to be a Morello's, though. Again, it eludes him, but maybe going to be satisfied with the Death Cap Slam here?
Really opens up that Preserver line, though.
Yeah.
It's just so important for Bapsera. I also think he probably might slam that Crown Guard on this Morgana, which is quite good. Yeah. Keeping her in the front line and then keeping that rod open for the possible Morello later, but he needs to figure it out now. 20 HP is not a lot to work with, but this Morgana opens a lot up for this team, dropping a couple of those Witchcraft in for Preservers. Maybe the play here, not finding Karma again, finding Emilio. If you find that Bard, having Scholar in as well would be quite impactful. Another Morgana in shop.
Oh, okay. Is actually going to be swapping up the board a bunch, right? Dropping down to only 2 Chrono, is playing 2 Preserver with that Rakan upgrade, and the Morgana. The Zillion has been sold. TG on the Rakan is very good tank items this round, but no Crown Guard or Death Cap. Now the Crown Guard goes on that Morgana, like you were saying.
Yeah, this board is looking a bit better, a lot more frontline for sure, but the damage is still lacking. Just mana items on this Karma and not a lot of damage coming from any other source. No items on this Fiora basically. And so Lakoko on the other side, who did take a loss last round, has now spent a lot of his gold. He used a lot of his advantage and is stabilized at 91 HP.
Yeah, with 8 Portal, it looked like there. That is a massive kind of pivot in composition. Utilized a ton of gold to do so. Everyone nearly broke in this lobby. But wow, look at how this board is kind of, you know, shaped together, and that Keeper's value as well.
8 Portal, but no Spatula. Like, this is not something we've seen at all. We've seen it with 1, 2, even 3 Spatulas in this tournament. But with 0, 8 Portal being active means you're playing a lot of these low-cost units. He's obviously trying to push his tempo, trying to continue that win streak, continue those ways. And with Keepers and a movable object, the amount of resistances with this big HP bar and that giant shield makes this very difficult for anyone else to get through.
Yeah, there is maybe even too much shielding there. It's not even getting the full value, honestly, with all that Portal shielding and the Keeper's shielding and the extra resistances that Randuin's does give. I don't know. Coco's teams might be, you know, unkillable for now. I don't know if anyone actually has the damage.
Yeah, but the thing we need to keep our eye on, Geek is getting quite low in this lobby. Obviously, Possible is down there as well. But 1 life for Bapsera, 2 lives for Arcjao and VCLF, and 2 lives for Potable as well. It is a dire situation for Geek. They really need to move themselves up this leaderboard and get their boards stabilized.
Yeah, for Geek is not looking great. Even Dobbs, losing the last round, drops to 35 HP. Maybe just 3 lives left for him if there are bad losses coming through. Enzo somehow has picked up, you know, a Cassiopeia 3. She does do a ton of damage. Meanwhile, Arcjao for Geek is able to level up to 8. Hopefully find 1 Karma to slot in. Not quite yet, however. And there's not really any items on this backline besides for the Syndra.
Any Incanter would really work. Slamming a TG will be great. No encounter found. Babzera still no upgrade on that Karma, but now has 2 anti-heal items that were just slammed. That Morello on Karma is going to be awesome, but the red buff on this Morgana is what he has left.
Yeah, it's going to be spreading the anti-heal a little bit faster. Of course, it'll be spread anyway, but against Volta, can Babzera actually hang on? Because Volta's so strong here. I don't know if it's going to be the case. Babzera just won life, and no, it's not going to be enough, CLE. Babzera, hands on his head, realizes that that was an unfortunate way for that game to end for him, especially with how good of emblems that he got. Babzera takes 8th, Archdale takes our loss, and down to 7 HP.
And that is not what you wanted to happen after that neutral stage in stage 5, because what you're looking for is wins out of those bottom 2 players stabilizing. Lakoko taking this artifact anvil here. Good options.
Yeah, maybe Ludens for Rise. Yeah, Wit's End.
Wit's End sounds good too.
I don't think it procs when he's casting though, so it maybe loses a little bit of value there. It is going to be rapid fire.
RFC.
Yeah, I mean a lot of attack speed, getting him to that cast faster. I don't mind that one. Probably, I would have thought maybe Ludens is better, but hey, rapid fire might very well be the best option. Pot of Bull here with all of these Runaan's Category 5 play.
Yeah, but there's so much healing and shielding. It is hitting onto that Syndra, but not doing any damage basically. I was so excited about this augment a few games ago yesterday, and it's not looking too hot in this game.
No, it's very creative. It's very fun to watch, but not really making it work out here, unfortunately. VCLF drops low, and oh no, this is looking so dire for Geek Esports. They are all now on single-digit HP. I don't even know if it's mathematically possible, depending on matchups, right? Depending on Desperate Pleas, like maybe they have a chance, but it is looking so dire.
With the 8th place, that basically means they have to go first too. So it is, unless there is a miraculous comeback, specifically by Arcjao, who we've seen start to win a couple rounds, this is going to be quite difficult. We see this board on the other side that is very strong. But the Cassiopeia is not as strong of a carry as the Syndra is, and as this board wraps around the Wukong that is nearly unkillable sometimes, the CC coming through will provide a challenge to this board. The Wukong will fall, not yet. The massive shield coming through is huge. Cassio does bring down the Syndra. Arcjao falls down, and that means, officially? Yeah, 2 members of Geek drop out. And so branching out, moving forward into the playoffs.
Oh man, branching out, make it happen. They might even do the 1, 2, 3, 4 if VCLF drops on the bottom 4 too. They could advance in style, but such a good run from Geek Esports, right? Fighting their way back to this point in the lower bracket, being 1 game away from advancing, and that makes it so much more heartbreaking that they do fall in this matchup and will not be moving forward into the playoffs.
We've actually not even had a 1, 2, 3, 4 in the entire tournament so far, and so this would be a dominating fashion, a great way for them to move forward. VCLF rolling everything they have, trying to get this board in a spot, but a Blitzcrank 2 being the main tank in this composition probably isn't going to be enough to ever challenge for much more than this top 4.
Yeah, VCLF trying to, but going up against a very strong board of Volta with all those mages.
Yeah, it does get a pretty good Zephyr, especially onto this Nami that is going to have a very critical cast, but the board, the front line is disappearing, and with it will VCLF. Will we see the 1, 2, 3, 4?
Let's see, he falls, Pot of Bull falls as well, but it looks like Pot of Bull might have more HP. We'll see when the standings are going to be updated here, and yes,
there it is.
The 1, 2, 3, 4, the most dominant run we have seen in a single match in this whole tournament, branching out, advance in style.
One of the things here for this matchup specifically, is Lococo, and the pressure he put on this lobby with that win streak, and now just playing a super creative board that's not super strong in this late game as we've seen, but just knowing that, hey, I did my job, I won through a lot of this mid game. Now Volta, Enzo, you guys with these strong boards, you guys can take care of the rest, knock out GK Esports, and with it, the 1, 2, 3, 4 is incredibly impressive.
It is the most dominance that we have seen, of course, as we're just getting a little bit of this final few rounds action. Actually, we're gonna be here for a little bit because they're pretty healthy, right? Coco is 61 HP, Enzo 53. Definitely want to, you know, not understate just how dominant that this game was, right? Not only is it a 1, 2, 3, 4, but it was a 1, 2, 3, 4 with like a lot of HP to spare. GK struggled from start to finish. The amount of pressure that you're talking about that Coco put in the lobby, but also Volta, right? Volta with those mage emblems, right? We could say it's a little bit of a high roll to get double mage and be able to play kind of that style very effectively. He did hit, you know, kind of some useless emblems, right, with the Honeymancer. The Sugarcraft now does get a little bit of value, but getting the mages when he did was just so powerful. But a key thing is, right, and playing it so well.
Yeah. I mean, having those 2 mage emblems is obviously a little bit of a high roll. I don't think anyone would deny that. But, we might be seeing a Rise 3 here. We are 3 away, and I imagine these guys will have some fun with the end of this game. Maybe each of them, you know, I'll take this 4 cost, you take this 4 cost. We'll see which one is better.
Yeah, 100%. We do get some more items coming through, of course. 3 rises away. We have 20 gold in the bank, so we'd have to hire a little bit to hit that rise 3, but maybe, hey, some of those charms will be providing some of that economy, or maybe even a duplicator as well.
These fights, although they do not matter for the match, you know, bragging rights and also MVP performances across the tournament are quite important to each of these players. There's a $50,000 prize pool for the most valuable player across this tournament, and so each of these players fighting for that chance.
Yeah, 100%. That's going to be something that all players, at least who advance, are, you know, eyeing on, right? If you have that most valuable performance, if you have the kind of highest average finish, then 50K is pretty darn good. That's like, you know, placing top 2 at like a world championship event, right? That's gonna be the money you walk away with from getting first place in the whole event, split amongst, you know, 4 players. So definitely nothing to scoff at here. Very important rounds, of course, still happening. Volta running away with the lobby though. 10 win streak. Wow, just such a powerful 3 items across 3 carries in the backline here. Such dominant fashion.
And will he be able to take down this Poppy? The answer is yes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The Poppy might have just one-shot the whole board there. That was really scary.
Yeah, 1-star Poppy, the most powerful unit in the game.
Hey, a spat.
Hey,
Level 10 with 1 Poppy, exact gold.
The level 10 roll down. Let's. Okay.
Wait a minute.
Hold
is
on.
this the Soju special? Level to 10, roll once. Wait, we can't even roll once. Wait a minute.
The Lococo special, the classic.
Yeah.
One of my favorites. Oh, we're sacking?
Yes, we are.
What are we waiting for here?
Maybe trying to give a certain player the MVP. Could be the case here.
Very possible. I'm curious to see if we're waiting. Oh no, Lococo was the guy that had all the rises. That's what definitely happened. He rolled it all the way down for rise 3. Did not hit.
I see. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. Also, right, this Cassiopeia 3, we didn't really see that in the mid game, but it kind of just snuck up on us, and yeah, it's doing a lot of work. Rage Blade and that Gunblade as well. Not only does she pump out so much damage, but she's gonna be healing the whole entire team too, and that has been in effect the entirety of the game.
Yeah, I think as a secondary carry to this Karma that's just blowing up teams with near perfect itemization, the Cassio's doing quite a bit of work as a secondary carry there, and just a main healer with that Gunblade.
Yeah, Coco taking the Vanguard for fun as we have just the last couple of rounds of this match. And so, of course, that support golem was a huge factor in them being so dominant. Coco.
Vanguard Poppy is unbeatable.
Imagine there was some like crazy bug that existed, like if you have just like one unit on your board, you put like an emblem on them, they just like can't die or something like that. It was like, you remember the bug that happened in the past where it was like the unkillable, was it like Garen or something, where you like kept putting the remover or like on him and he just kept like stacking HP?
Yeah.
Something like that.
There's been a couple of those that just break the game that are just like so bad. Did we get it? Oh, we got another mage emblem. We have 7 mage in currently because of that charm giving that temporary emblem. That is a lot of damage.
Yeah, that is. Did he kill a single unit? Maybe one. That's a lot of Wukongs.
I have no clue. Yeah, we're gonna roll it all the way down for it because he knows that he is not going to beat Volta's board.
Wukong, hey!
Okay, now we're gonna roll for the upgrade charm. Here we go.
We're gonna
roll for the upgrade to 4 cost.
Yep. No, that's not it. No animate.
Not
no bramble.
No.
We didn't have the gold to buy it even if he rolled into it. So.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, I have learned this tech and I'm gonna use it someday.
Yeah, honestly, if you're in a 1v1 situation there at the end, top 2. And you're like, okay, I've lost the last like 5 rounds versus this guy, you might as well try the tech, right? It could be the difference between you winning the game and you know, getting second.
Someday I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna clip it, I'm gonna send it to you and be like, look what I learned.
Yeah, actually, please do. Be like, yes,
this is fantastic.
We have learned, we have scaled all of the knowledge that these fantastic TFT players are bestowing upon us and the world, as branching out, of course, wins that lobby, wins their matchup versus GK Esports. Again, definitely want to sing the praises of GK. They fought very hard to get back to this point. It was well within their grasp, but unfortunately, it just was not in the cards for them today. But hopefully they come back stronger next time.
Yeah, and they should not be sad about their performance here in EWC. They ran into some powerhouses in their groups, and they were able to not only come back from the 2-0 that they had in the first round, but then they were able to 2-0 someone and take a game off branching out that they got 2-0 by in the first section. So a good comeback by them, not repeating history and putting up a good fight.
Yeah, definitely put up a very good fight there. See the handshakes at the end, see the defeat on their faces a little bit. It's such a heartbreak, right? I mean, myself, of course, being a competitor in the past, being so close, you can taste it, you can touch it, it's just right there, but falling so short. As we take a look at some highlights from this series, right? The story of how we got to this point, how we got to a game 3 CLE, but still at the end of the day, branching out took it.
Yeah, this last game, we saw some creative lines that GK was trying to pull off. We saw the 5 Pyro, we saw the Category 5. It just, Category 5 was for a Pate Bowl, but we saw a lot of these creative lines that just did not end up working out. GK dropped out all in the bottom 4 in this game. It was not their game, but that's all right. Able to push it to that game 3 is still impressive nonetheless. And then the victory lap here for Volta and Enzo. The 1v1 to the death.
Didn't actually notice that the Twitch was on the board there. That's funny.
Oh, it was a Mage Twitch.
Yeah, Mage Twitch with the charm that gives you that 3-star 1-cost unit, putting that on the board. GK Esports might go home, but they should not be unhappy about their performance, right? As you were saying, they fought hard to get to this point, and they fought valiantly. Branching out, of course, being the #1 seed from EMEA. 8 Worlds appearances between them. 3 of those members also had pretty solid runs at the Vegas Open, so they have already competed at LAN before. They have already had all of this, 4v4 experience from the Super Brawls, so they were favored, right? But it's still nice that GK brought them into that final game.
And we're starting to see the picture of what our quarterfinals of the playoffs that will be played today starting to look like. Branching out will be facing T1 in that first round, and so that will be a very exciting matchup, seeing if they can have some sort of redemption back in the tournament. They have earned their spot in the playoffs, and so we're excited to follow along with them.
100%. This playoff bracket, man, it's gonna be so stacked, but there are favorites who have gone home already, and so the teams that are there, we gotta be looking at, you know, who's going to be actually the top dog of the day as we take a look at the MVP of this series. It is going to be Voltairix from Branching Out.
Yeah, Volta with just an excellent performance across this match. Was able to put the team on his back when they needed it. They had Volta went of 6th place and then went 1-1 to finish out our game. We have the MVP highlights here on screen. Him just absolutely dominating some of these lobbies.
Yes, it's going to be, you know, him going out in 7th, but then having 2 very good performances after. Oh, excuse me, Volta, right? I was looking at Pot of Bull, excuse me. But yeah, Volta having such dominant performance in this, and especially that final game, right? Piloting all these mage emblems, finding the Syndra early, but then still being able to convert that in these first places is just so impressive. And in just a little bit, we're going to be talking to Coco and get their, you know, emotions through that series, because that was a long one. That was a rough one, right? Especially going to a game 3. And we do have the interview online now. Coco, congratulations on winning that series.
Hello.
What are you feeling right now that you have locked in your spot into the playoffs?
Yeah, we are really happy to go to the playoff. It was really rough, especially yesterday with the second game. It was really close against the Wolves, so yeah, we were really devastated after that loss. So yeah, we're really happy that we managed to come back this one. And really proud about the team, the mindset. So yeah.
Yeah, a great showing in this matchup here today. Very high stakes, right? Getting that place in the playoffs. I want to talk about what it kind of felt like to face this team twice in the group stages, having to face GK Esports once again. Was it more challenging the second time? And what did you learn about this team that made you guys have the advantage?
Yeah, it was really harder. The second time they learned a lot, I think, after the loss against us. So I don't know what can I say about them, but I think we had the advantage at the first one because we were really playing meta. Playing Syndra, reroll, and they were playing a lot of fast 8 angle that doesn't work really well in this patch. So yeah, and yesterday with the loss against Wolves, we have learned to play more aggressive this time. I think. The game today showed that we were 2 of us were on we were excuse me win streaking a lot of games, so it was more simple like this.
Yeah, definitely. I want to get one more question before we let you go prepare for the playoffs, but I want to talk about this 4v4 format, right? This is one that EMEA has some experience with in the Super Bowls, but how are you liking this format overall? Do you like 4v4? And how is your team approaching it?
I love 4v4. Yeah, in France, we have done 2 tournaments of 4v4. I've done one in set 2 and 3. And 4, I think. So no, yeah, everybody likes this format. It changed a lot, it's more fun, and like we say with my teammates, you can go 8th and still be happy.
Yeah.
And so yeah, and with the approach, yeah, our approach is to be prepared about the meta, and we choose one to play on lose streak, one to play to the win. Volta is our winner, like you can see. Yeah, each one of us has a role, so that's how we have prepared for this format.
Well, congratulations to you and your
Thank
whole
you.
team. You guys played excellently. You guys will be moving on to the quarterfinals and the playoffs, facing off against T1, and so we are so excited to watch that. Thank you so much for your time, Lakoko. We are looking forward to locking in another playoff team in our next match, Crowan.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to be seeing Twisted Minds versus MSJ again. Another rematch, another slugfest that I am excited for. We saw the rematch between, of course, Branching Out and GK Esports go the distance. And are we going to see that between Twisted Minds and MSJ? I think there is some potential for it, CLE.
Yeah, and one of the interesting things about this matchup is that Twisted Minds is one of the favorites, and MSJ upset them in the upper part of this bracket, sending them down here. But sadly, MSJ wasn't able to close out and win against Team Vitality, and so now has to face off against now their new foe. And we will be sending to a quick break while we get ready for this next matchup between Twisted Minds and MSJ. We'll see you back here in a few minutes.
New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch, and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
The final decider match of this tournament. You see them here on your screen. The rematch between Twisted Minds and MSJ. Who will secure the final playoff spot? Who will move on to the quarterfinals in this 4v4 tournament?
Twisted Minds boasting some of the best players, not only from China, but in the world as well. We got Ryu, Hwanmei, 62nd, and Snowy, of course. Everyone who pays attention to competitive TFT knows Hwanmei got first in the Reckoning Championship, got third in Dragonlands, and also got 11th in Fates, 26th in Gizmos and Gadgets. He's been to Worlds so many times, and he really is the star of that team. But meanwhile, MSJ have on Cosmo, Panda, and Almumu. They have 3 Worlds appearances with them as well. On started competing pretty recently in Runeterra Forge and doesn't really have many results until now. MSJ upsetting Twisted Minds was a shock to everyone, and let's see if they can do it here again. Make sure to get your vote in, right? You can go to stcplay.gg to see if you want to, you know, support Twisted Minds with all of that caliber of play, or if you think that MSJ can make the upset happen here again. CLE, what are you thinking about it?
Man, it was very interesting. We've been able to watch both of MSJ's matches so far. They had a dominant victory, a very surprising victory over Twisted Minds, and we're going to see that rematch here now, but absolutely got destroyed by Team Vitality yesterday as well. And so it's going to be interesting to keep our eye on that, where for this team, they're making their comeback. They were able to 2-0 KC, which is another one of these powerhouses. Twisted Minds is coming back with a vengeance, and I think that they've had their wake-up call.
100%. So before we get into this match, let's hear some words from one of our teams as they talk about this intense rematch.
Hi everyone, Momo here. I have with me Hwanmei from Twisted Minds coming up against MSJ. In the first day, you guys had a bit of a rough day going losing 0-2. And for the second day, on the other hand, we feel like you guys stepped it up. You won against Carmine Corp, and we saw a better gameplay overall. So what changed between day 1 and day 2?
在第一天的比赛里，我们非常艰难的0-2输给了 MSJ。然后在第二天的比赛里呢，我们又玩得非常帅，2-0战胜了 KC。想问一下，我们在这2天里做出了什么改变？我们第一天其实因为我们训练的时候赢的都比较多，然后玩的确实有点松懈大意，然后导致决赛圈2把都是差一点点被对手拿下了。然后第二天我们就是细节上也做好了，然后也是观测了之前的打法，然后玩的也是就是运气也特别好，就有点碾压的2-0拿下。
We win a lot in the previous scrims before, and when the first day game match, although we lose, it was very close match, 2 games. And in the second day, we changed our a lot of play methods on the details, and win the games the second day.
Well, that clearly showed. And we saw the first win yesterday from like Wukong Syndra comp. from 60 seconds. And I'm like really interested to see, because all the players in Twisted Minds, they play Syndra. It's the strongest comp currently. Which variation do you prefer most of Syndra?
在昨天的比赛里面，60玩了悟空辛德拉，然后我们看到 TM 的好多选手都玩了辛德拉这个阵容，然后你觉得辛德拉这个阵容的终极展开方式究竟应该是什么？
重转辛德拉是一套就是非常常规展开也容错比较高的阵容，但如果论上限的话，肯定还是配德鲁伊的悟空会更好一点。但德鲁伊的悟空是刚需石像鬼板甲的，60 second 那把也是正好前期嫖了2张猴子，且正好有10板甲才考虑完成德鲁伊辛德拉的。
Okay, the normal Syndra is very smooth destruction, and it don't need much equipment, and it just will cost less than Wukong Syndra. Like 60 Second has played that round. He is very smooth in the beginning of the game, and he get really great equipment for Wukong, and that is really hard to get. So Wukong is harder.
Okay, well, that was it from us in Stream B. Thank you, guys. Back to you.
Here we go, getting ready for our next match between MSJ and Twisted Minds here as they are prepared and ready to roll on stage. We see both these teams ready to rock and ready to prove themselves and get that spot in the playoffs.
100%. We heard some words from Hwanmei on Twisted Minds in preparation of this rematch, right? MSJ got the better of them the first time round in a 2-0 fashion, looking to do it here again. It would, of course, many would say, would be an upset. Twisted Minds have done their preparation, done their homework. Very solid players on that squad, looking to make it into the playoff bracket. And that's what's so intense about just these first couple of series, CLE. It's you win, you get significantly more money, you move on to the playoffs. Sure, it's gonna be single elimination there too, but if you lose here, not top 8ing just feels that much worse.
Especially if you're a team like Twisted Minds, that is someone that we all looked at and we're like, yeah, this is a team that could win it all. This is the powerhouse team from China. But as we've seen, some of these powerhouse teams have already dropped out in the first round. Fnatic dropping out was the America's powerhouse with 2 world champions on there. We saw KC, which was regarded as one of the best rosters, if not the best roster in all of this tournament, also getting 2-0'd thanks to Twisted Minds. And so Twisted Minds hoping that the hype isn't too much for them and that they can live up to it.
Yeah, that's a good call out, right? Twisted Minds 2-0ing KC, right? Maybe this just isn't KC's tournament. You know, not really sure. They just kind of underperformed, I guess we will say. But still, to go toe-to-toe against that caliber of player, right? And to be able to come out on top, MSJ's got the sauce, it seems like. But Twisted Minds, of course, can still do it. We are just a little bit away from getting into our game number 1 CLE, but there is just so much pressure, right, on all of these players. I think this series could go either way. I think it could go the distance, could go to game 3, because, you know, we saw the rematch versus branching out in GK go the distance, and very well could happen here again.
My prediction going into this one is that Twisted Minds is playing a little angry. They did not want to lose a single match, and so I don't think they will in this rematch. I think they will absolutely dominate here, but we were surprised before, so I'm not putting it out of the question whatsoever that MSJ will shock the world once again.
Yeah, definitely. And looking back on the first series between Twisted Minds and MSJ, there was really just standard meta play happening. There wasn't any spicy comps, like any Pyrola or anything like that, but we are going to see what compositions, what the results are going to be after this one as we get on into game number 1 of Twisted Minds and MSJ. And I already know what the oh no is for, CLE. It's all the Mold Diver here yet again.
This is the nightmare. They're back. All of the Mold Divers back in games together. You can't tell them apart, and all they do is dig graves, and it's just kind of rude. So anyway, here we are in game with everyone on the same little legend.
If you dig 8 graves and only 4 people fit in the graves, what are the other? You know, maybe that's, you know, let's just not think about that. You know, mold divers do the thing, and yeah, we're just gonna be sending the best team forward here.
But they still won't give Graves a cigar. Am I right?
I had forgotten that that was actually a thing. That's so funny. No, Graves not allowed to have a cigar. That is bad. Okay, no cigars allowed.
But we dig Graves in game.
Yeah, in game. Mole divers are just digging. Okay, they're not graves, right? They're just little mole holes, because that's what moles do. They live in the ground. You know, it's very, very common known fact. I learned that in you know, in science class. In biology. We learned about animals, and moles dig their holes into the ground.
TFT is a great game that we're watching right now on. This is a good transition for sure.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
We have so much gold given to each of these players in this beginning stage of the game. You know, stage 1 isn't that entertaining most of the time, but when people have decisions to make, like making 10 gold and selling some of these important units, we see here for Snowy that he probably will make 10 gold here. Yep, and we'll have that good economic advantage. Looks like 62nd and Huame also going that route. Gold augments to start will be pretty influential with this Syndra, knowing that Snowy wants to get those perfect items, taking that Pandora's items, sorry.
There was the choice of that sleight of hand, and we saw in the last series it be so good from Coco, transitioning it into a portal, but streaking for the first 10-11 rounds of the game. Snowy, however, having an early Syndra, wanting to slam some items. Didn't really get anything simple right now, but hopefully they do in just a round or two.
We have 2 players that chose Epoch, giving that XP and rerolls on the beginning of each stage.
Yeah, a little bit of XP, wanting to go more of that tempo style of play. We get some good frontline and backline upgrades, actually, and still 10 gold for Ryu. Going up against El Mumu in this match. El Mumu's board is just not going to be as strong, unfortunately, but also an Epoch player, so probably the end of this round is going to sell up to 10 and is going to go also for that tempo style of play. Nearly half the lobby is level to 4 at 2-1 with El Mumu, Ryu, and On.
And also in this lobby, we have 2 players playing Replication, giving 3 copies of the same item component. So many people possibly going that Syndra route. Often you would take Bow there to get that red buff, usually plus either Gwynsu's or that Nashor's as well. Cosmo, though, already with this Kog'Maw too.
Yeah, that is super early for a Cog too, but I feel like we've seen situations before where there is an early Cog mod too. It looks strong, but then you look at the other side and yeah, it's contested.
This might be, is this the first hero augment we've seen?
Of today or the tournament?
No, of the tournament. I don't think we've seen hero augments nearly at all.
I think we might have seen one, but yeah, definitely unfavored, because I think we talked about a little bit yesterday of the lack of hero augments probably being that, hey, if you pick that, you're locking in your strategy. Everyone's gonna be scouting you knowing that, oh, okay, you just grief that unit, and it makes it infinitely harder for you to hit, infinitely harder for you to have a good placement in that game, so players were typically just kind of shying away from them.
Snowy finding important units. There's a Nunu in shop, so maybe they pick that up just to grief the other players in this lobby. 2 of them obviously wanting this Nunu on their board. A pair of Syndras as well with the 2 Vanguard with 3 Eldritch. This board is very strong, and imagine we'll start winning a few rounds in a row.
Yeah, lost on 2-1, but with upgraded Vanguard, with upgraded Eldritch unit, making that Eldritch spawn just a little bit more powerful, as we have MSJ's Panda. Only 1 tier, but the tier's on a Nunu though, so I guess prioritizing the front line, that makes a lot of sense with that Sweet Tooth hero augment. Going to only go for the Kog'Maw items after the Nunu is already itemized.
Again, we see Panda with that Sweet Tooth augment, which is very, very interesting. We'll keep our eye on that throughout the game, on its performance. But for Twisted Minds here, not looking like we have someone super dedicated to that loss streak. Maybe 62nd, who is on a 2-loss, but El Mumu and Panda both holding down that loss streak for MSJ.
Yeah, they are getting the first picks. Panda grabbing the rod, El Mumu grabbing the tier. El Mumu having a vest and a bow to work with. Panda, of course, having another tier and having the glove. So not really a slammable item, it seems, unless you want to go Archangel's Nunu. I think that's definitely going to be actually that is really, really good. I was like thinking Redemption for some reason in my mind, but no, Archangels with that big scaling is going to allow him to heal up pretty much to full whenever he casts later on in the game when he gets all that HP.
And as we looked at that bottom of the screen there on the carousel, it looks like we might have 4 Kog'Maw players
no way.
in this lobby. Hwanmei is playing Kog'Maw, has Kog'Maw with 2 slammed items, that red buff and that last whisper. We have many players playing that front line as well. On is holding 2 of these Kog'Maws on bench because he knows the reality of the situation. We see Hwanmei across the way. That is very clearly a Kog'Maw spot. And so we have Kog'Maw players and maybe only 1 Syndra player.
Yeah, well, at least 1 player per team is going to be kind of committed to this Kog'Maw line. Replication on both sides. For On, however, it was the Rod being the choice there, slamming Death Cap, and now the Morellos on this Jace. On the other side there for Hwanmei, it was the bow.
I never would have thought of Jace as an AP item holder, but that did so much damage in this fight, and is obviously on this 4-win streak, which is quite good. Again, we have this Kog'Maw 2 here. They probably look like they're going to be pivoting off that, but Hwanmei is clearly committed towards that route, and it looks like El Mumu is as well. Now slotting in a Syndra.
Wait, okay, this is 3 players of MSJ who have Kog'Maw openers. Panda has the Sweet Tooth augments, so we know that they're committed, but Cosmo and El Mumu as well have at least the units on the board. It looks like El Mumu is going to pivot towards Syndra, though, because surely 3 players in the same team don't contest each other, right? That just makes no sense.
That would make 0 sense, and I'm sure he even asked, Panda did, before taking that augment, hey, anyone looking towards Kog'Maw? No, you guys good? Okay, I'm taking this augment. But here we are with almost all of them going this direction. 62nd has that Death's Defiance on bench here, playing multi-strikers. It's not on the Kassadin quite yet, but would be quite powerful.
Yeah, I guess wanting to go for that loss streak, right? 4 loss, still preserving a decent amount of HP, still being at 82. Death's Defiance could find its way onto Nikali later, or just be double healing on Kassadin and foregoing a survivability item. Maybe just going for something like a Archangel's, Nashor's, Rage Blade, you know, to get that AP, to get that fast attacks going on. But 62nd is very, very rich right now.
Yeah, leveling to 5 here on the neutral round. Finding this tier that is not exactly what he's looking for.
Ooh,
now
Nashors.
has good Syndra items for fun, but will slam Nashors onto this Kassadin. Really needs that next multi-striker. Just waiting on 1 Hecarim.
Yeah, I think 62nd might be rolling until 1 Hecarim on 3-2, right? They have a bunch of gold to pre-level to level 6. Going to still have about 10 gold to roll, just kind of like, not for free, but not going below that 50 gold breakpoint. I think that will come through as we see a lot of items slammed here for everyone besides El Mumu, still thinking about what they want here, not really committed to a direction, it seems like, at this point.
It's been interesting to watch how people interact with charms, specifically in this early game. You see Panda and Hwanmei not taking this dress down charm that would be very helpful and maybe help them get through a fight and maybe kill a little bit more. Obviously Snowy on the other side with a very, very good level 6 board. But for both of them, they're losing health rapidly, and anything to help them get a little bit closer. Prismatic augments, though, at 3-2.
Yeah, support Golem being the snap pick here. Shroud is decent. The item chest is not really what you want to see. It is one of the weaker items on the support golem, but Hwanmie rolling for at least hopefully a Kog'Maw 2, a Rumble 2, does find the Kog'Maw and a Lilia upgrades, another copy of Tristana as well. This is a strong level 6 board, and Hwanmie has opted to play the Lilia 2 over the Jinx, right? That is the major decision point in this composition. What do you play on 6? Do you play Hunter and Sugarcraft, or do you play Fairy and Bastion? And Fairy Bastion is the choice there.
We see Panda holding these multi-casters, playing for Bastion. Maybe instead of this Kog'Maw route is a good idea. Your other teammate will just not 3-star Nunu and focus on the other tanks. So I'm starting to see little communication pieces come together here.
Yeah.
But instead, they have Vygar 2 already.
They have Vygar 2, so it might actually be a Vygar-focused Honeymancer composition, which, I'm not going to lie, does worry me because we have not seen Vygar be very successful so far, but we also haven't seen it come through with that hero augment for Nunu, so maybe there is a chance that Panda is going to have a little bit of breath of life here with that in mind. As we get the dice roll, always love seeing what number it ends on, and it's 1.
Oh.
No, feels bad.
-1 gold.
-1.
It sure does. I don't feel like I've ever lost a gold on that one.
I
feel like I
have. It
get 2
feels so
all the
bad.
time. Seriously? Oh,
Yeah.
that's the worst. I feel like I get 2 like 50% of the time.
Yeah, definitely got a lot of 2s. When it hits 6, though, that's when you're like, yes, I have won the game.
I've won. Thankfully, really the only risk is possibly losing 1 gold, so not too much of a risk, but a good amount of reward if you do get +4 gold. We see here Snowy not having to roll too much and does have upgraded frontline and an upgraded Syndra in early stage 3. This is looking like a great spot for them. Having Giant and Mighty as well, which keeps this front line having lots more HP and Vanguards who use that HP well, gaining that shield and resistances.
Yeah.
This is a great spot for them to continue their win streak.
Jace was, yeah, they got really Giant, really Mighty there. I guess they got the charm, or if you survive 25 seconds, you get that big, you know, that big power spike, which I actually haven't seen that charm come through yet, so that surprised me too. As in that last round, there was, of course, still that Jace with 3 items, the Shojin's, Morello's, and Deathcap, so Jace doing their best Karma cosplay there.
Important components coming in, looking to slam more and more items. We have lots of components not slammed, so a lot of people are hoping that they can get that thing that they need. You know, Hwanmie looking for that Spear of Sojin, does get that here on this carousel. And we see other Syndra players. This one looking like they're playing a similar line. Has that Karma and the Nami already.
Wow.
Now a pair of these Karmas as well. Rolling down on level 7 instead of level 6.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Leveling to 7 at 3-5 and hitting Karma too. So, all right, just hit. 3 Karmas out of the pool is going to be very, very bad for some other players in this lobby looking to go that same strategy.
Yeah, Karma 2 before a Syndra pair feels real bad.
Yeah.
You're still not anywhere close to the Syndra 2. You don't even have an extra one on bench. And he's kind of stuck also between the 2 lines, between Shapeshifter and Vanguard, not having the Vanguards upgraded, but has the Swain 2 with the movable object on there that is incredibly powerful. And Cosmo on the other side is on Grief Hwanmie duty with that Kog'Maw. You see a few on bench as well.
Yeah, we see Shivanate come through, and it does actually lose a round, it looks like, even though you were talking about that charm having such a high round win rate, but not quite strong enough versus Panda.
We see Panda, though, having really, really good Nunu items now, and this silver, or the prismatic ticket really helping with these rolls. Only 2 away from that Nunu 3 with really, really good items. That Crown Guard gives AP and that Giant Shield to start the round, and then the scaling AP with that Bloodthirster to continue to keep Nunu alive.
Pretty unfortunate that 3 of the belts went out to the Kog'Maw. Panda did do a little bit of tech of benching the Vygar to have better odds to roll into the front line, but Kog'Maw said, nope, belts are all for me.
He just needs to hold up his pants. He needs 3 of them.
Does Kog'Maw wear pants? How does Kog'Maw wear pants?
I don't know. He's a bee right now, so do bees wear pants?
I don't think bees wear pants. I don't really know.
You know that question, like, how would dogs wear pants?
Yeah.
Would they wear them over their back legs or on both? That's what's going on in my head right now with bees.
Yeah, that was kind of the intent there. Jay's still with these 3 items, but On is on a 3-loss streak right now because, yeah, it turns out Jace isn't the best carry 3 items going into the later half of stage 3.
Yeah, I'm sure On expected that a little bit, but that's going to be a big loss. And take a look at our leaderboard here. It's a little bit one-sided going into stage 4.
Yeah, just a tad. Amumu and Cosmo level 7, but Snowy and Ryu are as well, and they do, in fact, have a bit more gold on average than MSJ. On, however, is very rich in the middle of the pack there, 67 HP, and this is going to be a big roll down here next round. Definitely want to see what On picks up as we get a closer look at just the rest of the board. Panda being 2 Nunus away from that big upgrade. Cosmo, of course, as you mentioned, on that Grief Hwanmei duty with that Kog'Maw kind of style of play.
Did I see a Gwen 2 as we scouted? I think I saw one. I also saw 60-second with 3 of those artifacts on an Akali 2 alongside those multi-strikers. So some very interesting power spikes happening across the lobby in some odd intervals also.
Yeah, nothing happening on this board for Cosmo. Is going to be greeting out just a little bit longer. And actually, I expected more players to go to level 8 there. Looks like Ryu is the only player who went 8 and rolled down. So we're going to have to see exactly where that has left the board. And that is going to be a Callista Flex kind of board. Double Rage Blade being slammed, as well as, of course, that Fairy Crown.
Yeah, but also having that Fiora 2 that many people are going to be rolling down for, a pair of Gwens on the bench and a pair of Rakans also with that Morgana. So we have good workings for a Witchcraft Flex composition that we've seen be probably the most successful of these boards at level 8.
Yeah, there's 7 Kassadins on the bench there, just massively griefing 60-second there, going for that Kassadin multi-striker line. See what Cosmo ends up on, because this is AD Flex Fast 8, which we almost never see CLE. This is only an Akali upgrade. The other rolls come through and it's not really landing on much, unfortunately. Maybe just a blaster commitment here.
Makes the Ezreal 2 upgrade and then sells it immediately.
-1 gold.
Putting in a Callista now and having a Morgana. He is trying to play this same flex line that we just saw across the way, already having a lot of the units that he's looking for. So this contested line does find that Camille, though. That is an important part. But Panda finally hitting while holding everyone else's units.
Yeah, and it looks like Panda actually is going the Kog'Maw direction as well. But yeah, 7 Kassadins actually going to be a big reason why Hwanmei has not hit very many Kog'Maws, still stuck on 6 himself as well. We have not quite seen this level of Kog'Maw contestation throughout the game so far, as a whole 3 players are going for it.
I mean, you see the problems a little bit with this new augment is, although they were able to hit, at what cost, really?
Exactly.
They don't have a ton of damage. That Nunu falls down pretty quickly because it is now a carry, really, rather than a tank. And so MSJ now occupying all 4 bottom spots here, and 3 of them on a loss streak. We need to get this figured out.
Yeah, MSJ looking so dominant in the first series, but like you mentioned earlier, Twisted Minds looked angry. They looked locked in and focused, and that is exactly what is happening here in game number 1. They had good spots to win streak with, play very high tempo, and what worries me is all of the gold from MSJ is pretty much gone. Amumu just on 13, but nobody else has any. But look at the gold on Twisted Minds, right? All of them are about 30 gold. Snowy only being the poorest one with 20 still.
And if we're not winning rounds here, it is a very dim position here. The trait web for Cosmo looks amazing, having all of those units in. This is kind of the board he was looking for, but it's all 1-star. Enough to win this round versus Panda. We're seeing that Sweet Tooth augment not do too much in the later stages of this game, especially when you hit really late. But Panda, you know, on grief duty, has nearly a Kassadin 3 just for fun to grief, and as well as a bunch of Syndras as well.
Yep, a lot of gold being spent there for Grief Duty. Going into stage 4 carousel here, seeing all the comps in the overview. 62nd, of course, only multi-striker player, but they have not hit really anything. And I mean, the Kassadin's being denied, that makes a huge difference.
Even though 62nd and Huame are being griefed very, very difficult, very hard, it's not even affecting most of their HP bars. They're still higher HP than the rest of MSJ. They still have more gold than them, though they are both lower level than a lot of MSJ. They are still chilling in for. Oh
wow!
This is might be a means for a comeback here for On in this game. Having a bunch of upgrades in this front line and now having that Nora too.
Yeah, we've seen Nora do a ton of damage earlier with 3 good items being upgraded to that 2-star, so might be able to do the same here again. This is mentorship being the augment of choice there. So a little bit of buffs. Panda now having 8 Kassadins. That's so funny.
This is just so rude. It's just so rude. On the other side also having 2 of them. So they're basically all gone. Just on the bench of MSJ here, griefing their teammates. Panda, knowing that he will be going to the grave here soon, but hoping that he can kill enough units. Nora, not doing too much. It's not a ton of burst damage, so this Nunu might be able to survive and even win this round.
Yeah, the shield from Bloodthirster comes through narrowly, just one-shots Nora. Second cast, be able to do it. Hey, Nunu gets a good meal at the end of the day.
And here's Cosmo. Taking a loss in the last round is devastating. Really needs to figure this board out. Needs some of these upgrades, and that's not the one he's looking for. Needs some of this front line to be 2-starred. We see here, 62nd, abandoning this Kassadin while the lobby holding that one goes for the Akali instead with 3 artifacts.
Yeah.
So this Akali is going to be terrifying.
Death's Defiance, double Infinity Force. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though. 62nd, while they are in top 4 in the standings currently, I think it is likely that they drop into bottom 4 by the time the game is done. Almumu versus Cosmo here, though. MSJ dealing damage to each other here.
Yeah, and Cosmo will probably win this round with this good trait web high cost board with few upgrades right now. Almumu did end up pivoting off that Syndra onto that Karma 2 that we saw, but now has a blue buff on bench and instead has lesser items on their Karma 2.
We see the HP numbers of MSJ keep dropping lower and lower. 62nd does for a moment there dip into the bottom 4, but On with that loss just sails on further. 60 HP on Hwanme, Ryu having 75, Twisted Minds' Snowy having 77. This is one of the more dominant matches that we've seen, minus the end of that last series with branching out and GK Esports. Maybe Twisted Minds can have our second 1, 2, 3, 4 of the event.
The difference with this match is, like, the dominance has happened throughout almost the whole entire game.
True.
The HP bars of MSJ are just so incredibly low. Some of them only have 2 lives left. Some of them, 2 of them just really 1 life left in the later part of this game. And Hwame still hitting everything he needs. All of the Kog'Maws are now complete. That is a golden 3-star Kog'Maw. And now hitting that Rumble as well. Obviously abandoning the Nunu so that his teammate could go for that instead.
Yeah, how does this happen actually? Because Hwanme was contested by 2 players on the opposing team, still hits Kog'Maw 3, still hits Tristana 3, still hits Rumble 3, which is fine, right? That can happen, but the surprising thing is he's still at 60 HP. Like what?
I'm just gonna chalk up the player diff. I think just
world champ
Hwame's that good. Yeah, this Akali though, it is on the back line, but not doing that much damage for the items and resources that have been put into it. But the rest of that front line, the rest of these multi-strikers are doing enough. Almumu falls out, Cosmo falls out, and Panda dropping to 3 HP. This is a disaster for MSJ.
Yeah, it means On and Panda have to go 1-2, but I think that is going to be well out of reach. CLE just a couple more rounds. Panda does hit the Cog Mod 3, so at least that is something to be happy about, but just for a moment, as this next round could lock in Twisted Minds with their first round win. This is a completely different Twisted Minds than we saw on day number 1.
Yeah, they were playing a little bit too careful would be my interpretation of how that went, right? They barely lost each of those rounds, playing pretty conservatively against MSJ, and MSJ was able to take advantage of that and able to go for that 2-0 upset that shocked the world there. But now you see Twisted Minds imposing their will on this lobby, now taking out Panda to lock in their win. Panda was on grief duty, and you know it's bad news when the grief duty person goes 6th.
Yeah, Panda, unfortunately, the Sweet Tooth Cog Mod did not do enough. 6th might be good if the rest of your team is winning, but yeah, on lost as well, being tied at 10 HP with 62nd. This is the most one-sided game that we have seen by far in this tournament, and hopefully it is not going to be signifying what is to come next game. MSJ needs to lock in and do it right now.
And I like this board. It's pretty creative here from On, able to use 5 mage, especially these high-cost mages to their advantage. And it's just not looking like it's going to be enough, not enough burst damage to get through some of these units that have so much healing on them, like this Akali and the Cassidy on this side for 62nd, and like so many of these frontliners on the other side. 62nd will be falling out of the game here. Will it be a 1-2-3-4 for Twisted Minds? On does win this fight, so will not be the top 4 lockout.
Hey, top 4 for MSJ with one of their members, which at least it's not a complete blowout here in this game number 1. On is probably not too much longer for the world, at least in this game number 1. Taking an Ionic Spark on the carousel, going to buff up these backline mages, having a Nora 2, Nami 2. Nora with these 3 items, right, is a very creative board, like you called out, running the 5 mages. Not something that we've seen, and honestly, you know, I like seeing this creativity.
Yeah, I mean, you're just playing with the game gave you, right? Ooh, this is a very big upgrade. Tarek 2 with that Spark, trying to decide what to sell.
Oh,
yeah, there's Zillion Shop 2. Yeah, that's much better for this board. Able to hold on to that Rakan pair is really important, because that front line is exactly what stalls this composition. And so, wondering if they'll even swap items, possibly, if they don't hit this Rakan here soon.
Everything is grouped up for the Syndra to be having some massive tidal waves. She needs to get to the next cast, however, and there's no mana generation. But the wave does not hit the Callista. That is a big deal.
Nora obviously is a great utility champion, able to make those giant pools, but not enough burst damage to get through some of these units that have any kind of healing, like 7 multi-striker. And so MSJ completely out of this game, not quite a top 4 lockout, On able to have a little bit of redemption there.
What?
Wait, huh?
What? Why is that not a tier 3 Seraphine? Why is there like?
Is this an observer bug? Or
wait, what? One of those Seraphines looked like it was like not even tier 1, it was like tier 0.
What is... Oh, they're gone now. Okay. Bye. What was that? That was weird.
Yeah, we're just gonna, I guess, move past that one. That shouldn't have happened, but good thing it actually isn't impactful, right? Just Twisted Minds here. Being 1, 2, 3. Wonder who has the highest average placement of that team, right? Because they're probably gonna want that player to clinch this victory.
Yeah, I think that would be a good strategy. It looks, I mean, that's too much math.
Yeah, I'm not asking you to do math, Sealy. We're commentators. We don't do math. That's for the statisticians, the analysts. You know, we don't do that.
We just yap for 8 hours for the last 2 days, and then probably the same here today.
Yeah,
that's what we do.
At least it's been 8-hour days, huh? Right, and with our call time, we've been here for the whole ride here, but it's been a lot of fun action, of course. Be it a long day, but we get to see the best competitors of TFT, the best in the world, really give it their all here at the EWC. So it is worth it at the end of the day, as Hwanmi sells the whole board. Has that golem, but can't sell the golem, unfortunately. He probably would have.
Yeah, just a couple of them keeping units on their board so they can, you know, get this game over with so we can move on to the next one. Level 10 now for Snowy so we can do max damage. It's kind of fun to watch them move these games along.
Yeah, I think we have found out who is going to be the highest average placer. Ryu and Snowy, probably not it. Probably gonna be Wait, didn't Hwanmi sell as well? I think Hwan.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. I guess Snowy actually has a board.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, it's gonna be Snowy here taking the win, unless they.
They probably figured out.
Yeah.
who both of them facing by comparing their matches, and you know that person buys the 10 units.
Ah.
This is the 4v4 game plan.
Losing some HP.
You
with
see him buy a Briar.
Yeah. Wait, if you buy a new Briar, does it give you the thing back? It probably doesn't, right?
No, probably not.
Yeah.
But you can go, you know, you can roll for some charms to spend some HP, but that doesn't seem like what they're gonna do. Snowy's got enough units on the board to make it happen.
Yep. Still rocking, you know, solid comp here, but it's going to be dealing lethal to Ryu as Twisted Minds have a dominant victory in game number 1 versus MSJ.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 5 for Twisted Minds. Not quite the 4 that they were hoping for, but very dominant. You see a totally different Twisted Minds team here at this elimination stage. This is the decider match of whether or not they go forward, and so it is a completely different animal.
That was a completely different Twisted Minds from day number 1. I wonder, you know, what exactly happened. Maybe it was a coach diff, right? They do have a strong coach there who maybe got them all focused on the same page to get back to this rematch and then beat MSJ in a dominant fashion. MSJ really have to go back to the drawing board here and say, all right, Grief Duty did not work, and so let's take a look at the highlights to see exactly how this game went and see maybe what MSJ can do to improve their chances here in game number 2.
Yeah, we saw El Mumu's early Karma too. You see that on the left side, and never hitting Syndra. Had to switch items over. Was super unfortunate for him because that was not what he was hoping for. Obviously wants that Karma too, but not before Syndra 2. The creative board here from On was great, but as it was killing his teammates, we knew that it would be hard for anyone to pull out this win for MSJ.
You gotta save more early game HP. I think that is a big lesson that we have learned. Even if you end up on a very strong board, if you and your teammates are all one life, like, it doesn't really do any good. You're going to be eventually facing against each other, knocking each other out, and there's no amount of desperate pleas that are able to save you from that, right? And so Twisted Minds playing very high tempo, even playing contested, but Hwanmi, I think, really showed a master class of how you play contested and how you still are able to, you know, save HP, play a very high tempo style of play. That was one of the most impressive runs that we have seen there with that strategy. And yeah, just very well done, Twisted Minds in game number 1. We're gonna be right back before we get on into game number 2 of Twisted Minds versus MSJ. Don't go anywhere.
The upset in round 1 by MSJ clearly upset Twisted Minds, and now they've come back with a vengeance with a dominating Game 1 performance. Game 2 coming up next to see if Twisted Minds can close it out in a similar fashion that they got upset by in round 1.
It's really surprising to see the kind of night and day difference from day 1 and day 3 of Twisted Minds. Of course, they had to make that lower bracket run to be able to get back here, but they are coming at MSJ with a vengeance as we see the teams prepare here for game number 2. MSJ kind of looked lost in that last game. I would say they have a couple of people that were playing Kog'Maw. They had Panda with that sweet tooth being clicked at 2-1, and I think CLE, there's a reason we have not seen too many hero augments clicked.
Yeah, we've talked about that a little bit. Unless it's one of these super obscure ones that's not contested, maybe even a Wukong one that's not a part of any other composition per se, it's not really gonna work. Like, I'm sure like you could click Spider Queen and probably hit at least 3 uncontested. Sounds good, but that's not even one of the better ones. So not ideal.
Yeah, I clicked that once myself. I'm like, okay, I have like 5 Elises right now. This is pretty good, right? And then she carried me throughout all of stage 2, like most of stage 3. And then I think I ended up losing like 8 rounds in a row. I was like, wait, this unit kind of sucks in the late game. Just does not do nearly enough. I think I have best in slot too. But yeah, even the obscure ones, they're probably obscure for a reason. They're not really going to be putting in that, you know, performance that you'd expect out of a hero augment. And so as we approach game number 2 here and get on into it, let's see if MSJ has something else to cook up here to bring us to a match 3.
Every time I see these guys, it just cracks me up. They're going between gold subscription and completed anvil, and the portal selection will be that completed anvil, just giving an extra item to everyone in the game.
How many moles does it take to advance into the playoffs bracket, CLE?
Too many.
Too many moles. 8 moles here, only 4 will advance. 4 moles will be falling in their own, not graves, I guess, but holes they're digging, you know? They're not graves, Smile.
Yeah, no.
Back to this.
I wonder if they'll continue on with the you know, the astronaut mole divers in the next round.
Yeah, probably. I mean, it's been a theme here so far. I wonder if they, I wonder like how they decided on all going Astro Moles, right? There are 2 teams from 2 different regions. I don't know, it's crazy, but we're seeing the more Honeymancer units, which is kind of making me worry right now because of all the Honeymancers that we saw last game, and most of them did not work out unless your name was Hwanmei. Wow. But for Ryu, that component, or excuse me, that full item anvil, getting a Nashor's Tooth in the first round, you couldn't get much better.
I am surprised he popped that component anvil this early, but also not that surprised that he was wanting to stake his claim in this composition, typing basically in chat with this item slam, me Syndra / Defen. He is going to be playing this composition throughout the game, hoping that he can get a tier here with an excellent start.
Yeah, if it's a tier here, it, I don't want to say locks Ryu into a top 4, but almost feels that way, right? Unless some egregious low rolling happens in the early and mid game, but as long as you like decently roll one of those, then wow. Yeah, the Shojin is here. The Rod even is there for a Rage Blade. And do we just click Iron Assets right now?
Why wouldn't you?
If this gives a bow,
it's game over.
Oh, no bow. All right, it still could be a Morello's here, but it is going to be some frontline.
Yeah, Crown Guard.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
That makes a ton of sense. Able to give the survivability so that Syndra can still ramp up with that attack speed that they do have in the mana generation. Yep, see the items slammed onto a unit on bench. Holding those on the bench to see who their first opponent is because they know they're strong. They know they'll win regardless. Just want to make sure it's not their teammate.
I'm actually glad that Ryu didn't get a bow there because that would have been too disgusting of an opener, right? That would have been so illegal to have 2-1 Syndra with a Nashor's Shojin and a Crown Guard. We see Ryu wait to slam the items because they didn't know if they're going against a teammate or not. They still will slam the Shojins because stacks are important, but not slamming the Crown Guard. Just give a chance to Snowy to take down this Blitzcrank. I don't think that's going to happen though as the Eldritch unit comes through. It's close, but no. still more minus HP there, but still good recognition of that.
Double healing items slammed here for Cosmo, who looks like he definitely wants to go towards that multi-striker route. So we have two of these members at least going for this 2-cost reroll, but I'm sure there's more.
Yeah, and actually Cosmo picking up Spoils of War 1, as that makes a lot of sense why you would want to slam some early game items. There is a Kassadin on this bench now. Early game multi-strikers is very powerful. It does get a lot of unit kills, a lot of round wins, and so maybe able to generate a lot of economy that way. But 60 seconds, that's a lot of news coming through with that Caretakers.
This is a good spot for them to go for that Kog'Maw as well. They have that open bow. I'm guessing they probably won't lean towards the Syndra route, especially as they see Ryu from across the way with those perfect items. Thinking about what they can do, maybe going for Kog'Maw with the Nunus. That would, probably be exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah, let's see here. Pair of Syndras. The gold, however, is rather lacking for 60 seconds. Having to hold on to all of those units because they are just so powerful. Ryu getting a lot of stacks here into that super tanky Nunu. It might even end up falling here with just a couple more casts. Now it does get the extra heal off.
Boom.
But, okay, barely being taken out by 60 seconds.
That is an important loss to for Ryu, not obviously wanting to lose that round, but one of them is going to have to win streak through this stage with those early 2-cost upgrades, and it's looking like it will be 60-second. Ryu, though, getting so many stacks because you're running into one of those early game super tanks that you can just sit there and cast for a while.
Yeah.
The fight doesn't end too soon.
There was some potential of two members of MSJ to run multi-strikers. Cosmo did have the Spoils of War in the early BT hard slam, but now Mumu has already committed to keepers and has a Nashers on a Kassadin, so that's even more towards the commitment decision for multi-strikers. So I think Cosmo might end up pivoting here soon, but we'll get a chance to see that as round 2 comes to a close. For now, however, see just how powerful 60 seconds Nunu is in dominating the rest of this lobby.
Yeah, it looks like we have people pretty designated on contest some of these compositions. We have 2 multi-striker players, and I'm sure we have someone that will be playing that Kog'Maw. We see this last Whisper slammed, so that would be a good indication that that is the case.
Yeah, on to Bastion, to Hunter. Might very well be going for that. Of course, as there is some interesting choices here. Maybe a Hecarim if you are a multi-striker player, but Elmumu taking the rod away from Juanmi.
Juanmi basically open fording alongside with Elmumu with just a bunch of 1-star units on their board, trying to figure out their identity. They have some items slammed. Juanmi has that Sojin and Elmumu that Nash's Tooth, and so now having an upgraded Twitch and one of these Kog'Maws on bench, really starting to show where On is going in this game.
Yeah, On rocking with the Poppy too. This is, I want to say this is committed to Kog'Maw, but I guess it technically doesn't have to be. But holding the Tristana and the Elias on the bench definitely does signify that being the case. Eventually, those Poppy items are going to want to go over to the Nunu. The main concern is that how poor On is, right? We're already after Carousel. On only has 13 gold, and we see some players in this lobby already at 30.
Yeah, lots of gold at the bottom of this lobby. Juanmi and Elmumu both at this 30 gold and wanting to continue that loss streak that would be so incredibly important to getting that gold even higher. Snowy with a couple of these items slammed on attack speed. Not sure where this is going to end up, though. That could continue to be a Kassadin, but I would doubt it.
Yeah, the only reason that made me think that it might remain to be a Kassadin is because there was at least one player from MSJ, either Cosmo or Elmumu, going to be kind of committed to that multi-striker line, so Snowy might just be on Grief Kassadin duty. We've seen that in the last round, that kind of contestation go the way of Twisted Minds handedly, so I think they are pretty confident with that kind of game plan in mind.
Absolutely. 60-second hoping to continue to win as we hop over on their board. They are level 5. They have that Honey Mancy in to Bastion, obviously, with that Nunu 2 that has been carrying throughout the stage. But Panda's board on the other side is quite strong as well. Having Eldritch in is fantastic. With that Ash 2 as a little bit of a carry here. Also stacking that Syndra early. But this Nunu is largely unkillable.
Yeah, I wonder how 60-second is going to build this board, though, because the way that the Syndra comp works out really well for pushing levels is it needs exactly, you know, 4 Vanguards, and 3 of the Vanguards are very important, right? Mordekaiser gives the Eldritch, Tom Kench is just a very good unit, the best Vanguard, but Galio gives that Mage as well. So how do you slot Nunu into this composition? Is it just gonna be something that is, you know, upgraded for now and then you swap out when we get Giga late game? I'm not so sure. Like, the Nunu is just so powerful.
I'm not so sure that we're going to even stick with the Syndra. I think we're waiting to see these next set of items. We have that sword on bench, which is obviously good for either of these compositions. If you get a tier, Sojin is excellent on both of these 2 cost carries. And so I think obviously we'll be rolling with that Nunu throughout the game, but just unsure of where it will end up in the midterm. Tristana, though, on bench or in shop if they decide to buy.
Yeah, they want a bit more gold, perhaps. Okay, they have the potential for a red buff and a Shojin on Syndra, so this could be a commitment to this line here, but I definitely agree with you that it's not... I mean, it doesn't have to go that way. It still could go the way of Kog'Maw.
It still could go either way.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of what they want to do in this lobby. Looking at, is this line contested? Who are they going to slam these items on?
It is going to be a Shojin slam. But okay, even Shojins and red buff, they could go on either Syndra or Kog'Maw, right? It's not even indicative of a lock-in on which line.
No, it's just smart to keep the stacks going on that Syndra
Yeah.
also. So whether or not you're playing it in the late game or not, this second augment maybe will help them decide. Their next few shops will help them decide. And the lobby, who is playing what is going to go on. Obviously, Ryu on the other side is going to be playing the Syndra. That is for sure.
Yeah, it's so crazy to think about that a AP carry can field the same items as an AD carry and then be just as good, right? Nearly best in slot. It's, yeah, not every day, not every set. Actually, probably no sets that we can say that is the case.
Well, you're going to make Mortdog happy with that. 'Cause I think that's their intention, right?
Yeah, I think so.
They want to have these AD casters. They want to have this red buff be an attack speed item that's good on a lot of units, and a silver augment, again, won't really help many people choose their composition, but will give them some combat power.
Yeah, everything rerolled there, and actually, as we look at what they did actually decide, Find Your Center was the first augment rerolled. Have you ever clicked on that augment, Find Your Center?
I've not, but what I have seen do super well with that is that Wukong frontline.
Oh, yeah.
The solo frontline when you do that is incredible. Elmumu is committing to this multi-striker route with double attack speed items on this Kassadin. Not something we've seen too much, but something that can be super powerful. Definitely need to go for that BT, though.
Yeah, 100%. I actually thought that Elmumu was going to go Nashers and Archangels. I think that's a combination that we have seen pretty frequently this weekend, especially when Nashers is that first item. It will be a Rageblade Slam on the Ashe as just a little bit of supplemental damage, and going to want to bring that over into
one of the best items on any of these multi-strikers, because obviously as you proc more attacks, your Rageblade will stack faster than any other unit because of those multiple attacks here. So we see some sort of commitment here from on the other side. We have that Kog'Maw too. We have 6 copies of that Nunu as we've seen. So commitment has been made, and they will continue to roll for all of those hunter units.
Yeah, this is a really rough spot for Hwanmei. Is 68 HP, lowest in the lobby, which isn't like terribly concerning, but what's concerning to me is the board. Hwanmei isn't particularly rich. They might decide to level up to 7 next round and roll it down. We've seen some post stage 3 carousel roll downs in the previous game, and actually worked out quite well, finding a Karma 2. So gonna have to see if that is the case again here for Hwanmei.
We see this BT finally completed on this Kassadin, which is extremely important. We also have the double duplicator on bench, I don't know if we have seen that quite yet. It will be very powerful in helping them get to the place that they're hoping to with that golden Kassadin on. We're seeing the power of the Kog'Maw, the commitment there happening, but Panda with a Syndra 2 as well.
Panda with the Syndra 2. Stage 3 carousel. Let's see if that sword is picked. There actually is no sword in the carousel. That is a huge blunder. Or I guess just like unfortunate circumstance for Elmumu, as he can't get that healing on the Kassadin.
I didn't realize both of these Kassadins have Rageblade plus Nashers. That is very unique. But Snowy and Elmumu contesting one another on that line is something we've seen happen between teams most of this tournament. But Snowy having those duplicators makes him have that big advantage.
Yeah, we have a bit of rolling happening for a 60-second. It's somehow one Poppy away. Okay, this is very unique, and it actually does make a little bit of sense. I don't want to say a lot of sense, but okay, there is going to be the synergy of Incanter that's shared by Syndra and Ziggs. So you can just not run Vanguards, not run Eldritch, but still run the Syndra carry. The unfortunate thing is 60-second has not hit any extra copies of the Syndra. So maybe it's just better to, after Poppy 3 is hit, to just continue to push levels, right? That's going to allow those extra Blitzcranks to come through with that Caretaker's ally as well.
Yeah, and I think this is what the board will end up being. I think it'll be a 4 Bastion 4 Incanter line, because you'll end up playing a Cassio with this Poppy as well to get to Witchcraft and just keep powering up this Syndra that they've had for a very long time with these items on it. And so it is well stacked up. It does have the potential to carry throughout this game, just on a more unique frontline, more unusual frontline compared to normal.
Very unique, very... a thing that I'd love to see, actually, the moments where you can put a lot of creativity into your game plan, because that's just the way that the game went, but players having to capitalize on that is the most impressive thing. 60-second doing that fantastically here, as they are on the top of the standings. But there are 2 members of Twisted Minds on a 4 loss streak, dropping very low. Hwanmie did level to 7, but did not roll, so at 4-1 or 4-2, Hwanmie is going to full send it.
Oh, but Hwanmie may lose his streak here. That board on the other side is not very strong either. We do have items slammed for both sides, and Hwanmie may win this matchup. Soraka with Rageblade is not super good, but thankfully this Rumble has so much healing and does enough damage that the streak is not ruined. That will be actually just a pretty good loss for him.
I actually love when this Rumble unit is able to carry, because flashing all the way back to Season 2 of League, I was a Rumble main, and that's how I climbed from silver to plat. So seeing Rumble now in TFT still, be a part of this meta, just brings a smile to my face.
Have you tried Melted Caramel yet? Is it any good?
I have not actually even seen an augment. I have 50, 60 games, and I have not seen an augment once. I really want to try it though.
Yeah, every time I've seen it, it hasn't done super well, but you go ahead.
I will try it. I'll report back to you on that one.
Sounds good. And I will try Category 5 every time I see it now.
Absolutely.
So RLP is doomed. It's fine.
We're never going to get to Masters at this rate. Unlucky.
We're going to get stuck in the diamond mines forever again.
Ooh, some great itemization here for On, having that declaw potential. And a Lesser Champion Duplicator is really strong. We got a Jinx upgrade. We have 3 Nunus away, 3 Kog'Maws away, a potential Grief of the Syndra, but can't really afford to do all of that. At least not yet.
Yeah, there's no way they make this Syndra. They just hold 2 of them. Basically the same effect, just -1. Selling the Tristana 2 to try and roll for more of these units. Has the 2 lesser duplicators, trying to steal away maybe some of these Nunus, definitely some of these Kog'Maws away from the opposition.
Yeah, On really not hitting as much as he would have liked to. However, with all of the gold spent, with Silver Ticket being the thing that is grabbed as well, I think it's okay to sell that Tristana. There's oftentimes only room to itemize 2 carries between Kog'Maw, Tristana, and Jinx on winning that round against Hwanmie, who is level to 8 and not hit too much, unfortunately. Still has about 20 gold left to roll next round, though. But we're going to see some players, maybe Cosmo, of course, pushing level 8. And looking to see these prismatic options here and what they land on. Ooh, call to chaos.
I know it's not going to be the click,
yeah,
but
probably
like,
not. I'm the carry now.
I'm the carry now.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's just so good.
Boring. Boo. Where's the chaos?
No chaos here. Just a big golem.
I get it. Twisted Minds looking to 2-0 MSJ here in this game, and a big roll down for Hwame happening here. A lot of good pairs happening. We do have that Gwen too, which is quite important. We have that Fiora still sitting on bench, which will definitely slot in here as a piece of this warrior composition. A Camille as well, looking probably for that Callista primarily.
Yeah, has that Randuin as well with the increased range. Who's going to put that on? Okay, it's going to be on the Nico. For now, the Rise carries all of these mana and attack speed items.
Yeah, not going to go for the multi-striker route, but instead we'll go for that more mage-focused. I'm not sure we'll stick with this Rise, although it is good with Scholar and Preserver in as well. Synergies do work. We see the strength already showing here.
Yeah, the Rising 1-star are doing a lot of work, as we do see a Kassadin 3 come through for Snowy. That is very, very strong. Even a Pyro emblem actually getting a good bit of usage on this Callista, especially when she rends, right? Several units. If any of them are at that 12% threshold, they will just be executed.
And here is, I mean, and this is one of the things about the 2, 3, 4, 5 traits. It's so nice to just have that emblem that you're going to splash in. You're like, yeah, it's +1 every time. You don't have to get 2 or 3 more units in order to level up that trait. It's just one at a time.
Yeah, now On versus Snowy. A couple of re-rollers here, but the Kog'Maw versus the Kassadin.
Ooh, with a fairly good support golem also. That Aegis is obviously one of the best in the game. The Banshee is going to really help this front line stay alive, not get CC'd as much as normal. But is it going to be enough to take on this Kassadin? It is not.
Wow.
Snowy continuing their winning ways.
Yeah, pretty close. Cosmo, a player who has fast 8 of this game, being on just the Nasus 1 and Callista 1. Rakan 2, though, with TG. And Lucky Gloves actually is a fantastic pickup there. So they are able to stabilize as we get into the stage for a carousel. And take a look at all the comps here. We have half the lobby pretty much, you know, re-rolling with Snowy on in 62nd. Most of them have hit as well.
And we see here El Mumu knowing that they're not going to hit that Kassadin 3, now going for that 7 multi-striker. You see the multi-striker crest coming in from that prismatic, which is important, but also kind of giving up because they know that a Kassadin 3 has already been hit in the lobby, which will make it much more difficult. We see 60 seconds hitting that Nunu 3 and that Poppy 3 as well. But some of these level 8 rolldowns are really what we need to keep our eye on.
Definitely. Most of the gold has already been spent. Ryu leveling up to 8. Wanmi continuing the roll down as well. And for El Mumu with that multi-striker line, had to settle on a Hand of Justice instead of a Bloodthirster on the Kassadin, which is still some healing, but definitely is a lot worse.
This is a really strong Rise too now with really good items on this board. Really need to get some of those upgrades though in the front line for Wahame. Need to get that Nasus and that Fiora upgraded in order to take this board to the next level.
And even Nico, right? Nico's still just tier 1 as well.
Yeah.
Maybe Kassadin get through his front line and get to that Rise.
I'm curious if we will pivot to that multi-striker route later if we hit this Callista 2. Not sure what items would go on there, but we see even beating the win streaker in this lobby. But that is good news for the team of Twisted Minds. Hwami is going for that win condition while Snowy has dominated much of this mid game. This is a winning recipe.
El Mumu just needs one more Kassadin and then use that duplicator for a tier 3. Each roll that comes through and it doesn't hit a Kassadin is so devastating. We have 2 more rolls, 1 more, but we have to sell some of the board. Honestly, I'm down to just sell the Hecarim, replace it in the shop with a 1-star Hecarim. You know, I hate Hecarim, of course. But okay, the big thing is, though, that Kassadin 3 is going to be the difference, right? The Mumu does not have that many more lives left available in this game.
There is not a person in this world that hates Hecarim more than you.
I think that's probably
we have
true.
The bug currently.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get to see a fight here soon. We do, with Cosmo versus 60-second.
60-second with that Radiant Spear of Sojin now from this Prismatic is really, really powerful, as we have seen throughout our tournament. And now with this the 3-star Bastion frontline, we're seeing this creative gameplay really pay off. And again, MSJ is paying for it. 2 of them are in danger of going out in 7th and 8th.
Yeah, Mumu and Cosmo dropping dangerously low, and we know that if 2 members of the same team go 7-8, the remaining 2 members have to go 1-2. But even with Panda and On spots in this game, they're not looking likely for that. On did win the last round. Panda lost it. But it starts with Mumu and Cosmo trying to scrape any single placement point possible.
And this will be a very, very important stage. Can MSJ survive and keep their tournament hopes alive? Or will Twisted Minds put them to rest here in just 2 games and send themselves to the playoffs?
Ooh, Mumu not getting a bow there, really wanting another pyro, but not being able to utilize that spatula effectively at all. Like, there's no good options available. You can't craft a multi-striker emblem. Probably the only thing that could have happened well. Oh, actually is good.
Just kidding.
Okay, that is a way to do it, actually.
That charm is going to save Mumu's game, but now we just need 1 more Kassadin. So bad we need this Kassadin in order to duplicate it.
Does not hit. Have to remake the items now. TG Hecarim. What else, though? No real attack speed. It's just going to be tank items left available. Oh, man, this is rough.
Slamming everything they can throughout this fight. Finally slamming their last item, but that 7 Eldritch on the other side would like to have something to say about this matchup. Mumu falling out in 8th place. Cosmo
also falling.
Also taking a loss and dropping out. Oh no.
MSJ have to make a miracle run here. After going 7-8, they need 1-2, but Hwanmi and the rest of Twisted Minds just keep getting stronger. The playoffs are well within reach of Twisted Minds here. They just have to focus up for the next few rounds, and then moving on to the top 8 will be achieved.
And here's another thing. This is some breaking news here on the B stream. Team Falcons has now fallen out of the tournament.
What?
They have lost 2-1, and so
against
now
Navi,
it's
right?
time for Twisted Minds must now carry the Chinese crown for them.
Wow, that is insane. MSJ, though, not wanting that to happen here, as Panda's board is so insanely strong. The 7 Eldritch Syndra does take a huge chunk out of Ryu. On, however, is going to lose another round and drop into 6th place currently.
Maybe this is the 1-2-3-4 that Twisted Minds wanted last game. It's going to be close. This is looking quite dire for On. Obviously hitting some of his board, but again, he's on grief duty and is not in a position to win this game whatsoever.
No.
And so they know that this is going to be the end of the road, most likely for MSJ.
This is so rough too. Not even being able to level to 7 right now. Literally just 1 gold off. Playing that Tristana, getting Blaster, getting Fairy. Kog'Maw has a lot of work to do here.
Man, 60-second has played such an impressive game. Using that Nunu, understanding the flexible spot he was in, trying to decide whether or not to go Kog'Maw or go Syndra, and lands on this Syndra and still dominates this game with a unique frontline.
1 more round for On to be eliminated, and then Twisted Minds will crown themselves champion of the series and move forward. On, like you're saying, CLE, I don't think On's gonna be able to do it. We'll be able to level up to 7, but there is just so much power in the rest of Twisted Minds boards. Hwanmie on a 7-win streak, 62nd being at about 50 HP. It is looking like the end of the road for MSJ unless a literal miracle happens.
And I'm not even sure there's anything that they can do. Panda's board is a little bit strong with 7 Eldritch as well, but there's a lot of 1-stars and not a lot of gold to work with, where Twisted Mind still having a lot of their resources. Hwanmie on that giant win streak because the board has come together and is dominating the lobby. And if On faces nearly any of these Twisted Minds, and especially his teammate, he will be out in the bottom 4 here.
Yes, he will. Will this be the round that crowns Twisted champions? The winners of this, it's up against Hwanmie. It's not looking good, CLE.
Lots and lots of upgrades. The Fiora upgrade is absolutely massive for this board. And so we are probably going to see lights out for On. And that will be the end of the road for MSJ here at EWC.
Unless...
A fantastic showing, upsetting Twisted Minds in the first round. But now getting the same treatment that they gave them, the 2-0 victory, going to Twisted Minds.
Twisted Minds are going to advance in dominant fashion. 2 games in a row now, sending MSJ out in 8th, 7th, and 6th. A complete 180 from the series in day number 1, where Twisted Minds fell 2-0. This is almost an unrecognizable roster now with the strength, the dominance, the prowess that Twisted Minds are showing.
And it was all top 5 as well. Like that's the insane part about their day here and this matchup, is that top 5 the whole entire time. Complete domination, never let their foot off the gas. Each of the players doing their part in these games. We do see Panda putting together a pretty good board here. 7 Eldritch with the 2-star Briar is quite good. Now getting Mage in as well, so the Nami can cast a ton. But we see here, this Eldritch unit is quite strong, so it may not be the 1, 2, 3, 4 again, unless the Syndra has something to say about it. No, Snowy will drop out instead.
Snowy drops out, and so one member again of MSJ does sneak into the top 4. But it is not going to be enough, of course. Twisted Minds still playing for that average placement. Ryu still wanting to get better placement than Panda. As Hwanmie and 62nd, surely they're strong enough. As I do, again, want to give props to this creative style of play that we see here on the board from 62nd. 2 Encanter, 3 Arcana, 4 Bastion. We're wondering kind of how that endgame board will end up at, but just such a good recognition of taking that, you know, taking that augment and just making it work out, right? Taking all the new news from that Caretakers and saying, I can still play Syndra with this.
Yeah, just very unique style of play. Obviously, leaning into one of the most powerful units right now in the current meta, that Syndra, that they're able to get online early, which has really propelled them into the spot that they're at. Still winning, still win streaking, using those TGs, the immovable object. Oh, that's Hwanmie who has the win streak with those things. But like even that position, he played that huge loss streak into massive win streak perfectly.
Absolutely.
Really piecing together a board that is also unique. Not quite the Witchcraft board, not quite the multi-striker late game board that we are used to seeing, but just a lot of good upgraded units.
Yeah, just the level of play. And this is not creativity that we've seen from Twisted Minds, at least in the first matchup versus MSJ. And I talked about that leading into the series. Like, I think we're going to need to see more of that. Both teams did not really show that level of creativity, but now that Twisted Minds has kind of gone that direction, they're able to execute way better than I ever would have imagined.
Looks like we are changing carries possibly. Camille 2 is massive, wanting to maybe put this Karma 2 in instead for that 4 Chrono board. This is a little bit more standard, which is probably a good idea for them. Getting some more gold in pocket is Hwanmie trying to find that Karma 2, not quite finding it.
Hey, it's fine. Karma 1 better than Rise 2, right?
Yeah, right?
Honestly, it feels that way sometimes, but maybe not actually the case.
Panda trying their best to at least have some redeeming part of this game, possibly try to go for that first place. The Briar doing so much damage. They have continued to give her the treats to give her more HP throughout these fights, and it's paying some dividends. We see 8 HP left, which means you can feed her 2 more times before you would accidentally, you know, kill yourself in this game, which is just so funny to me.
One man dropping out and fourth here. Ryu on single-digit HP. Panda is going to survive for now. Ryu trying to roll for
I'm just thinking about if in 3 rounds Panda wants to, and just in an honorable way, just like in chess, you like lay down your king if you know you've lost. Just feed your Briar one more time, just for fun.
That would be funny. I'm very down to see that, actually.
Honorable. It's not an FF. You're just, you know, oops.
So I just fed my Briar. Oh well, it's in-game mechanic that I've utilized, and yeah, sent myself out here. Oh, what a board from 60 seconds.
I'm down.
Yeah. Oh, close matchup here. As it comes down to the wire, just a couple auto attacks of backliners are going to send out Ryu. And on a 4-win streak, there's another Briar here on the carousel. A few emblems that might not be grabbed there. Actually, Eldritch for Panda. Not needing another one though, however. Just gonna grab Titans instead.
Yeah.
Can't really get to that 10 Eldritch.
With the Eldritch there.
Guess you need one more.
But at least would free up a spot.
That is true.
I'm not sure what you really want to drop though. Maybe just a Neela, because you're not playing Warrior or anything like that.
Yeah, Neela, Elise even.
They don't have much gold to roll.
Because you're not playing any shapeshifters, so.
Briar is, but.
Oh wait, you're right. I'm wrong. What the? Briar is a shapeshifter. Doesn't feel like it actually, but she is.
Yeah, you. So often like you're playing shapeshifter at that level 6 reroll, so you don't get to the Briar.
Yeah.
But it really is such a unique. Like that's why Syndra with 6 shapeshifter Eldritch 3 is so incredibly powerful. And as we see it, possibly one of our last fights, if Panda narrowly wins, we will probably see one more fight.
Briar's a beast
in this matchup. Absolutely crazy. The IE plus the Titans plus the Rage Blade. 60 seconds staying alive.
All right, now does Panda do it?
Do it.
Can we take the world?
Oh wait, does it not give him the treat? I thought it does.
Oh. Wait a minute. We've been lied to. There's no treat. Unfortunate. Panda not being able to honorably take the L there, but trying to get the dub at the end of the day, trying to send 60 Second out in second place, and with the power of this Briar, just might be able to.
Pretty good Shroud onto that Nunu and onto that Xerath that has an incredibly high mana bar, which could take care of some of that backline, but the Briar does not care about any of this board. Absolutely tearing through. Panda trying to redeem this matchup, able to take a first place to close us out.
Yeah, we see the smiles still on the faces of Twisted Minds as they know they have still advanced. A very extremely well played series, the most dominant series that we have seen yet amongst our few days of competition. And we are halfway done with the day, of course, here, CLE, and what a round it was from Twisted Minds.
It was insane dominance, something that we haven't even seen in a matchup at all across this tournament. And they clearly had a vengeance. They wanted revenge on the upset that happened earlier. And I want to give just some props to MSJ in this tournament. They pulled off the biggest upset of the entire tournament to this point, sending Twisted Minds down to the bottom of this group stage. But sadly, they had to run into them again.
Yeah, Vitality took them out because Vitality is just looking so locked in. That's a hard matchup, right? Vitality looking the strongest out of the group so far, and they proved it by advancing already. But then the rematch, right? Twisted Minds versus MSJ. We thought it might go MSJ's way again, but no. Twisted Minds have secured that victory. just again, like you're saying, props MSJ though. They had a very hard fought run. They fought some very, very tough opponents. If you looked and ranked the group, you would probably, you know, on average, they would be ranked last, right? With the likes of Vitality, KC, and Twisted Minds. That is such a hard group, so props on making it this far.
Yeah, looking at some of our highlights, and it's an empty board here. Given the victory lap there in the first game, knowing that they absolutely dominated.
A huge highlight being an empty board there. That's so funny, actually. Knowing that you're so dominant as a team, as an organization, as these players are on Twisted Minds, that you can just full sell, have some fun with it, make sure that you're, you know, going in for that AVP with the player who has done the best on your team so far. As we have some really cool creative moments, right? We got to see some players splash in more traits like, you know, like Pyro, like mages, right? We've seen a lot of creativity come out today, even with that Bastion Syndra that we just saw from 60second in that last game.
Yeah, lots of creative gameplay. Obviously able to secure top 5 in each game for every member of Twisted Minds. This Briar, though, was an absolute animal in the late game for Panda. That is great itemization. I'm going to remember that one for next time I get Briar, too. Well done.
Yeah, I would have thought Briar maybe needed some healing, but no, you just put her with that 7 Eldritch 2-star, feed her a lot of HP, and she just goes absolutely crazy. Very well done still to get that match victory at the end of it, even if the team does not advance. Again, huge shout out to all members of MSJ with On, Cosmo, Panda, and Omumu. They fought very, very hard to get to this point, and definitely want to see them return and do well if we have another one of these tournaments. Of course, the 4v4 format has been amazing, and they gotten all the experience to play under this format. It's just so good to see them here.
Absolutely, and we do have our MVP for this match, and it will be none other than Ryu, dominating this game, going 2-3.
Oh yeah,
absolute perfection in this TFT gameplay.
Ryu having some of the best play that we have seen, such consistency over the course of those 2 games. Let's see some of the highlights of Ryu, of course, and how they were able to make that happen.
And we know that, you know, these couple games, these final placements, it didn't matter as much, you know, them just, you know, messing around. We see here this solo Zillion now getting deleted from the board, taking that 2nd place honorably here in that first game. Ryu was a wonderful part of this dominating victory, showing some excellent flexible gameplay.
Yeah, just kind of giving the victory over to the teammate in game number 1. Of course, taking out Hwanmi there in game number 2. But props to Ryu being the MVP of the series. So well deserved, right? Especially when we talk about again and again the transformation of this team from day 1 into day number 3 right here, as we have an interview with the coach of Twisted Minds. Congratulations on your victory in this series. How do you feel right now knowing that your team has dominated MSJ?
Hello everyone. I'm actually peace right now because this is what we plan, and we think it is just a normal match for us.
Yeah, normal match.
Yes.
You guys did lose to MSJ in round 1. Did you guys have any sort of revenge on your mind?
Not really. I think they don't beat us. We beat us ourselves, and we recover from that, and we're stronger now.
Yeah, can you speak to that? How did you beat yourselves in that first series, and what improvements did you make to be so strong today?
Okay, the first day, maybe we got too smooth before in the scrims. We win a lot, and we're a little messed up with our opponent. We think they're not that good, so we lose some details in the first days. And after that, we found that there is some problems with the teamwork and with the details, and we approve it, and now we get it.
That is clear to see that you guys have improved, and now you guys have moved on. You're in the playoffs. You have a chance to play for that top spot at EWC. Who are you looking forward to facing in this tournament, and do you guys think you can win it all?
We are going to fight the Toronto Ultra team, and I think we'll definitely win.
Definitely going to win. That is great to hear. And I want to ask quickly about this 4v4 format, right? Because this is such a newer thing for most players in TFT. How is your team liking the 4v4 format?
I think we're so enjoying it because it's increased a lot of interest to our games. We play solo all the time, and teamwork is way more fun than solo.
Yeah.
We like that.
And we totally agree with you. And thank you for coaching this team. Clearly your coaching is working. Your team is back on track and now into the playoffs. Thank you for your time in this interview. Crowan, we are so excited for these playoff matches we are about to embark on, and I can't wait to get there.
Okay.
100%. Yes, thank you very much. We see Twisted Minds advancing into the playoff bracket, going to be going up against Toronto Ultra, and they're so confident, right? They said, no, the MSJ didn't beat us, right? We beat ourselves. What a statement to come in here and say. I kind of love that confidence, right? It's like, no, when we play our game, we are going to be the best. We are going to dominate.
And if that's their game, everyone better watch out, because that was complete domination. But thankfully, we've got more matches coming up that we're going to be able to keep our eye on, and this one is a banger. T1 versus Branching Out, a team that we've watched every match of for Branching Out, now going into this playoffs in this quarterfinals.
Yeah, Branching Out looking very strong, being able to get into the top 8 of this tournament. We've said goodbye to 8 teams already, but the fight is not over. We're gonna have T1 versus Branching Out right after this. Branching Out, you guys just won versus GK, but it seemed like it was a bit of a close one compared to the first time where you 2-0'd them. How did this best of 3 go?
I mean, this time they avoid their gameplay. First time they were a bit lost. Now this BO was very stressful after the second game. I mean, they knew how to play the meta, so it's very close, but we managed to beat them.
You managed to beat them, exactly, but now, I'm not quite sure if you know, you are the only hope for EMEA. Z10 got eliminated, so if you guys want to make it, you will be the only hope for EMEA last stand-in. Do you feel pressure going up against T1, who've been performing very well so far in the tournament?
We know T1 is a very big team, and it's very hard to beat, but we have got some confidence. We know our limits, and have a very strict game plan.
Okay, well, looks like they have it figured out. That was it for us, and go back to you guys. Hi everyone, Momo here. I am joined by SCSC from T1 going up against Branching Out for the first game in the quarterfinals. How are you guys feeling today?
일단 8강전 앞두고 계시는데 좀 소감이 어떠신가요?
일단 8강까지 좀 순조롭게 와서 기분 좋고 좀 자신에 좀 차 있는 상태인 것 같아요.
Well, definitely we're feeling good. We're in the quarterfinal straight, so we're feeling good.
Branching out just won their game right now, but you guys, will be your first game of the day. Do you feel like that can be a bit of a disadvantage?
이제 그래도 상대팀 브랜칭 아웃은 그래도 이제 한번 경기를 치르고 이제 올라왔기 때문에 좀 감이 있을 텐데 그래도 오늘 첫 경기이시니까 그게 조금 불안 요소가 되지는 않을지.
저희도 그렇게 생각해서 저희도 오기 전에 이제 스크림으로 좀 몸을 풀고 왔기 때문에 그거는 상관없을 것 같아요. 네.
Well, that was the exact thing I had in my mind as well. So we prepared a lot with scrims before we headed to the match. So like we're not worried yet.
Oh, well, that's good to hear. And lastly, you guys have been performing very well throughout the entire tournament. But now it's the quarterfinals. Do you have like any new tricks up your sleeves, maybe new strategy you're going to show off in the quarterfinals?
일단 지금까지 굉장히 잘 경기를 풀어 오셨기 때문에 뭐 다른 것들이 있을 수 있겠지, 변수가 있을 수 있겠지만 그래도 이제 이번에는 그래도 지면 바로 탈락이잖아요. 그렇기 때문에 부담감도 더 있으실 것 같은데 혹시 뭐 앞으로 이제 보여주실 뭐 만한 뭐 새로운 깜짝 전략이라든지 뭐 이런 것들 비장의 카드가 하나 정도 있을까요?
저희는 뭐 그냥 하던 대로 할 것 같고요. 저희가 뭐 실력적으로 밀린다고 생각하지 않기 때문에 그냥 하던 대로 하고 아무래도 이제 지면 끝이라는 부담감이 좀 있긴 하지만 그래도 네, 잘할 수 있을 것 같습니다. 네.
Well, I don't think we're gonna have new one. Like we're just gonna stick to our game, you know, as before because we did pretty well. So in that sense, we're pretty confident and we're always in good shape.
Well, if it works, why not keep going with it? And 감사합니다. Thank you guys so much for the interview. Back to you guys.
Ready, set, go.
It's playoff time, and it all comes down to this. From here on out, it is elimination or continuation in this tournament, and it will be a battle between our EMEA first-ranked team and our second-ranked team from the APAC region. CLE and Crowan here for the playoffs. So excited to watch these quarterfinal matches.
100%. We've sent 8 teams home already, and 8 remain. Gonna be seeing 2 of them here, Branching Out and T1. We've seen a lot of them this weekend already. Branching Out playing 3 different series so far, and taking a look at their journey, right? They've 2-0'd GK on day 1, lost 1-2 to Wolves in a close series, and then 2-1'd GK just earlier today. Meanwhile, T1, they 2-1'd Weibo and then 2-1-0 Tenacity as well to get out of their groups handedly as they first seed. So can T1 continue that success, or can Branching Out keep that momentum up?
Yeah, and both of these teams are kind of expected to be here as far as I would have understood going into this tournament. The T1 team is all of the Korean superstars basically in TFT and all of the best French players on Branching Out.
100%. And the breakdown, I believe, of this quarterfinals is 2 APAC, 2 China, 2 EMEA teams. And actually, I gotta confirm that a bit later, but we do have the best of these regions, right, moving forward. It is gonna be 1 EMEA team, and that is going to be Branching Out. Of course, they have their region's hopes on the line, and make sure to get in your predictions if you want to root for the EMEA hope with Branching Out, or if you think T1's gonna take it, visit stcplay.gg and vote for your favorite.
Crowan, let's talk a little bit about this format now, because groups are over. We have decided who will be in the playoffs. There is 8 teams left. This is an 8-team bracket, and now it's all single elimination from here on out.
Single elimination is rather scary, right? And we have the best teams, right, who have moved forward. Some would say the best teams have already been eliminated, right? But you gotta make it here to then get that praise, earn your spot here in the EWC, and make it so far. But there is no room for error. There hasn't been in all of today, right? Elimination match in the group stage, and now it is still do or die time in best of 3 series, right? And the audience prediction is heavily favoring T1 right now, 85%. That's, I think, the highest that we've seen.
I was about to say, that is a dominating amount of votes for T1. They believe in the Korean representatives in this game, but whoever moves forward doesn't just move forward in this bracket just for bragging rights, but also gets $30,000 more added to their prize pool. Oof. So these 3 games, it's worth $30,000 to win this series, and so that will be on the top of everyone's mind.
That's probably the most value that anyone's ever going to get out of 3 games of TFT is, you know, plus 30K. So something that the players are going to be thinking about, of course. You know, winning is just going to be on their mind, but you know that to be a full-time TFT player, right, you gotta be able to, if you're not a big streamer, right, win these major tournaments, right? It does fund you being able to do this full-time, and TFT is an esport that we both have known and loved since the beginning, and so many of you at home have followed the journey of these players and want to root for them, want to continue seeing them have that success. And for Branching Out in T1, only 1 team will be able to move forward. The audience thinks that it will be T1, but Branching Out still have these superstars, right, of EMEA. They have Volterix, Enzo's, Coco, Potable, 8 World Championship appearances between them. Volta just himself being there 4 times. It's crazy.
Yeah, the boar himself, Volta, is the captain of this team and is an absolutely dominating force. That's the reason they're here. Him organizing this team, getting them together, and now on this stage in the playoffs of EWC, will they be able to use all their preparation well and be able to upset T1? Clearly the audience thinks not, but I would be remiss if I didn't say that I wouldn't count them out.
Yeah, definitely would not count them out as we see the players preparing for this game. It is going to be an intense one, right? We can say on the other side, actually, that Bintum It also has 4 Worlds appearances, has been super consistent over the past 5 sets. SC, of course, a former pro player in multiple titles. He has so much experience under his belt. And of course, we saw fantastic play from Bobe and Dunizuni as well. Bobe gave us that 10 portal, and I'll always be grateful to him for that. Maybe we can see something similar here in this series, as both these teams have really pulled out some kind of crazy unorthodox strategies.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what we've seen that you have to do now in order to get around these re-rollers, right? We have people sent on grief duty, and the ones that win the lobby usually play the most creative game, whether that's a high capped board with some crazy spatulas and some of these things, or it's just some creative amalgamation of forecasts that you've been able to upgrade.
Yeah,
we will see lots and lots of creative gameplay throughout these playoffs.
100%. And I was taking a look at, what some of these players have played over their tournament run, and at least in the series that we've seen with T1, they've played Kog'Maw every single game. At least one of their players has the spot for it, and it's been a different player kind of each time. So certainly something that they have practiced a lot. We see one of the T1 players kind of just like praying there a little bit, saying, yes, please, Mort Dog, give me the good RNG. Love to see it.
We all need to say our prayers to Mort Dog. It is understandable. He is obviously, sitting at a desk, controlling everyone's game. I'm just kidding.
No, but he is though. He is though. Don't tell anybody though.
Oh, I mean,
it's our secret chat between you and us.
I don't know what he has set up. Anyway, we're still meditating. We're still praying to Mort Dog, seeing what we can get in this game. Praying for Syndra's on a 1-3, possibly from an orb. That's a good deal.
Honestly, that is the thing to pray for. Syndra on an orb. That is probably going to put your average placement up a significant amount. Oh, there we go. The eyes are open. Our prayers are complete. Syndra has been locked in, downloaded. More dogs flipping the switch as we speak. But really, we've seen a lot of creative play from the team of branching out as well. We saw Pod Bowl just earlier earn some brownie points for you with picking category 5 with that Kog'Maw. It didn't really end up going very well, unfortunately, though. But still, we have the willingness of these players to try lines like that and try to make the best out of them.
I mean, that's what it's going to take, right, to move on in these playoffs. This is a best of 3 single elimination, and so every game is going to matter. You drop a game, and all of a sudden, there's no wiggle room. This first game sets up the entire rest of this bracket, and so for each of these players, they better lock in and get ready to roll.
Absolutely. It looks like they are getting ready to roll here as we get on into game number 1 of branching out versus T1.
The playoffs are here, and we are incredibly excited to see where this ends up. We are switching portals, everyone going for that 3-cost champion. And who will get the best one?
Yeah, there's not many fantastic 3 costs out there, right? A lot of this meta does just have to be centered around the 2 costs, but say maybe you get a Wukong, right? That is going to be some early prioritization. Maybe a Mordekaiser going to synergize very well with the Syndra. Even Nico is not bad, actually. That's the 3rd one I was going to name, and Bobe does get that out of the orb. We have her being on some early shapeshifter boards.
We might have some people hit an early 10 gold breakpoint here. Bobe not having that Katarina is not what you would be necessarily looking for. Hasn't found a spot in the meta quite yet. I do definitely see Katarina reroll being a part of the future of this game. But Dunizuni, there it is. There is that Syndra that we all know and love.
The prayers were answered. The Syndra and the orb. A bow here as well. What more could you ask for?
Another one for T1. We have a SCSC has a Syndra as well.
Oh my, that's already 2 on the squad. Oh boy, T1 starting off strong here when we haven't even reached the PvP rounds yet.
I've been waiting for a whole team to play Syndra, right, with different frontline.
Yeah.
Someone plays shapeshifters, someone plays these mages, someone plays Wukong. Someone plays back?
Yeah.
T1 also has one, or Bintum also has one.
Wait, that's 3 members.
This is a problem.
Of T1, right?
They're all high rolling, but that also makes them low roll.
But like, does it though?
I don't know. How many can play it?
I mean, I think it's fine if 3 members of the same team play it. Say 6 players maybe, and then any more, and it's a little bit grief. Obviously, you're gonna have some people. Yeah, I mean, you only need Syndra 2. There's 28 copies after the bag size changes of each 2-star unit. 6 times 3 is only 18, right? There's still 10 Syndras to spare. Heck, the whole lobby could play it.
I was about to say, why not 8 then, man? Why are we stopping at 6? Let's keep going.
It is hard to find all the Syndras at that point, right? But I suppose it is doable. Bintum, Mordekaiser already found. That might have been the 3-cost unit that he started with, and we were talking about how that is a powerful one with this Syndra in mind. Keepers, however, being the opening augment choice, not generally one you see being played with that Syndra.
Padebol on the other side slamming that Spear Sojin. Definitely not playing towards Syndra. I would imagine that is probably a bad choice at this point, but could be playing towards that Kog'Maw line that we've seen have lots of popularity and would be good alongside other people rerolling 2 costs.
Yeah, and they have a good augment as well, waiting for that support dummy as well. Gotta wait 8 rounds for that. Help is on the way. Dooney Zuni, Syndra as well. They have the item ladder, right? That's a augment that I've definitely grown more a fan of over the course of this tournament. Picked it in some of my ladder games since, and it has been very strong. Deathblade not being a great pickup here, but at least Dooney Zuni will be able to make 10 gold. Next round, definitely 20.
Yeah, Dooney Zuni not having a clear route here. Lakoko also having a Syndra and already slamming that Spear Sojin means he could be committed here. Also getting one of the best silver augments, that stationary support that'll be joining the team later.
Yeah, 100%. That will be a big boon when that comes through. All of T1 has won their first rounds. All of Branching Out has lost against T1. Now gonna be facing each other. We see Potable on the other side kind of lock in a multi-striker line. He is a player who has practiced this line before. It didn't really work out too well for him earlier, though. He did re-roll this Kassadin to an 8th place, unfortunately. So hopefully a better result for him here in this game.
Syndra continuing to ramp up stacks. I'm really curious of what the comms of T1 look like and sound like. Who is actually going to stick with the Syndra comp? As we see Lakoko also joining them on that line. We could have 4 or even up to possible 6, like you're talking about, players playing the Syndra.
Yeah, it's looking kind of likely. In fact, Volterix, though, going to be going for this Kog'Maw line. Already having 2 copies of Kog'Maw and a Tristana. No item slammed here yet, but making some good usage out of this early game sacrifice, right, with still making 20 gold.
Yeah, we'll continue to make 20 gold here, I would imagine. Doing that stim pack as well, wanting to lose HP in order to get those extra item components. It's a very, very good way to play this game if you want to continue to lose streak all of stage 2 and then some of stage 3 in order to get down to that mark, and then absolutely spike your board with the amount of resources that you have from that lost streak plus the components. It's a pretty good plan.
And Potable versus Enzo. Potable will be winning that round. Kassadin with 3 multi-strikers, pretty strong in the early game if he does get all those procs. Enzo and Volta on a 3 loss streak. Bintum and Dooney Zuni on a 3 win streak, but Bobe, taking Tiny Titans, of course, is still sitting at the top with 125 HP.
Yeah, not really wanting to take a loss, it didn't look like, but you know, it seems like Branching Out is playing a little bit more aggressive in this game with those loss streaks specifically. Lakoko trying now to go on that win streak with 2 in a row, but having to cross paths with Bintum and Dooney Zuni, who are both quite strong. Bintum not even making that break point yet in gold. Having some of those upgrades, playing that Syndra.
Yeah, maybe Bintum pre-leveled to 5, and looks like that is the case. Level 5 coming through, just wanting to play a very high tempo, recover that gold in the way of a win streak. as Potable is gonna be able to sell up to 30 gold here. We have Bentham. Ooh, pair.
5 Eldritch.
Pair of Syndras and 5 Eldritch at this point. That is so strong. I can't imagine 5 Eldritch losing at this point in the game.
No, definitely not. That was so incredibly strong. And having a Morello to just do burn damage over the entire stage. Bentham is going to have a lot of decisions to make, especially now having that pair of Syndras that are so hotly contested.
Yeah, pair of Collies as well. Has a Neela pair. Ash pair. There's so many pairs here on this board. Elise actually is already starred up, so going to be able to sell that one. Doesn't really need the extra copy. Bobe versus Coco here in this round. Bobe rocking with a Shojin's on a Twitch. And might be enough this round. I don't know. It's going to be close, but there's a Shyvana too. Very scary.
Yeah, Bobe, though, has that 2-star Nunu in the front line. Has good items for this possible Kog'Maw, but we did see Volta also posturing towards that. He already had 4 of them we saw in that last fight. And so this line will be contested by Bobe, as we've seen happen so often in these games.
And now we got to take a look at how that kind of heads-up contestation match between the Kog'Maw players is going to go, because Bobe has Honey Titan, so he's just going to have more staying power in this game. If he rolls down, hits Cogs, even if he loses out, it's just going to have that 30 HP gap, and maybe with that in mind, send Volta out. However, Volta does have that stim pack, as you mentioned, so a lot of components to stabilize once he does reach that good, strong, stable board.
Yeah, I was going to say they both have staying power of their own. One is just HP, and the other will be items, helping them, for Bobe specifically, reach further in the game with that HP. But for Volta, maybe even having the ability and the resources to win out once he gets to a stable spot.
Dunizuni looking to win streak forward, is going to take out Bobe in that round. Bentham, the other potential win streak player, did lose. Wait, 5 Eldritch lost? Hold up.
Yes, so.
That's crazy. What did Bentham lose to? I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, Bentham, we actually
Not
see
what we were
Potable.
expecting.
Potable beat Bentham in that round, as we see on the left-hand side there. Potable playing the multi-striker, so I guess Kassadin just went crazy.
He must have hit some major upgrades Potable must have for these boards. We see Dunizuni splitting his attention of his team to try and get this Syndra more stacks, but having these items are not great for Syndra. That tier is helpful though.
Yeah, a lot of gold coming through here for Dunizuni. Another bow, solid. However, the rest of the components are not great. Item ladder, going to re-roll that Infinity Edge here in a second. Volta has 4 cogs, has upgraded the Vanguard in the front line. Potential Aftershock if he wants to get that charm in there, but probably will just maintain that gold.
He's really wanting to lose all the way down to that stim pack, but this board is looking quite good now. If you would like to stabilize here, having a few key upgrades, having Vanguard frontline, and just a lot of bees flying around doing some extra damage for you.
So many bees. Also, fun fact, Tilly, did you know bees can tell time?
Can they?
They actually can. Yeah, there was a study done. Look it up. They moved across the world and they changed their schedules, not just because of their rhythm, right? But they actually can tell time. I don't know how. I forget, but it's in the article. It's crazy.
But here's the better question. How will they wear pants?
That Kog'Maw is not wearing any pants, so we'll never know. Unless anyone out there can give a demonstration, you know, draw that. Maybe teach us, because we just don't know here on the desk.
Tag us on Twitter at @Sealy_TFT and @Crowan and tell us, draw it up for us, let us know, because I need it for science.
Honestly, the questions that we all are asking, right, every single one of us, is also what the augment's going to be picked at 3-2 as the Golden Quest. I wanted to see it, but no, Volta's not in a spot for it. It is going to be that Radiant Virtue on the support golem, which is pretty solid.
He kind of is in a spot for it. Maybe I'm wrong, but like having stim pack, I don't know.
Yeah, if he wasn't committed,
augments in the game,
if he wasn't committed to Kog'Maw and didn't get another good option, like probably, but not really from this position, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's boring.
Silly just wants to see all the hype, right? You want to see these crazy elements. We want to see quite the, you know, like what Soju did yesterday with that crazy Golden Quest run, because those are the moments of legends. I don't blame you.
That was electric yesterday, and I think that's what it's going to take to keep moving on in these playoffs. We look at the right side of our screen, though. T1 dominating the top of our leaderboard, and this is a little bit reminiscent of what we kind of saw happen in some of our games in our last matchup. Twisted Minds was able to take a lot of these top spots throughout the game, stay healthy, and still figure out how to get good late game boards.
Yeah, that is the key. Just what you said. They were healthy, got a good start, and then stayed healthy, right? Converted all that early game success, which is actually really hard to do, because when the players on the bottom are just continuously lose streaking, they're going to have a lot more gold because of using that HP as a resource, as the Dark Monolith there, that Eldritch 5 summon, is going to be able to take out Coco in this round, giving T1 just a bit more of that edge. Bintum taking that round win.
Volta 55 health, which is close to getting that stim pack value, and if he takes one more loss, will be there. And so after this carousel, he could be getting significantly stronger, getting a huge item advantage over his opponents.
Volta still rocking with that Warwick 2 on the field. This is going to be better than the new one, so I do agree with that decision. Going to be going up against Coco here, one of the Syndra players for branching out. I believe they have two of them with Coco and Enzo.
I mean, with the starts that we saw on the other side, they knew they probably had to contest T1 on some of those lines, but here we're seeing Volta really kind of does want to lose this one. I'm not sure if it's going to be possible with the team grouped up, the Nami CC coming through, the Syndra orbs. This is going to be a pretty good loss, taking down one more unit. Volta going to be just below 50 HP and hoping that now he can turn it around.
Yeah, Stim Pack's going to give a lot of items. The potential for spatulas here as well, 3 of them. It is going to be Volta, however, just grabbing the sword, wanting to get these Kog'Maw items online. There's already 2 very strong frontline items between that Crown Guard and the Redemption.
We see Dooney Zuni also on that 8-win streak with that Syndra 2, with the Gambler's Blade on it, with that Vanguard frontline that we see so incredibly often in our games. Win streaking SCSC also with the Syndra 2, the Coco also with the Syndra 2. 3 Syndra players, a couple of Kog'Maw players, and now a bunch of items for Volta.
And they are mostly frontline items. Maybe gonna be a Sunfire, maybe a Bramble, but with all the AP in the lobby, right, would have loved to see those be cloaks instead for a D-Claw. A little bit low roll, I'll say, overall for Volta here.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll slam Sunfire on a supporting tank and slam that GS instead of slamming Bramble, and leave that Bramble open for possibly some sort of other... No,
yeah,
not the decision he's going with.
It's because, I mean, Rumble, of course, is going to be a unit that gives some of that burn, right? It makes Sunfire a less appealing item. The belt will still be able to go onto that Rumble later with another completed item, hopefully, as now with this new upgrade coming through and 3 items on him, he's going to start to snap this loss streak, start winning out here, hopefully.
Yeah, the power of that augment being shown. Silver augments getting 3 items is pretty miraculous, but obviously you have to trade a lot of HP for it. We see Enzo here, definitely not planning on playing Syndra.
Yeah.
He wants to find that Karma, probably.
2 Olafs. This is a doomed spot for Enzo. Having to roll down so far on level 7 and not hitting any good units, right? The only thing that we can say is good is the upgrades of the front line between Nico and Mordekaiser, but those don't even usually fit in the same board, right? It's either, you know, shapeshifters or that Vanguard, so one of them eventually will be sold. Finding a couple of, you know, cool copies of units, right? A Briar has been found, had a Zerath which was sold, but Enzo still very weak right now.
Across the lobby, we're still seeing T1 dominate the top of our leaderboards. Enzo, though, doing a lot of damage to his fellow teammate Volta, down to 36 HP there. That's a huge amount of damage.
Yeah, Enzo, 45 HP, did win their first round, of course. Bobe, Nunu 3. Okay, where did that come from?
I really don't know. I mean, he's still at 113 HP, so he can do a lot of whatever he wants in this game. Level 6 on that 4-win streak, was contesting Volta, who is now at 36 HP.
Yeah.
So Bobe might even be able to just wait it out now.
Bobe was on grief Kog'Maw duty, I thought. Not just absolutely dominate the field and also grief. I thought it was one or the other, right? You got to pick one. But Bobe said, no,
Yeah,
I can pick both.
I think Volta's on grief duty now for himself, but it's hitting a lot of these Kog'Maws.
Yeah, has to roll it down here pretty far, I would imagine, to come back. There's another Nunu, another Tristana. That's just Tristana 2, however. Stops here.
Yeah, we already have that Tristana on the field. We have that Lilia on bench, which would go in at level 6. The problem is these items are not great. You really don't want to slam this Rage Blade unless you have to. Warmugs is always an okay item, giving a bunch of HP to one of these frontliners. But Volta is understanding his position, not wanting to beat Potable, allowing them to keep their win streak.
Yeah, Potable looking like they're re-rolling.
Oh.
Level 6, but
Wait.
oh, Kog'Maw. All right, Kog'Maw clutches it out.
That's not very good.
Nope. No, it is not. Well, called a chaos.
Oh, here we go.
Just hit. All right, called it. Okay, what is actually gonna be the play here? I'm the carry now. Do you want more damage? Do you want the tankiness of movable object? It's probably gonna be that. But it is I'm the carry now. Actually, we got 2 sentinels. One with a support golem. One who wants to be the big carry of the team, and does eventually turn into that. And now we see more rolls. Just one Kog'Maw away from Kog'Maw 3, and does hit it. A big upgrade here for Volterix.
Yeah, but this front line is so bad. Not even a Blitzcrank 2. No big frontline 3 stars in sight at all in this composition. I do want to go check in on Dooney Zuni because I see a call to chaos for T1. And yeah, I'm a big fan of that, as you can tell.
Oh, 100%. When you really just put all your cards in the RNG tree. But for now, seeing Volta versus SCSC. And I agree with you, the front line of Volta is struggling, right? Very far away from that front line upgrades, but at least there is the double support golems, and one having that Radiant Virtue, right, does have that healing, so it bridges a little bit of that gap, but as we see here versus SCSC, it is just still not enough.
Yeah, not enough at all. We do see that support Anvil with the double Zeke's Herald on there to give so much attack speed, and on a unit that already has Rage Blade and Gambler's Blade, that is an incredible amount of attack speed.
Yes, it is. We got the reward. It looks like it is the double Zeke's dummy. So much attack speed for this Syndra is absolutely crazy. Dooney Zuni still rolling for some frontline upgrades, rolling for a pair of Karmas as well as a Nami. This is exactly what Dooney Zuni wanted. Has some items on the bench that are going to go onto this Karma, and have the gold generation item maybe on the Vex right now. It is going to be Galio instead, actually.
It has the remover to move it around if they choose so later in the game. You really want to keep it on these Vanguards. They get these massive shields and some of these other things that really help keep them alive. Obviously, this Vex is quite tanky as well with the shields from Mage. But that Radiant Spear Sojin on the other side is quite strong, but not as strong as attack speed.
No, definitely not. Didn't get any gold from that Mogul's Mail, unfortunately, but still got the round win. Coco takes out Potable in that round. Potable's multi-strikers are definitely suffering here. 3 round losses in a row, as we do have an open spat for Bobe and Bintum. Gonna see what they pick up here soon. Bintum grabbing the belt.
Bintum looking for Eldritch here.
Ooh.
Has currently one Eldritch. Spat
Yeah.
is level 8, 0 gold. Can play that Eldritch 7 for sure on this board, and I think that is what his plan is.
If we just get one more Eldritch emblem, we could see Eldritch 10 here for the first time, Celia. I don't want to jinx or nothing, but there's some potential here.
I'm not usually one to drag people back to reality, but
Oh.
Bintum also is level 8, 0 gold.
Okay, well, I don't...
So level 10.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I wanted to believe, but I guess it's just not gonna happen.
Believers rise up. I'm down. Let's do it.
It's still very powerful here, of course, with 7 Eldritch. No school mascot, but still, just the raw power of that big bear as he leaps into battle is so strong. See if it is different here in this fight versus Volterix.
Yeah, the items are super awkward, though, on this board. Obviously, wanting to find that Briar was
Ooh.
definitely rolling down for it. Until you hit that Neela 3, it's going to be a little bit of a lack of damage.
Ooh,
The
Nami
Syndra, though,
CC.
doing quite a bit of work alongside that Neela that has a good amount of healing.
Wow.
Barely enough to beat Volta, though.
I really did not think that would go the way of Bintum, right? With the awkward randomization as you're talking about, but I guess it is just still enough. The raw power of these units, the raw power of, not quite the full chase trait here, but still 7 Eldritch is so strong. You get all the extra resistances too from that Randuin's. This is looking solid here for Bintum. But T1, right, they are struggling a little bit. Bobe's on a 4-loss streak. Dooney Zuni's finally bleeding a little bit there at the top as well.
And again, this is what we saw from Twisted Minds. Keeping the HP advantage as long as possible, giving themselves a great chance to win this game just by outliving their opponents.
Do that Noon in the front line with that blacksmith's gloves. But it's not enough.
The Eternal Winter doing a lot of work, as it always does, but not enough to get through that team. This is looking really bad for Volta, who is very close to falling out of this game at 4 HP.
Only 4 HP for Volta, stuck on level 7. The upgrades are not really there besides for the Kog'Maw. Not even third item on the Kog'Maw either. This is looking really, really rough. Likely for Volta to go out here in 8th place. Bintum, however, is tanking very heavily in the standings. Rocking that Syndra comp, but just going to be falling here maybe soon, but still has a bit of HP more to stabilize. As let's see what opponents that Volta does get to try to come back here.
Another Giant Slayer is not bad. Red buff is not bad either. We do not have anti-heal on this board. That will be the choice here. Rolling down to see if we can upgrade any of these other backliners. Getting the Lesser Duplicator is quite good.
Yeah.
But now you have a decision to make.
Sell the Trist. Try to find the Jinx. Does not hit, however.
I don't know what else Volta can do here besides hit a Jinx in his next shop and miraculously win this round. It is going to take a miracle for him to come back in this game.
So he was able to do it versus Dooney Zuni, who still has a lot of gold, so if there's any matchup that he wanted to run into, it is this one.
The attack speed ramping up in the backline so incredibly quickly because of this call to chaos. The Nami wave hitting all of the backline units, the front line falling to Syndra, but Kog'Maw also focusing the backline. The big cast does not take down the Syndra, and so Volta out in 8th place in this first game of our playoffs.
So one more cast from Syndra will do it for Bintum here, and yes, does get it. Verse Pot Bowl. That Neela 3. That kind of came out of nowhere, but it is a massive carry in this vertical Eldritch composition. Got a temporary declaws. There is actually no frontline items in this composition. There's just the Randuins, right? Giving resistances to the whole team. That is a big upgrade, though, with the Nico. So, nice to see that one come through.
I'd like to call out that Bobe was on contest Volta duty with that Tiny Titans specifically on that 6-loss streak. Lost so much health, but would be at 5 HP otherwise. So has succeeded. Will outplace Volta in this game.
Yep, definitely a victory amongst the composition battle. Bintum uncontested relatively with that vertical Eldritch. Now has to go up against Dunizuni, their teammate. But all that attack speed from that double Zeeks is still not enough to get through all the resistances of Bintum.
This is seeming like a really good build here, and creative, right? 7 Eldritch, obviously something we all know and love, but this Nyla 3 is doing so much.
Yeah, she's absolutely carrying with the 3 items as well. Infinity Edge giving her so much damage. Dunizuni getting another remover and Reforger. Reforging into an IE, not quite what we wanted to see there. Probably would have loved a frontline item.
Yeah, 0 frontline items is kind of tough here.
Yeah, just a TG.
Bobe's board, 0 gold, level 7, has these traits in that are quite good. But other than that, a golden Nunu and a golden Kog'Maw will do a good amount of damage, but especially as we scale later into this game, it is not going to do much.
Yeah, we see the Nunu getting a couple unit kills and actually might be winning this round.
That trench coat was very, very good for Bobe. I believe the reason he won that round was because of that roll on the Blacksmith's gloves. And the Coco now in danger of dropping out. And we know how disastrous going 7-8 is in these 4v4 games.
100%. Going 8-7 means you gotta go 1-2 with the rest of your team. Enzo is on a 4-win streak. Potable has won last 2 rounds. So it is still possible.
These completed items will be very helpful for everyone on their journeys in this game. Bobe taking another AD item. We'll put it on this Jinx, I would imagine, in the backline. SCSC here having that Radiant Sojin, knowing how powerful they are, getting a little bit of extra income here, looking to go level 9 soon.
Yep, definitely a ton of gold. Being at 75 right now, has a little extra on the bench with that Ahri and Wukong. Ahri might get slotted in, however, for Arcana. So we'll have to see that here soon. SCSC making a good play here to go level 9. Dunizuni already level 9, of course, themselves. But these are very important rounds as Lakoko on maybe here 1 life versus Dunizuni.
Against the attack speed focused Syndra on the other side, the Suspicious Trenchcoat does proc here early. The Syndra on the side of Lakoko is ramping up, but so is the other side. But the one front line is stronger than the other. Lakoko will stay alive. Dunizuni dropping in danger as well.
Yeah, Bobe looks like taking a hit there, down to 6 HP. So we have a very intense game here. It looks like every member is spaced out, right? It goes T1, branching out, T1, branching out down the line. Did not expect this quite to be the case with how powerful T1 started this game. But there's still a few more rounds to go to tell the story of where we will all end up. Dunizuni, a lot of gold on the bench here, and still we gotta remind ourselves, is 2 Syndras away, and does hit some big upgrades there with that Tahm Kench.
Bobe trying everything they can to survive this one more round versus his teammate now. Dunizuni on the other side is slamming his items.
Yeah.
Maybe knowing that Bobe is probably going to go out in 7th regardless, so not willing to risk the HP that it would take to kind of sacrifice for his teammate.
That like low-key might have been the difference.
I'm not going to disagree with you, but I think it was going to be his position regardless.
Yeah, it might have been. Bobe going out here in 7th. Lakoko's still hanging on.
Bintum on that win streak now, looking like he wants to win this lobby, branching out on notice, streaking through stage 5.
Yeah, if branching out does go 8 and then 6th, they would need to go 1st and 3rd. But Bintum and SCSC are making big arguments for them being in contention to win the lobby. We're seeing all the gold come through, all the item anvils as we get into stage 6. A Karma upgrade for SCSC, a Xerath on the board, rolling down for Nami 2, Tom Kench 2. These are such powerful upgrades that would make the difference in so many fights, but SCSC is not really finding anything right now.
Not finding what they need. Will get a frontline item. Also, we're going to reforge our Nami items. Rage Blade and Sojin. Probably going to go on that Karma 2. Across the way, though, we have an I'm the Carry now Golem with a solid supporting cast around it. But will Lecoco's attack speed, Syndra, be enough to take down Enzo's board?
Yeah, let's see here. Enzo, very solid forward preserver board. There's so much lasting power, but it's just a Karma 1 and does not look like she's able to do enough damage. Coco hangs on, but sends Enzo down to single-digit HP.
That is not good for branching out whatsoever. Enzo in the lowest position in this lobby, and the board is not looking great. Not having any of these key upgrades, needing to sell everything and roll now. Holding on to that Morgana. Maybe we'll give it one more roll.
Okay, it's going to replace the Zillion with Zillion 1 and does be able to buy that combat charm. Enzo swapping over the Karma to the right-hand side. The round could be over here for Enzo against Bintum, who's on a 6 streak.
Uh-oh. This 7 Eldritch now with this Neela 3 and this Syndra that has been stacking for the entire game. The Eldritch unit does jump in. Large CC coming through. Karma, though, ramping up as much as possible. I'm the carry now versus this Eldritch unit, but it's not going to be enough. Enzo will drop out, so does Dunizuni, and so does Lecoco.
Oh, a lot of eliminations that round. We'll see where they lie once the dust settles. Looks like Enzo's in 6th. Yeah, Dunizuni in 4th, or 5th, excuse me, and Lecoco managed to hang on until 4th place. And so
this is going to be a very close match, right? If it ends just the way it does.
Wait, I think it's,
if Potable
it's already over.
Has a way to win. You think it's over? T1 has won?
Yeah, Volterix went 8th, Enzo went 6th, and with that in mind, you need to go 1st and 3rd. Coco is out in 4th, so it is going to be a T1 victory, actually. There's a lot of eliminations happen there, but T1 does, in fact, claim the victory here.
This board from Potable, though, does look quite good. Now facing SCSC's board and having quite an easy time getting through all that with all these upgrades, with Giant and Mighty. I spoke too soon. This Spear Sojin on a Syndra unit is really good.
SCSC taking Potable out in that round. Bintum still continuing. Oh no, actually did lose that round. All right. Potable trying to find a good upgrade.
Eldritch. 7 Eldritch is maybe not quite enough to secure the actual game victory, but we do know that T1 has taken the overall victory in this game number 1. The audience rejoices. Their prediction is correct.
Yeah, Twitch chat knows their stuff. They're smart.
Sometimes. Yeah,
Whoa,
for sure.
all the time, right? Twitch chat can do no wrong, of course. Right, I got you. I got
they've
your
never
back,
gotten a
Twitch
prediction
chat.
wrong.
No, not once. Not like they got the
Ever.
first 2 predictions wrong on the tournament. But let's just ignore that as we look at Potable having a really strong board here. That's cast in 3. That's Callista 2. Not finding the Camille 2, however, but being able to play Arcana here. Okay, swapping the Cassidon.
Temporary emblem.
Yeah.
Will get it to 7 multi-striker, which is quite good. Hoping that they can survive versus this Ghost just to up their scores just a little bit in this lobby. Potable going for that 2nd, maybe even 1st place as the T1 members fight off against one another. This very large Volibear is soaking up so much of this damage from the Syndra, but it's not going to be enough. The Neela, though, trying his best. One more cast could have been devastating. Bintum not falling out, though.
Yeah, Potable looks like winning that round as well. SCSC narrowly got the victory against Bintum. as we might be going into stage 7. Of course, we could still have a double elimination round here. Major polymorph being the option for Bintum, but that's probably not going to be clicked. Don't want to grief.
Do it.
I guess the round is already won, right?
Well, it would upgrade a Fiora.
Or the Karma.
Or Tom Kench or Karma. Sell those, upgrade the Fiora. It's fun.
It's fine, Copium. You just get a Briar or Camille maybe, and she'll be a good unit, right?
This will be one of the last fights for one of these players. Will Potable or Bintum place in the top 2 here. The Kalista is ramping up in the backline. The Neela, though, dashing across now onto that Kalista in the backline. Not quite doing as much damage as it would have hoped. The Kalista and the Kassadin firing away, taking out Bintum in this game. SCSC still alive versus the clone.
Stage 7, here we come. Potable lives on to try to contest for that top spot, making their average placement just a little bit better, of course. We're going to be seeing this little tech choice here from SCSC, benching the big damaging units and just giving Syndra more stacks, right? She does infinitely stack, so you're going to want to make sure to always be building those up.
Even at some of the latest portions of this game, it's all about the stacks. Gotta get them. Might make a big difference in this fight.
Stacks and stacks on stacks is the name of the game for SCSC. Nice to see dominance out of him as well. A player that I've looked up to and admired for a very, very long time, going back to like 2016 when we both played the same competitive game. I see him dominate here on the world stage in Teamfight Tactics at the EWC. Potable, though, getting a big charm with that dragon. Don't know what SCSC has gotten yet for the charm, but the big dragon might just be enough.
We prepare for this fight. We get the last minute charms. We do all we can to get ready for this fight. If SCSC takes a bad loss, I mean, I don't think it matters at this point. We are at stage 7, the multi-strikers versus this Syndra composition that we see so often, which will be able to be victorious. The Kalista dashing back to the backline, the dragon doing so much damage and still surviving throughout much of this fight. The Xerath cast does go off and helps clean up a lot of these units, but the Syndra way too strong. T1 able to claim the victory here in the game and in our match.
Fist bumps across T1 as they win. Very close match there towards the end, but T1 still claiming the victory. Branching out, know that that match was very close, well within their grasp. It is going to still be a close series, I think. Here we could be going to a game 3. I would not be surprised, at least, if that is the case. But T1, man, they were playing so well in the beginning of the game. Even that heads up kind of Grief Duty Kog'Maw match did go over to the way of T1, sending out, branching out in 8th place there.
And I think one of the things that we really recognize throughout the game is just T1's HP lead. And we really think that kind of just worked out in their favor. Obviously, SCSC able to clutch out the win as we watch some of these highlights from the game. It was just a wonderful showing of what the power of spending different resources on different things, right? They wanted to spend the resources to stay healthy, and that paid off.
Definitely. Bobe with the Tiny Titans was the difference, perhaps, in going 7th versus Volta's 8th there. But with Enzo, Duni, Zuni, right, they fell very shortly after. We had a triple elimination in the rounds, right? Coco had taken a big loss. But wow, these boards, though, especially with Bintum and that 7 Eldritch, that's not something that we've quite seen around that Neela carry, right? We've seen 7 Eldritch, but not quite in that manner. So huge shout outs to Bintum for being able to pull that one out here.
In this Kassadin, just absolute monster for SCSC, or for Potable, I'm sorry, with the multi-strikers there. SCSC, though, with this Syndra, with the Radiant Sojin that we've just seen be the best item in the game. With stats, it confirms that it is so incredibly strong to get as many casts as possible. And you see the disappointment on his face, not being able to win the game or the match.
Yeah, unfortunately there. And, the more I'm seeing of this, Syndra composition, the more the MVP, like, shouldn't even be Syndra. Like, obviously she is a very strong unit. She's kind of broken, but it's Nami, man. Nami CC, if you position her on the right side, being able to CC the whole board is just so powerful. So we're gonna get a chance here to recover, regroup as Branching Out will do, and we'll be right back for game 2 between Branching Out and T1.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
T1 with a pretty dominating performance there in game 1, taking that game, and so the pressure's on. It's either win or go home for Branching Out.
There is no room for error right now, as they are just one step away from falling out of this event. T1 one step away from going into the semifinals. We have our top 8 CLE, and we're going to still be sending home 4 more teams here by the end of today. 4 left already in the first 2 matches, but still the pressure is on. The hype couldn't be bigger, as this is the biggest TFT tournament that we have seen. The players are getting ready. Branching Out still smiles on their faces. They still are in a good mood, and I love to see that there for him.
And obviously, it's a huge accomplishment to even make the playoffs in this tournament. These are 64 of the best players in the entire world, and some of the favorite teams even left earlier in this tournament. You know, there's 3 notable ones off the top of the head. You have Fnatic, you have Team Falcons, and you have KC already out. And so making this finals, this playoff push, is an achievement in itself.
Yeah.
But T1 is looking to not be done here.
That's still crazy. Like, knowing these upsets that do occur, well, we'll see if that is the case here for T1 versus Branching Out as we get on into game number 2. T1 smell victory, and they just need one more round here, one more game to close it out.
A pretty mild portal being selected by T1 here with the loaded carousels. Just going to be getting an extra item component on each of those carousels. So a little bit more item power, but not tons different because of the portal.
Yeah, definitely a just middling one. Pretty low variance. It is nice to get those extra components that come through. I would say the most impact that this portal has is it rewards win streakers, right? Because oftentimes there's only going to be one particular component on the carousel, and it's going to be selected by the lower HP players, but there might be more opportunities for that component to be on 2 or 3 units, giving you just that much more opportunity to slam the items that you actually want.
It's also advantageous to win streakers because now the items on the unit are even more important, and so oftentimes you won't be like, it's on a 1 cost, I don't want that.
True.
But so you might get some of those higher cost units later on in that carousel phase.
Bit of gold generation option there as well. Zuni looks like they might be on Kog'Maw duty this game with already 2 Nunus and a Tristana there in the backline. No actual Kog'Maws though, and a Lilia in the shop. See if that is the commitment, as SCSC is the first holder, at least the first that we've seen, of this Syndra unit.
We might even have a 5 component opener here too, which means lots more items slammed, and that will be what is going to happen.
Let's see.
Lots more slammable items in for SCSC here. A pretty good Syndra item plus an open sword.
Yeah, I would definitely be down to slam a Nashor's and a Gargoyle Stone Plate. Martyr probably just going to be the selection here. Hunter's Crest is only really for that Kog'Maw line. Unleash the Beast is not very effective in the Syndra line.
Man, all of these options are not very good. Martyr is a solid find, but
Yeah.
obviously we are not looking towards Hunters or anything with Sterix Gauge, so we see
Has to
2
be the
healthy
pick.
coming through for Enzo and Lakoko.
Oh, wow.
So lots of 2-cost reroll.
SCSC. Oh, actually rerolled, and wait, what is this one again? I don't recognize the
I forget,
but
I want to
get some
bring
confirmation.
our attention to Bobe. Bobe took the portal emblem here.
Double
early in
down.
the game. Yeah, double down.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Oh, are we gonna play Lost Streak double down?
It very well might
That sounds
be.
insane.
Yeah, it is going to. You get gold equal to the length of your win or loss streak, up to 4 gold. So if you go full loss there, which SCSC might be doing, you're going to be able to generate so much gold.
Yeah, and if you're still able to get some Syndra stacks on the way, he's not slamming any items here because he doesn't want to win. Able to get, again, lots of stacks here. Not selling to 10 gold, trying to still remain strong.
Yeah.
Deciding what he wants to
This
do.
is interesting, right? I think Martyr might have, just been a lot better. Obviously, it's hindsight, right? If you reroll that, just don't get a good option. But you're going to want to slam items to allow Syndra to stack up in the early game. Lost Streak Syndra oftentimes doesn't work out nearly as well as Win Streak Syndra, as we do have, yes, Spider Queen.
The Queen.
Oh, Volterix.
I'm so excited.
Wow. When there is no room for error, Volterix puts all of the eggs in the Spider Queen basket.
And this does make Elise quite powerful, but a 2-star Elise here, you see already getting, taken down quite easily.
Holy, I love to see it. That is some crazy stats to pull out here in Elimination Point. I wonder what the other options for Volta were to be able to take, you know, Spider Queen, or think that is the best option. Very interesting stuff here. We'll see if it actually ends up panning out for him.
Dooney Zuni, not sure what we're going to end up playing on this board. Just fairly flexible. Obviously, Rageblade, a really good slam. Kog'Maw is definitely a possibility. Has 2 of these Nunus, as well as now a Kog'Maw on field.
Yeah. And it is going to be that 2 Fairy and 2 Bastion online right now. Oftentimes we see players roll with that 3 Honeymancy, but the item being slammed on Tristana makes a lot of sense for the Fairy to be the prioritization here.
We now have Eldritch in for Voltarius, which will help this board survive a bit longer. Maybe distracting enough for this Spider to do some work.
Yeah, the BT is huge for that healing, the extra AP, of course, from that Crown Guard, and Elise is going to help win this round very handedly into Dooney Zuni. But also we did see Bobe once again going in the direction of that vertical portal, right? That portal emblem was already found.
We see our portal come into effect here, the loaded carousels having 2 of these item components on there, so important choices coming through. SCSC playing Syndra, now getting really good items from this carousel with the Sojin and the Nashor's Tooth or Red buff online.
100%. See Bentham opt to take glove and a sword. It's very interesting how Infinity Edge really just is not a great item in the meta. It does well in a couple of units, right? It does okay on Varus, does okay on Kog'Maw if you're rerolling that. But, you know, a lot of times in sets past, we've seen IE be just a good early game slam, but it is just such an AP dominant meta right now.
I totally agree. AP is currently king. It's hard without Varus being a very good late game carry alongside some of these other ones. The AD frontline melee units, though, are quite good, and so we do see a lot of those work effectively.
Yeah, we definitely do. We see a Nashor's and Archangel's slam on this Jax in the early game. Get some multi-strikers as well. Actually, it's a very creative 3 multi, 3 portal board here, and that Jax just goes absolutely bonkers. A lot of damage here, but the Syndra on the other side here for Enzos might be taking him out. We'll still lose the fight, however, but generating just a few more stacks.
Portal early is so incredibly strong, as we've talked about throughout our broadcast here. Now getting the opportunity to put in 5 portal if he chooses, with the Zoe on bench, and now finding that Galio as well. Not going to elect to go that direction, but instead go for maybe even a little bit of a stronger board with keeping in that 3 multicaster.
Yeah, definitely. The multis are going to be strong for now, but we know Bobe has played this portal route to some very high effectiveness, and even better when you start off the game with a potential 5 win streak. SCSC there at the bottom going for that loss streak. Dooney Zuni actually did win, so that augment is pretty useless, unfortunately.
Yeah, Dooney Zuni is not the one with that augment.
It was SCSC,
it was somebody
excuse me.
from...
I think. Oh.
Yeah.
We'll see here soon.
Maybe. I don't know.
It's definitely not. Yeah, not Dooney Zuni though. Dooney Zuni was the Kog'Maw player with the Dragon's Claw, of course, that augment. Been a long weekend.
Yeah, no, I get it. My brain is seeing so much TFT. The games are blending together. It's fine. It's exciting and entertaining. And 4v4 is the best format ever. Please, Riot Games, if you're listening, we need more of this.
Yeah,
thank you.
We've heard from, especially it's a question that I've loved asking players in the interviews, like, oh, how are you enjoying 4v4? They're like, oh yeah, we love it actually. It's either like a good change of pace or it's just a lot of fun. I think it's the better format, so definitely more 4v4 should be in the future. Maybe some premier competitive tournaments, right, really utilize that format.
Yep. And I think a lot of that too is getting orgs involved, right? Having that team support, maybe even developing a separate tournament system for this. could be interesting. I don't want to get too much into the weeds, but I think about maybe even something like Formula 1 does, where there's teams, but you're also individuals.
Yeah.
So there's like a team championship, but also, you know, all these different... Anyway, there's plenty of things we can do with this, and it's really fun.
Plenty of gold being spent by Volterix as well to try to hit this Syndra, or excuse me, this Elise 3. I just have Syndra on the brain.
There it is.
But it does come through, and still 30 gold left over. Pretty solid there
bad.
for Volta. Yeah, has been able to preserve a decent amount of HP as well. Rocking 4 shapeshifters, wanting to give Elise still the most staying power here, all that HP for her to heal back up and take some of these round wins.
So I'm not very familiar with this Spider Queen line. It's just you play 6 shapeshifter with it?
I think that is the standard one, yes. That has been coming through here. All of that extra HP just allows Elise to, you know, just more time to do all that more damage. I think you can maybe slot in some Eldritch as well, as Eldritch does scale with the star level, right, of your Eldritch units. Having at least 3 does make that even more powerful.
Obviously, if you can get all the way to... Oh, boy. Here we go. Prismatics here in game number 2. What will be the big power spike?
Looking like it is perhaps Honey But Deadly, but no, that's re-rolled in favor of that Bulwark, actually. And this is a augment that I personally do enjoy, especially if you're lacking frontline items, but it does give the D-Claw that is immediately slammed into that Elise. She's going to have so much HP that the extra D-Claw healing will be really, really strong for her. It's actually one of her best in-slot items according to the data.
SCSC with a pretty quick pivot there on that 6 loss streak, now wanting to turn it all the way around with this prismatic ticket now, hoping to push that tempo and now use the streak the other direction and start winning.
Yeah, the SCSC is the player who has gone for that augment, right? Getting all that extra gold +4 every single round, but with how strong they are right now, I do agree wanting to snap that into the entirely separate direction. Benton we didn't talk about having flexible, actually getting that pyro, and now the preserver online has been able to win streak 5 rounds in a row, but that looks like it is maybe coming to an end here now. It's gonna be close, but Syndra too
It's
strong.
exactly what SCSC wanted, turning that loss streak now into a win streak. Gonna continue to upgrade this board, maybe even go to level 7 before everyone else to continue on winning. Interesting thing to call out too, that preserver spat that we saw on the other side, that is, we're at 7 Syndras.
Wait a minute. Okay, that's a lot of prismatic ticket value here. Not wanting to overroll, however. There is a Tom Kench, which is a big upgrade for this board. Taking a look at Lakoko here. This is also Preserver with that 2's healthy, featuring Ari, Zillion, Galio, and Rumble. Not quite the unit package that we are used to seeing.
This looks like that Preserver Karma Fiora line.
Yeah, it does.
That's with like a couple Witchcraft in there. It's very powerful if you can get to level 8 with enough gold. But here, Lakoko is at 30 gold level 6.
Yeah.
And so it will be a challenge for him to get there and roll down properly. But if you can start winning like he is now, there is definitely a path towards that.
Yeah, Coco taking a loss, or excuse me, Coco taking a win there against Pot of Bowl in this round. And I guess the composition that he wants to land on late game does play at least 2 costs, so you're still going to get a little bit of 2's healthy value there. As we see, again, loaded carousels coming through here, of course, as it will for the next couple of carousels. Pot of Bowl grabbing just the 1 cost because he really wanted that tier and cloak.
Lakoko can also play that Arcana Preserver line that was pretty good on PBE, but you have to go and get that Xerath at some point to really be your main carry and hopefully get it 2 starts. That is quite difficult. I do want to call our attention though to Volta, who has taken that Elise 3 and gone on a 4-win streak.
Yeah, that's about what you expect out of that Spider Queen augment, right? It's very, very good in stage 2 and in stage 3. maybe even the beginning of stage 4, but it does start falling off as people hit their 4-cost carries or their 2-cost 3-stars, right? So we gotta be paying attention to when Volta starts to dip in that HP. Potable, of course, being the lowest in the lobby right now in that 4-loss streak. SCSC very close to it and was not able to convert that full loss streak into a full win streak, actually. So SCSC kind of playing down in gold augment right now.
We saw a couple upgrades come through for Lakoko. That Zillion and the Bard now upgraded in the back line. A little bit more damage for this board, but the front line is looking pretty weak. Bintum, though, still carrying this Smolder. It's a good amount of AD on there, but that unit just does not have that much power, especially here in the end of stage 3.
And Potable just on 1 copy of Syndra. 3 Nikos, actually upgraded Nico to on the bench, but 4 Vanguards being the front line of choice, of course. Giant and Mighty being the prismatic kind of pickup there. It is trade sector for Potable. We didn't really talk about that too much, so stacking those rerolls, maybe going to go to level 7, maybe level 8. Potable's gold is not the most, but he did actually spend some gold sending those levels towards 7, so not a surprise there.
And this is a good matchup for branching out. Volta will continue this win streak, and Potable continuing that loss streak. I'm a little concerned for Potable, though, because he does not have any more copies of the Syndra. He needs that Syndra 2 in order to survive stage 4.
Yeah, and I think the big question is, how is Volta going to continue with this composition, right? You're going to need a duo carry at some point. Elise will not cut it for the entirety of the game. Right now, it's a Bard with a Gnasher's Tooth, so if he's able to get some good AP units online later on into the game, that could very well be powerful for him to maybe even take this composition to a first place. Definitely needs to find that secondary carry, though.
And these Preservers are going to be very contested this game. Having 2 people with that Preserver emblem that is uncraftable generally makes people work towards those lines. We have 4 in Cancer, though, for Enzo. Very interesting board that has a lot of power if you can get a good amount of mana items on them, get those casts going, and get that AP up.
Potable going 7, rolling heavily.
Oh.
A lot of Mordekaisers, a lot of Vexes.
Important upgrades coming through for that front line, but there is a key unit that is not 2-starred, and it is the carry of this composition.
Yeah, where's Syndra?
All this gold and no Syndra.
Syndra's hiding. We're about to hit Mordekaiser 3 before Syndra 2.
Well, there's 3 of them on the other side.
Oh, man. Audible.
We are seeing the multiple different kinds of Syndra composition coming out here. One displayed on the other side is that Wukong composition. Also still playing that True 2s to give buffs for having those 2-cost units on board. So playing that fairly well. And Enzo able to have some success with it.
Bintum 5 loss streak, Potable 7 loss streak as we get on into our final augment selection of the game. Everything re-rolled here. Probably just going to be item collector, and yes, it is just a solid augment in every unique item, giving stats to the team. Potable still not finding Syndra 2. That's just crazy at this point. Not even having best in slot either. 2 double Shojins is decent. I would love that 3rd item to be a Rage Blade with that in mind. Bintum when going to level 8 and is going to find Callista, right? That is the carry that Bintum was posturing for.
Not able to find a Gwen, though. That would be the completion of this board, I would imagine. Putting some of these items now onto this Callista, Pyro, and maybe one of these AD items. The other one I'm sure will find its way onto Fiora. Maybe checking some stats.
Oh, they're on Bard, actually. Bard is going to perhaps leave this team eventually. So just holding the items for now. know this looks like a Bard last sight just being an item carrier, right? He's being able to utilize, you know, Infinity Edge and some of these AD items, but not quite super well in this set. Gonna be taken out there by Enzos with that foreign Cantor Syndra board.
And Volta still importantly on that win streak. That Camille, though,
that's big,
is very, very good for this board.
Yeah, now it's going to allow the opportunity for multi-strikers to be actually on a good unit instead of a Hecarim. Yes, that is still shade towards Hecarim. I have to do it. I'm actually contractually obligated. But Camille obviously can utilize some of these AD items as well, right? Maybe that Bard's going to get sold, and we actually see Camille become a big carry.
Bard still going to maintain his carry status for now, but we do have a lot of these items being moved around. Fiora getting one of these tank items as well.
Even 2 Sugar Crafter finding its way into this board because of that flexible, right? All of these emblems as Bintum faces Pot of Bull here. Pot of Bull very low.
Going to be a fairly decisive win here. Pot of Bull falling so low.
Oh,
not able to find what he's looking for. And
2
HP. At 1 life. 2 HP, man. Oh no.
Yeah, Pot of Bull's game is just rough from start to finish. It seems
Volta
like
lost.
Yeah, Volta not carrying the win streak forward. Enzo's still there at the top. Even if Pot of Bull does drop an 8th, Volta and Enzo are still in a very good position. 80 HP and 79 for both of them. Meanwhile, Dunizuni and Bobe 59 and 55 HP respectively.
That is very true. 8th place would not be the end of the world, at least the way it looks right now for branching out. They do need to win this game. They are down 1-0 in this series. And so T1 has the pressure on. Will branching out be able to figure it out?
Branching out, looking for a bit of a miracle run to send this into a not only a game number 3, but then taking out such a titan of a team that is T1, legendary organization with some legendary players as well. SCSC has hit Syndra 3. Massive upgrade for this composition.
And I think that's where our contesters' Syndras have gone, right?
Yeah.
The Syndra 3 hit pretty early for SCSC here. Not even having that completely upgraded frontline yet, but instead all these resources with that prismatic ticket being spent on this Syndra.
Now, how is it going to do against the Spider Queen of Elise, though? From Volterix, has Elise fallen off yet? She might have, it looks like.
That Dragon's Claw is going to be incredibly important in this game to give her any chance of survival, of doing damage. Potable out in 8th place, and Lakoko now dropping down.
Ooh, that would be rough if Lakoko does go out in 7th. That would mean branching out would have to go 1-2. Otherwise, their tournament run will be over. Advancing to the semis does give you a significant amount more money, significant amount more hope. Of course, Coco has been re-rolling, has found RE3. Big upgrade.
Do we know how we found this Xerath?
Maybe on the carousel. Could have been.
I feel like it would have to be, right? That would make sense. There's no way he can get it on 6 rolling for
the
it.
Charm or carousel.
Oh, true. Could be a charm. We do have this already doing massive damage, but without a blue buff, it does not cast very often. And this looks like
rough.
something I'm not going to try later.
No. It's like RE3 is a cool unit. It doesn't really feel like it even holds any bit of a torch or anything to Syndra, right? Being that kind of 2-cost AP counterpart. But
oh wow.
Or lost streak. Bintum meanwhile.
We ended up with Bintum working around this Varus with these items instead of the Bard, which we knew it wasn't going to be the Bard.
Yep, 5 Pyro online, 3 multi-strikers. This is a very powerful board, not utilizing the Preserver nor the Sugarcraft at this point, but that's okay, as we'll see what item or what emblem they do get as we get on into stage 5 here. Oh, it's a mystery. We'll find out soon, though.
Spider Queen going to have to find some kind of Spider King to help carry them through the end of this game for Volta. He needs to put the team on his back. Coco is not looking too good in this lobby. Enzo is doing his part, but Volta needs to figure something out, and it looks like it's going to be Bard carry.
Yeah, maybe just one Bard away from that tier 3. Coco, however, this is a very important round, being only on 2 lives remaining, going up against his partner, his teammate Voltairix.
Well, Volta at least has not slammed all of his items onto this board. And for Coco, he now has that 3 Arcana in with this Tom Kent, which is quite important here on level 7. And it looks like it's going to be enough. The Spider Queen taking a good amount of damage. The Ari maybe be able to take it out on this next cast here. It does fall down, and so the Coco staying healthy enough.
Yeah.
And Volta now needing to really figure it out.
See where Bentham and Dunizuni lie. Dunizuni takes yet another loss. The tower for Coco is a very, very good charm there. The power of that Xerath Ascendant charms coming through.
Oh, man. Dunizuni is so close to literally everything on his board.
Yeah, still rolling. Is he going to hit, though, is the question.
I'm hearing noises of things that sound like people are hitting units. So I would assume that there's some big upgrades coming through in this lobby. The Wukong is now gone here. And now it is a Tom Kent 2 going to be the main feature of this front line. But the Lightning Tower on the side of Coco will make a big difference in this fight. That's a big HP bar and a good amount of damage that comes from it. But the CC coming through is going to be devastating. Ori trying its best. The CC on the Syndra is not enough to stop it from casting.
Yeah, Coco taking another loss, dropping to 9 HP. Dunizuni drops to 10 HP. This is a very, very important round here. Will Coco survive? If he does and Dunizuni falls, that gives Branching Out a much better chance here to take us to a game 3.
The Coco giving it their all here in this game, knows that they need to do anything they can to move up any single placement.
Coco versus Dunizuni. This is the matchup to watch out for.
Dunizuni has hit a lot on his side, but not everything. Did spawn a Voidling for this round, so a little bit of extra frontline coming through. But this Ari is positioned quite well. Will be hitting onto that backline. But looking across at a different fight now, the Spider Queen has fallen off dramatically. 5 losses in a row for Volta.
Oh, and we pop back to see Dunizuni win that fight, sending Coco out in 7th. And that means now Branching Out needs to go exactly 1st and 2nd to have any hope in this tournament.
Good news for Branching Out, though. Volta did win that round, and so is able to beat someone in this game. So there is a slight possibility Enzo doing his part to try and keep them in this game with his Encanter board.
Yeah, and this is doable for Volta and Enzo, right? We've seen a lot of situations where there just was not a lot of HP to work with, so eventually you would just be running into bad matchmaking and falling over. Dunizuni barely won that last round, and that makes a whole world of difference here. But it's so scary, right? Volta still hasn't hit this Bard 3, is still playing with this Spider Queen augment, right? Morgana 2, however, has come through somehow, some way with 3 very strong items. So she's going to be so integral to this board's success now, going up against Dunizuni.
Not the best positioning from this Elise, especially without any kind of armor on this board. It will be quite difficult for this Elise not to get taken down by the onslaught of fire from the other side. The Nunu still standing strong against this board. The Morgana cast will do a good amount of damage, will copy one of these rumbles to the bench, and will cast one more time, doing a lot of damage to this Kog'Maw, taking it down, but this Bard not able to do enough. So Volta taking a big loss there, and no one dropping out.
Oh, Bard 3. Big hit for Volta. But is it a round too late?
I personally have never played this.
Yeah.
I've never played this Bard 3. I'm curious to see how much damage it can do. I know it's fairly strong, but the traits are so good. Preserver being on this board, especially with all the health that comes with it, is quite powerful. Oh, here we go.
Okay, once again, the portal god. Only 8 portal, however, that is still a strong trait. That is still very good at this point in the game. Bobe running into Volterix right now. Was the Bard 3 enough, or will 8 portal take it down?
This is not the matchup you want if you are Volterix. You did not want to see 8 portal across the way. All the different things spawned will be trouble. But this Bard is doing work. Now that it's golden, is doing so much more damage.
Wow. Yeah, I guess that is the matchup that he wanted to see. In fact, that 8 portal, all the shields, they just kind of got eliminated, deleted. The Morgana power and the Bard power now being tier 3 alongside that Elise. Zuni does go out in 6th place. This is winnable for branching out.
Here's the problem, though. Bintum is looking to play spoiler to that. They need to go 1-2. And this board with 5 Pyro, 3 Preserver, so many good traits active, is going to be incredibly difficult to beat, and Enzo can't even beat it.
And Bintum playing some damn good TFT right now with this board. We haven't seen a ton of, just amount of matches played on this Pyro board, but Flexible allows you to create some so good boards. Bintum leveling up to 9 there. Bobe level 9 as well, looking for some of these upgrades. Diana 2 would be massive, but at least playing that 3 mage now, buffing up the Nora, buffing up the Galley a little bit as well. It's not super impactful, but it's something.
Facing a ghost board is Bobe, hoping that they can survive a little bit longer. Going to be checking on, oh no, is this both of our representatives fighting one another? No, it's Bintum or Enzo and Volterix.
Yeah.
If Volterix does lose here, that would be quite difficult to come back. But this Bard is putting in a large amount of work here, bouncing between these units in the backline. But the Syndra's still alive. It's enough though.
Yeah, Volta win, and for now, Enzo and Volta are in the top 2. Bintum taking a loss. Enzo, however, has lost 3 rounds in a row.
This is where these charms will really come into effect. Can we find Desperate Plea for Bobe? Can we find something for the person that's facing Volta or Enzo to give them a giant loss? Maybe one of these dragons or some other massive charm.
This is such intense action here. T1 are just a few rounds away from potentially clinching their advancement, but branching out could send them into a game 3.
And here is disaster for T1, taking out one of their own possibly here. Bobe versus Bintum, which will stay here to fight on. It will not be 8 portal, but 5 pyro continuing to fight.
Bobe out, 5th place. SCSC wins the round against Volta, setting him to 1 HP.
Enzo 2 lost. Oh no.
Oh, branching out fans have their heads in their hands right now.
This is looking very, very doomed. If you are a branching out fan, we need to roll. We need to find upgrades right now.
SCSC 4 win streak, and they have found the tower, one of the best combat charms that you can get in the game. It is going to be that versus a branching out member, so branching out could fall right here, right now.
Watching Volta on the left side. This Bard is ramping up and doing as much damage as possible, but the Pyro on the other side is trying its best to get through it. The Incanters are falling down for Enzo on the right side, and so is the Bard. T1 will be advancing. They do win this match in convincing fashion. 2-0 victory for T1.
Wow, branching out, we're so close, but T1 making it happen and making it so exciting. Huge victory here as they move forward into the semifinals. Branching out, the last hope for EMEA have been eliminated.
I was just checking if that is actually the case. There is no EMEA-based teams left.
Yeah, they're all gone. Branching out was the last EMEA representative in the top 8, and now there are none.
T1, though, just absolute domination in this round. Very similar to what we saw from Twisted Minds in the past matchup. Just dominating the whole way, showing that they are a force to be reckoned with, and moving on to the semifinals, increasing their prize pool dramatically, and giving them a shot to move on to the grand finals tomorrow as well.
Yes, the grand finals, what everyone is looking forward to. Going to be so exciting when we get there. Of course, still a few more quarterfinals that are underway. But yeah, wow, what a series between Branching Out and T1, man. EMEA, of course, having Branching Out be the last hope. Only one EMEA representative in the top 8, 3 from China, 2 from Americas, and 2 from APAC. T1 has done it.
Last fight of our game, SCSC trying to see what they can do to maybe just put a little bit of a cherry on top for themselves here. The boards will stay intact. No one's selling everything this time. The Syndra continuing to ramp up, get even more and more stacks throughout this game. Will be doing some massive damage to Bintum, who took Blessed Desperate Plea also. It's the 1v1, 1 HP versus 1 HP.
That's so funny. Are they going to find Desperate Pleas again? I wonder who has the best average placement out of these T1 members, but maybe they're just going to be duking it out, saying, hey, if I get it, I get it. You don't, you don't. But wow, this board, especially from Bintum, I continuously want to, sing praises towards. It just keeps on leveling up all these emblems that come through it flexible, running that 5 Pyro, and we could be seeing, is that maybe the first time we're seeing 5 Pyro actually take the lobby win? Like, we know it's done well, gotten into the top 4, but maybe actually the first time it's winning.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I know he's about to get another emblem too, which is quite exciting. Getting to 7 emblems from Flexible is pretty cool. That's just so much, so many things you can do to be creative with that. We are level 9, rolling down for SCSC.
1 star up, but there are no 1 stars on this board. So it's just AP for everything else. Alrighty.
Alright, sounds good. We do have a 2-star Recon come through for Bintum. And here we go, the last fight. This is, I'm sure of this one. This one will be the last fight of our game. T1 taking their victory lap here. Will 5 Pyro win? Or will SCSC be able to destroy this board with the Syndra? The Callista able to stay alive a little bit longer. If this Zereth casts, it will be disaster. Only 1
Pyro
cast, only 1 beam out of that. And it will be the end of our game.
Bintum taking the victory there, but more importantly, T1 advancing over Branching Out. See this sigh of relief on all these members' faces as they have smiles. They realize that they have earned an extra 30k. And 2-0 there, throw it up. Oh man, they know they dominated there. I love to see that. Oh, there from Bobe.
Yeah, you see the devastation from our last remaining EMEA representatives Branching Out. Dropping out of this tournament, they had an excellent showing throughout groups, were able to come back through the decision match and put up a good showing once again. Sadly, not able to make it through that first quarterfinal match, not even able to make it to a game number 3. And so, dropping out of this tournament. Still something they should be proud of. Making these playoffs is incredibly difficult. That means you were of the top half of these 4v4 teams.
Yeah, definitely. We talked to Coco earlier. No, their hopes were set so high. They were very happy to move into playoffs, but they still had so much more to offer. See Coco kind of, staring off as he really realizes kind of what has happened here and all of Branching Out do. But obviously, They made it so far here, making it to the top 8, being the last hope of EMEA. But T1, at the end of the day, were just better. Let's take a look at some highlights from that series, because boy, CLE, there were a lot of them.
There were plenty, and most of them for this T1 side, though. We do see Parebol trying to put it together here, but it was just too late, not able to hit that Mordekaiser 3, falling out of the game. We see this creative but not very good board from Lakoko also go 7th here, and this is where we kind of knew this was looking dire.
It was so dire, as, right, being in the position where you're 8-7, right, there's so much pressure on the rest of the team. There's no room for error at that point. It's so devastating to see them fall. But T1, they've just played a different game of TFT. They've played so well.
But the Pyro on the other side is trying its best. And this was the split screen that we saw end the game, decide who was going to be winning, and it was T1 beating Branching Out here in game number 2 to secure their 2-0 victory as the Bard 3 falls down with Voltairix. In the final fight, the 1v1, 1 HP versus 1 HP to finish this out.
Yeah, the desperate pleas going on either side of them, but didn't have him for this round, as Bentum uses that 5 Pyro board to some very high effectiveness. See, even the claps coming out from Branching Out, realize that it was well played, a well-earned victory here. Volta kind of head in hands there.
Yeah, and T1 celebrating as they should, having fun, knowing that they won, knowing that they're back on their dominating ways, and really are a challenger contender for this top spot in the tournament. Able to get there even a bigger share of this $500,000 prize pool. What a fantastic showing from T1. We're sad to see Branching Out go, but excited for the future of this tournament.
100%. There's still 2 APAC teams left, right? T1 and Navi, of course, that are going up against Wolves Esports. And so we'll see who does advance there. But first, let's take a look at the MVP of this series. It was SC.
Going 1-2 in this game, and very easily could have gone 1-1. Absolutely dominating performance as we look at some of these highlights from them. Just being the dominant force, the leader of this T1 team. And I know you know SCSC, and seeing them dominate in this game too, how does that feel?
It feels really good, honestly. It's like, I'm very happy for him. I know SCSC is a great player, has been amongst, you know, so many different titles. To see some SCSC highlights from this series, going over to, you know, compete at the highest level of 3 different games is so hard to be able to do. And SCSC, I kind of had questions about him moving into this tournament, right? He's been to Worlds once for TFT, but that was back in Fates, right? Set 4, and really did not have any major results since, but is showing up here at the Esports World Cup in such a big way, even taking that double down augment, getting a lot of value with it in stage 2, but really none in stage 3, but still narrowly getting the victory, beating all of Branching Out though. So well played. It is really, really nice to see for him getting that MVP. But let's take a look at the upcoming match, because we have one more on the day, CLE, before we move on to our top 4.
Our final match together on this broadcast, Wolves Esports versus Navi. Both teams that we've seen have some dominating performance. Navi may not be what people thought. They may not have been the people that they thought would be here, but were able to win that last decision match and now have earned their spot in these playoffs. And so now they're looking to make that miracle run, trying to make these finals. And so that will be the showdown that is coming up next on our broadcast here on the B Stream.
Navi took out Team Falcons to get here, one of the tournament favorites, and they are going up against another powerhouse that is the Wolves. APAC have some talent coming out of that region, not only T1 but Navi as well. So we're gonna take a short break. When we come back, we will be seeing our final match of the day, so don't go anywhere.
2, 1, go.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on down second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they make top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on what? Yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Our final quarterfinal. This matchup will determine who will be moving on to the semifinals and who will be dropping out in this single elimination match. Will it be Na'Vi or will it be Wolves Esports moving on?
Wolves Esports, the number 3 seed out of China versus Na'Vi. Na'Vi with a hard-fought road to get here, but took out one of the tournament favorites in Team Falcons, so we know it can be done. Jipo had the team on the back for at least the matches that we've seen, but it seems like the rest of them, with Sungyo, Crazy Moving, and Yugul, have all stepped up to the plate. Going to be very curious to see if they can keep up that dominance, as we see some hugs being shared as they arrive at the arena and gear up for their serious move on into that top 4.
And this is another one of those matchups that we've seen between the beasts from the East. This is Korea versus China. The combination of these two metas going straight head to head here in this 4v4 format between Na'Vi and Wolves. And personally, my prediction is Wolves, but we've seen Na'Vi pull out random wins off the back of Jipo and some of their other players performing super well.
Yeah, 100%. Make sure to go to stcplay.gg to submit your predictions for who you think is going to win. Do you agree with CLE and think Wolves are going to take it? Or do you think Na'Vi is going to be the victor? I myself actually think I got to disagree with you for once, CLE. I think I got to give it to Na'Vi. I think beating Team Falcons is no small feat, and I gotta show some respect to them for that. I think Jipo has inspired the rest of the squad with that good performance, and they're all locked in. They had to be, right? Even to take Team Falcons to a game 3, let alone win it, let alone to be the team that has moved on to the top 8, and maybe even going into that top 4.
And Na'Vi is one of the best performing players in this entire tournament. He has at least 4 first places across all of this tournament. Wow. And so he is absolutely dominating. Versus Falcons, he went 1-5-1. That was his scoreline. And so absolutely is putting the team on his back. And he might be able to do that again.
Just might be able to, as we'll see here soon. Players are, of course, getting ready. We've had quite the weekend of games here so far, CLE, but we're kind of nearing the end of it, right? End of day 3 right now. We're just going to be having that top 4 moving on into tomorrow with a single elimination, right? With those semifinals moving into the best of 5 finals. The best of 5 is going to be so hyped to watch.
Absolutely. That is going to be electric tomorrow. That would be a great way if we can go to that game 5, play that Silver Scrapes that we've talked about. It will be the best moment in 4v4 history for sure.
Absolutely.
And especially with a prize pool this big, competing for that top spot is one of the best TFT moments ever.
Right, especially with how legendary of an org T1 is in League of Legends, right? Imagine they get to the finals, we get to a game 5, we get to hear it. I'll have literal chills. I won't be able to handle all of that hype, right? If they're able to do it in yet another Riot title. Absolutely fantastic performance that we've seen out of them. But of course, we got to look at the orgs right in front of us, right? Wolves Esports, Na'Vi, more legendary names to bring here to Teamfight Tactics at the Esports World Cup. And it's just 2 games away, potentially, maybe 3, right? If we're able to go the distance to see who's going to advance on in that bracket. And they will be facing Team Vitality, right? We're on the top side of this bracket. Team Vitality did 2-0 Weibo Gaming.
Man.
And that's all 2-0s out of Vitality, right? They're so dominant.
They're on an absolute tear through this whole tournament. They've won 6 games in a row, not dropped a single match. And off the back of, K3 Soju and friends, Soju in that last match went 1-5, and Toronto Tokyo 3-1, able to put this game behind them and move forward, averaging a 3.5 for Team Vitality in both those games. We're seeing some of these teams really separate themselves from others, and Wolves and Na'Vi are both hoping that that can be them here in this game.
Yeah, of course. Looking forward. They will be facing Team Vitality, but they got to get through this match first. Both teams deserving of a lot of respect. They have gone through very tough opponents, and I think maybe players and fans alike would look at these 2 teams and be like, no, there are stronger teams, right? Especially Wolves Esports being the 3rd seed out of China. They do still have fantastic members of Shelty, YGQF, Li Xiao, and Serene, but they're not, players like 60 Seconds or Huan Mi. They're very notable Chinese players, right? And especially all of Team Falcons as well. But still, they are going to be here for a reason, are going to be looking to send Na'Vi home and face Vitality tomorrow in the semifinal as we get on into game number 1, Wolves Esports versus Na'Vi.
Again, Team Wolves representing themselves well with their little legends. This is always the first thing I look at when I enter into a game.
Wolves.
All of them playing that wolf. Golden Prelude being the option here. Not a ton of craziness added because of this portal. Just knowing that our first augment choice will be Golden.
Yep, we'll have the opportunity for something like maybe a Spider Queen again, like we saw from Volta in that last series. We saw a Sweet Tooth today, we saw Spider Queen, so definitely some more prioritization on those hero augments. They are definitely so fun to watch, right? Kind of turning that unit into a superstar of your board. Loved those coming in. When did the hero augments really come through? Was that like set 5? Set 6 maybe? I think it was set 5.
It was set 6, the one before Dragon Lance,
okay,
right?
Yeah, that was Gizmos and Gadgets then that they did come through in, and they've just been very fun since then. Obviously going through a lot of reworks, but I think they're at a pretty good spot right now. Right, always
working themselves into augments has been really good for the game. Just creating some diversity in what these augments look like, as they are an evergreen part of TFT. And so I agree with you, Riot's got to be happy with where they are.
100% happy with how far TFT has come. It's over 5 years old. Have you realized TFT is over 5 years old now?
I've been playing it since day 1 when it was out, because I used to be a League of Legends player and coach and those kind of things. And then this game, way more my speed.
Oh yeah, a little bit of boomer energy coming through here.
Seriously.
Old man hands. We got the strategy games on lock. Right, I'm feeling that too. I used to play those MOBAs myself, of course, and then now just, a little bit washed up caster, but at least I can still yap for a living and have that be a fun way to then tell the stories of these players and tell how they will be able to perhaps advance on and win their portion of this $5,000 prize or $500,000 prize pool. Absolutely massive. We're seeing the augment choices here first.
Gold augments will not be going for that crazy press the attack that really makes these multi-strikers super good, but instead going for keepers. We do have now a new spawn, which is quite good.
Yeah, keepers generally played with multi-strikers, but if that was the option that Jipo was thinking of, probably just would have put press the attack. And we do see actually Wolves Li Xiao has committed to this multi-striker line, running with 3 multi-striker, 3 portal, and this is a very strong opener here.
And we've seen so often how this multi-striker emblem specifically can really power up these boards. The access to 7 multi-striker without that 5 cost Camille really makes this board dominate, especially at the level 7 that you can reroll at.
100%. We do see a BT slam over there from Gpo, so that is going to still maybe be suggesting some multi-strikers, but also could just go into a Fiora or some melee AD carry a bit later on.
And this is looking like this will be a Kog'Maw board here for Sangyo. Able to find that 2-star Blitzcrank here early, and another Vanguard to pair with it. But then the Kog'Maw and the Tristana together, making up a lot of the damage of this composition.
Even slamming an Even Shroud is so committal. Yeah, Sangyo definitely going to be eyeing that Kog'Maw direction. Gotta see if that will be contested at all this game, because that's when that composition does very much struggle. Going up against Li Xiao, though, probably will be a Li Xiao win. But we'll see here. Maybe the Kog'Maw Tristana have something to say about it.
Yeah, Portal, obviously, we've talked a lot at length about how powerful it is, just spawning these extra bombs, being able to do a lot of damage to the back line, as well as now attack speed from that flag that comes in. The bomb missing the back line, though, actually might make the difference in this fight.
Wait a minute. Oh, it will, potentially. Sangyo getting the better of the multi-striker board there.
Early Syndra with a Spear of Sojin and a bow. Really good sign for YGQF here. Having early Vanguards too. This is an excellent position.
Yeah, going for Transfiguration, being that augment choice that does scale with giving you more components for every 3 charms that you purchase, up to a maximum of 4. So you can get 5 total, I believe, with that first one coming in for free. Either gave the bow or the cloak there, but some good options for either carry or defensive items as YGQF does get closer to this carousel, especially because they're going to have maybe not first pick, but one of the first 2, it seems.
And we see the classic strategy that we've seen often throughout this tournament of teams assigning win streakers and loss streakers. So Sangyo for Na'Vi being the win streaker, Jipo being the loss streaker, and the same on the other side, Serene being that win streaker for Wolves, and YGQF being that loss streaker.
Getting into the carousel, let's see. YGQF has an open bow, has an open cloak. Shojin already slammed. That is going to be a Rage Blade, of course, and actually denies Jipo. Looks like he might have wanted that rod as well, but instead takes a cloak and a Kassadin.
Jipo, his board is very interesting right now. He did take keepers, he slammed that BT, he has that open bow, was probably looking to transfer over to Kassadin and contest Li Xiao.
Yeah, we'll see if the Kassadin does make its way onto the board here for Jipo. Crazy moving, playing some early shapeshifters that are upgraded. Also getting this bow from You Have My Bow.
And this is going to be Jipo, the carry of Team Na'Vi, deciding to go the contestation route, going for the same exact composition that Li Xiao is.
Yep, on multi-striker grief duty. Jipo is going to have a lot of gold once we get into stage 3, so it's going to roll down pretty heavily for at least a Kassadin 2. I guess didn't commit from frame 1 though, otherwise press the attack just would have been so good, right? That is definitely the augment you want when it comes to playing this Kassadin style. Maybe just afraid of committing until he got all the confirmation, knew what Wolves were going to do, and knew what his teammates wanted him to do as well.
That is a big loss here early in the game. Crazy Moving's board is very strong, hoping to continue that win streak for them. But at this point, Jipo, knowing that this is a loss streak angle, will be wanting to save up as much gold to ruin Li Xiao's experience in this game.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to be seeing Ugul with the Syndra himself. Did get Epoch as that first augment, so A lot of extra rerolls and XP that you get at the start of every stage.
Yep.
We gotta see these win streakers or loss streakers too.
It'll help you level to 6, help you get those free rolls that maybe will get you that Syndra too, so you won't have to roll as much as normal. Many people are rolling down to 10 gold, even 0 gold to find some of these Vanguards and these Syndras.
Definitely. Crazy Moving's board over there looking very strong with the Eldritch popping in, all the HP with the Shapeshifters as well. And the last Whisper Slam, which is not something we usually see outside of players just going Kog'Maw.
Last Whisper, especially with these Shapeshifters, is very interesting to me. Not knowing exactly where this is going to end up. I don't know what AD backliner you'd play alongside Shapeshifters unless you transition over towards that Witchcraft angle.
Ghoul having upgraded frontline with that Galio right now is a key part of this composition. But taking a look at the right hand side, right, we see Serene from Wolves going that 5 streak, Crazy Moving from Na'Vi on a 4 streak, and Jipo, of course, being able to get that 5 loss streak fully, and has 62 gold. Did just pump some of that into leveling up. Ooh, Gold Orb giving us spat. Okay,
spat.
That makes things very interesting. There's a cloak actually which could go in a witchcraft direction. We get to roll a die and get, I'm not sure how much gold that exactly was, but it was more than 2 it seemed like, so feels good.
Could definitely go Witchcraft. I think you could go Eldritch here too if you wanted. It definitely an option. The 4 Vanguard, 2 Incanter here is quite strong for Yugo, but not having any upgraded or not even a pair of these Syndras. Jipo does have another one of these best in-slot items for Kassadin, slamming that QSS here now, having an open bow. But on the other side, we see a best in-slot Syndra for YGQF.
A ton of attack speed with that red buff and Rage Blade. She's going to be casting so insanely much. Only 30 gold there for YGQF. Cannot make 40 this round, so that 3-2 roll down might be pretty short-lived, as we do get a silver augment here for our 3-2. Silver ticket though for Jipo.
Yep. Silver ticket is going to be excellent for him because he has not rolled a single time yet, not spent any gold on it, so he may get a bunch of these rerolls as he is rolling down a bunch of gold from that Syndra in shop as well. If he would like to start holding and griefing other players, now has that 5 multi-striker with that Callista.
2 more Syndras. Does he make it? No, just holds 2. Another one, actually.
Dude.
This is so many Syndras for not playing Syndra. What's going on?
People would murder for these shops.
Absolutely. Okay, another one coming through. I'm literally just looking at Syndra. Like, I can't even be bothered to look at their units, but he does sell one off. Finally finds the Kassadin 2, however, and 5 multi-strikers. The Callista, of course, was one of the big pickups of this round. So still being able to make potentially 30 gold here if he's willing to sell some of these extra units on the bench.
Wow.
Going up against Li Xiao, who was not hit.
He's also playing Fine Vintage with multi-strikers.
Okay.
Which I have not seen Fine Vintage played very much this set, but last set it was very popular with a few comps and very powerful. And so curious to see how they'll pilot it in this game.
Yeah, that is very interesting. Fine Vintage, of course, being if you have complete items left on your bench for 4 rounds, they will transform into support anvils, so you gotta sacrifice some power for a long time to then be even stronger. I imagine things like Aegis, of course, would be very good, giving extra attack speed, extra stats. Going to be re-rolling 2 items so far. BT, of course, still being good enough to warrant keeping that on to the Kassadin, making 20 gold as well.
One of the problems, though, he rolled really deep to find this Kassadin 2 and still did not find it. Only has Kassadin 1. He knew his items weren't that good, so he was okay with taking Fine Vintage. Will still have 3 items on this Kassadin, but have all of the eggs in that basket. So we'll try to get some sort of the QSS with the Banshee's Veil, maybe even a Knight's Vow to get some more healing on Kassadin as well. Lockets help them survive later in the game, and also, as you talked about, that Aegis is quite helpful.
Serene not being able to continue that win streak. They were level 7 with 40 gold though, so that's insanely rich, trying to keep the streak. And oh, they have Young Wild and free as well, so they grab the Callista with a tier immediately. That's so nice, having that augment and then being first in HP in the lobby, so you still get the carousel priority pick. I actually love that augment design. Shout out Riot for that one.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is there for. Hey, I'm streaking, I have high HP, I'm never going to be able to get my preference on carousel, so here's this augment. I'm going to spend that resource and instead be able to move around on these carousels freely. This board, though, could end up in a multitude of places. We do have that Fiora already that we've seen be quite dominant early on in set 12, but also some of these other pieces that are around Witchcraft.
Yeah, this is, I guess, the power of just having those passive level 7 shop odds, finding a Tom Kench as well as the Fiora for those 4 costs. Of course, getting the Callista just from that last carousel. Maybe gonna want to play that with that last Whisper as well. That's certainly an option with that Callista Fiora flex line.
Li Xiao getting an important component off that carousel with that rod. Will need to put that onto this Kassadin. Wants to make that Rage Blade alongside maybe even another AP item if they can get that Banshee's Veil to stop them from getting CC.
Yeah, it could be something like a Archangels as well. That's an item that we've seen on a Kassadin. I imagine if there is just a tier there and no bows, it might go that direction. Another AD unit found in the shop, and it is going to be a Varus now being slotted in for the Fiora. Also another good holder of that last Whisper.
We have 2 members from Team Wolves. Wolves Esports down at the bottom here. 4 loss streak for Shelty, 6 loss streak for Li Xiao, but also at the opposite end, YGQF on a 4 win streak, hoping to continue that trend. Lots of economic power coming from these streaks, and so they're both, all 3 of them, hoping to continue.
Yeah, this is a pretty weak board from Shelty, and I think we kind of see why this is a 4 loss streak. Only having a Nami to carry, which Nami is great at providing some CC and being a secondary damage dealer, but she's definitely not a primary damage dealer and can absolutely never take down this Kassadin.
Yeah, I mean, and these are great items for the Nami, but you're going to need something else. You're going to need something to be able to actually do damage to a single target. There's so many single target large damage dealers. If you have a Fiora in the late game or a 3-star Kassadin, it will never die to a Nami.
Yeah, there's going to be some big rounds for Wolves members being on 4-1 and 4-2, as we do see the options here for Li Xiao with this multi-striker line. And Locket was the first choice. Is it an Aegis for the second one? No, it's actually the big gem.
Oh,
I guess that makes sense.
Interesting.
Aegis is going to be an item that was very good in sets past with Fine Vintage, but not quite with this composition. The items are bad, so we could just be slamming them and getting more Fine Vintage value, but you really wanted at least 1, if not 2 more of those Kassadin items. Not really any slammable things, however, for him right now. Besides, I suppose, that Archangels, like I was talking about, I think that might end up being the case. Then you just, you know, slam the IE Warmogs, keep him on the bench.
Yeah, I think he's deciding right now, does he want to start rolling them into this Fine Vintage items, all of them? Yeah, it does slam the Archangel, which I would agree with. And it's going to slam the rest of these and then have them on his bench to turn them into Fine Vintage items.
Only rolling 1 of them, I suppose, wants to keep that glove perhaps for a Quicksilver on the Kassadin, as there's going to be a lot of units like this, you know, Nami running around, even Galio CCs too, which I actually forget so much, but whoever Galio targets does get stunned with his ability.
The QSS could be good. He also could just go for that Gnasher's Tooth that we've seen so many people build. Also, we have a couple of fast 8 members in this lobby. Shelty, who now has started to win here as we go to our next augment choice, but also Saren level 8 Pyro Crest?
Pyro Crest is actually pretty good for these multis. They do slot in pretty well. Wouldn't be surprised for that Road Rejuvenation being rolled, but it's actually good augment here with that Locket in mind. No, it does roll past it. Pyro Crest is indeed the pick. Putting that on the Callista is very powerful. Rerolls coming through here.
Yeah, and this is something we've seen have a lot of success too on this board. 3 Pyro, obviously being that 3-4-5 trait is quite good on this Callista specifically. We are 1 off this Akali 3.
Off the Akali, not rolling anymore right now, however, but still needs to be able to level up to 7, right? That's when you get that 7 multi-striker online. I'm actually now questioning Li Xiao's decision. Now going up against Jipo, who has reached level 7, who has that 7 multi online.
And quite good items too, and augments. Able to pressure those, and now really take Li Xiao low and open up Jipo's options.
Yeah, I imagine when Li Xiao hits a Kali 3, if they don't hit any more Castins by that point, okay, they do just level up now. Which I gotta wonder why they just didn't do that last round, right? Li Xiao taking another loss down to 12 HP. They still are in danger of falling here in stage 4. They took such bad losses early on into the game. 7 multi might not be enough to bring this game back. I would even consider taking Aftershock here, which yes, they do take that charm because they really need combat power and need it right now.
And if they do go down here, that means for Jipo, all of these units are back in the pool and the world is his oyster. He'll be able to reroll freely with no people holding his units.
Yeah, and Jipo has 36 gold still in the bank, is level 7, so a little bit of decreased odds hit the 2 costs, but 30% is still rather good. We do see Li Xiao stabilize, taking out YGQF in that round, actually snapping YGQF's streak. They were on a 7 streak before that.
YGQF clearly planning to go level 8 here next turn and roll it down there.
Yep.
For the rest of our lobby, though, Sisang Yo
Camille
is in trouble
denied.
here. 4 loss streak.
Camille denied away from Li Xiao. Song Yo takes it, takes one for the team.
Song Yo is playing this Kog'Maw line, and it's not going great for them. They have that Kog'Maw 3, but that is about it for that board. And you see they're falling fast through these rankings and knows that Li Xiao needs to go 8th in order for them to save a little bit in their game. But Li Xiao finally hitting that Akali 3.
Yeah, hitting Akali 3. Does not have any items right now, however. Polymorph? No, it could hit the Castin. That would be disastrous. You also just don't want that. Have to find a new Akali. It's just fun, though, perhaps. Does slam a Last Whisper.
That makes sense to me here. I think that item, the other item, will transform this next round. This is a very important fight for this game, and I think this one's going to go pretty handily to Li Xiao, so he will not lose this matchup, and Sang Yo will drop down really, really low. But the Akali did die quite early to this Kog'Maw, and the Cassidon not too far behind. This is disaster for Team Wolves here.
Yeah, it's not going to be eliminated in this round. It's just a 1-unit loss. Li Xiao dropping very, very low here to 3 HP. But wow, losing in that matchup, you really hate to see.
Support item Anvil coming through. Banshee's Veil being a really, really good option, as well as Zeke's Herald.
Double Locket.
Going with the second Locket instead.
Yeah, I guess this makes sense. The multi-strikers definitely want to be positioned in this way. Giving that extra survivability to them is solid. That Akali maybe wouldn't have gotten taken out so fast. Cassidon as well. But still staying on Callista 1. Not having a third item for that Cassidon. All things that are not in Li Xiao's favor, as going up against Shelty here. And oh, that's a Fiora 2 that is already hitting that Cassidon.
And those are best in slot items. Finally getting through that locket.
Oh.
And now taking down the Kassadin quite easily. The Chrono Proc will stun the whole board. But this Fjord is looking quite unkillable unless this Kalista can ramp up. And the CC coming through from the Shen absolutely turned that fight around.
Sangyo dropping very low here. 14 HP. Li Xiao hangs on as we do get a moment of respite into the Raptors. It looked like Sangyo was just one Nunu away, one Tristan away from those upgrades, but wow, Serena's made a really big board not transition, but a lot of big upgrades came through with the Kalista and the Rakan. Still just sitting on a Nasus 1 though, really wants to be able to 2-star that one.
One of the problems we're seeing looking across the lobby, though, is Na'Vi has 2 members plummeting in these standings. Crazy Moving and Sangyo, who we knew was going to be dropping down. They're dropping quite quickly, and Li Xiao is holding on here, trying not to go in that 8th place. 22 gold to roll here for Sangyo, trying to get these upgrades. Just get one here with this Nunu. Maybe
Tristana.
one more with this Tristana. Here it is.
All right, not quite enough gold to level up, but still needs to find a Jinx, however. Is still holding on to these Kassadins, wanting to deny those away from Li Xiao.
Swapping sides for his carries here. Facing Seren on the other side, which we did see this board is so strong in this lobby. Obviously not having all the upgrades, the potential is not fully there. But this board is something we have seen win multiple games throughout our tournament. We're seeing the Nunu now get focus fired, torn down by the last Whisper, and this might be the last Whisper for Sangyo in this game.
Let's see, once the damage actually registers. Okay, there we go. Drops very low. Li Xiao, however, does take 8th place, but 3 Na'Vi members are so close behind.
That cliffhanger was so rude.
Yeah,
right there.
I was like, oh, what's it
like
gonna
leaving
be?
us hanging.
Oh, Briar too potential here for Crazy Moving, and really good items for her as well. Hold up, wait a minute.
Okay, Na'Vi is turning this whole thing around on level 8 here.
Ooh, the Warmogs for her as well. Double adaptive Nasus, as there is a Golem there to give some items over as well.
Sangyo does get Hunter in, but just with a Namzi. No Jinx found quite yet. No Charm selected either. And this fight could determine if they stay in this game. But they are still happy with their 7th place, outplacing Li Xiao here at the bottom. But it does look like they will continue to win. But they will be taking down their teammate with them. Yugol is also not looking super strong. Has not hit that Syndra 3. Is 2 off. Jipo and Crazy Moving and Yogol all down close to execution.
YGQF on a 4-win streak. Shelty winning the last 2 games in a row. It is all Na'Vi on the bottom of the standings, at least currently, after Li Xiao's 8th place. Just one more loss from Crazy Moving and Sangyo would bring them out in the bottom 4. Jipo and Ugul do have 2 lives probably remaining. Crazy Moving hitting this Varus 2 alongside the Briar 2. This is not the standard board, but still some powerful carries, but going up against Sangyo.
Na'Vi v Na'Vi violence here. The big CC from the Briar does do a lot to the backline, but falls pretty quickly to this Tristana and Kog'Maw, but that's not going to be enough. This Varus is now onto the backline. Sangyo falls down, and Crazy Moving does stabilize there. Breaking that loss streak was really important, and I think for Na'Vi, that is the best case scenario with him moving forward.
Yeah, I think so as well. Shelty taking a loss, dropping a little bit, tied now in HP with Ugul. Jipo and Crazy Moving, of course, winning their rounds as we get into Stage 5 Carousel. Some emblems that could have an impact. It is Vanguard, Scholar, not super impactful ones, however. Ugul does grab the Vanguard.
And for YGQF, getting an extra tank item for that front line is going to be quite good. We'll go straight on to that Tom Kench 2 that they have. They are playing this Syndra line and doing an incredible job here. That item ladder now having artifacts tied to it is even another layer of power that they have in this late game.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons I've kind of fallen in love with that augment item ladder, is because you can definitely make some good use out of it early game. Late game, getting these artifacts are so strong, but now leveling to 9 to run 6 Vanguard. Great spot recognition there to utilize that Vanguard emblem to its highest effectiveness. And oh, okay, it's good. It should be Kassadin and Hecarim paired there. Wonder if it's just a visual bug with that long distance pals.
Yeah, I wonder if it is as well. Yugo did get a lot stronger. Does have that high trait of 6 Vanguard, something we don't see very often. We do see on the other side, this Syndra is an absolute menace. The amount of attack speed coming through. This Camille too keeps getting CC'd and will fall down here on the next Syndra cast. And with it, Jipo falling dangerously close to death.
Ooh, Sangyo.
Crazy moving is down.
Crazy moving is down. Jipo is so close there. Let's see, the next couple of rounds going to be so massive. Now that Na'Vi has gone 7th and 6th, they're going to need at least a 1st and a 4th. Jipo needs to hang on for the top 4. Then Ugul needs to carry the torch on to victory, or the other way around. Both could happen.
It's going to be very, very difficult in this lobby where you look at this board like Shelties, who has all of these 4-cost upgrades that they're looking for. The Gwen, the Fiora, the Nasus, and the Karma all upgraded here. Now facing Jipo on the other side, who has that 3-star Kassadin that will be doing an insane amount of damage, plus that Callista in the backline. But as the Chronoplock comes through, Fiora is still alive, but the Camille now onto there with the rest of the team. And Shelty, even though this board looks quite strong, does not fall out because of the charm that they bought this round.
Yeah, Desperate Plea did come through there, so they are still alive, 1 HP. And a Dream. Ugul did lose Jipo 1, so Na'Vi, both members now being on single-digit HP. But why GQF with that 7 streak in first place? Even if Na'Vi hang on for a top 4, I don't know if they're going to be able to get past that absolute titan in first place that is YGQF.
And the problem is they really needed Shelty to drop out there.
Yeah.
That would have been ideal for them, getting them both that top 4. Then they just needed someone to win the game. And that's not what happened because of that charm pickup, that unique part of set 12.
Yeah, Magic and Mayhem. Mayhem definitely coming through here with that one. YGQF for Vanguard. Syndra 3 is online. Find a little bit of combat power for that Syndra getting buffed up. Death Cap going over to the Karma. Just a Karma 1, but that's still very powerful. Look at all this front line, right? There's so many components that he got from that Transfiguration augment choice there onto 1. Jipo selecting an item here for what could be the last round. We could be sending him out here.
A third item for this Camille is very important. This Camille 2 has the opportunity to be able to absolutely carry this game alongside this Kassadin. The Callista on the other side is continuing to ramp up, but this Nasus is going to be an absolute problem. The Camille goes over and now onto the back line and kills the Callista from the other side. It will be Camille versus this Nasus
Camille
in the
wins.
final part of this matchup. Jipo also has
Desperate Plea, but doesn't even need it.
an unused Desperate Plea. Yeah.
Ugul.
Oh, no.
Oh, Ugul, however, does drop, meaning that Wolves take game number 1.
Fantastic showing by Wolves. Once again, this is the strategy we see. Keeping that health early, allowing options in the late game to flex around, be on level 8, get what you need is incredibly important. And I appreciate, hey, we're done here. Let's move on. Let's go to the next game.
Yeah, Shelty wanting to give that AVP over to a teammate. Jipo, however, still fighting for that AVP. Of course, against all Wolves members here, is going to be trying his best. And so we'll see what that Camille and Kassadin can do here.
Shelty does lose there, dropping out in 4th place. But this matchup, just for pride in this game, the Camille getting CC'd and now dropping out to YGQF's board. We knew this board was scary. We knew this was probably going to win this game. And we are not surprised. Jipo out in 3rd.
Jipo out. Serene. Single digit HP. We see all that gold rapidly be spent as they are just going to be eliminated here shortly. But let's turn our attention to just the dominance of Wolves, right? Li Xiao did unfortunately go 8th with those multi-strikers, playing a little bit of that kind of, you know, grief line, wanting to contest each other against Jipo. Jipo had a solid finish, however, in 3rd there. Very, very well done. Definitely the star of Na'Vi as we've seen in the past, but man, Wolves overall just looks so good.
Howling at that fire as a sign of victory is the team Wolves Esports. We see once again Jipo trying to put the team on his back, getting that 3rd place, but it's not quite enough to get a round win.
Yeah.
One more game could decide it.
One more game and we could be saying goodbye to Na'Vi, one of the most prestigious esports organizations out here, representing their org well are these players though at the Esports World Cup. So it would be a shame to say goodbye to them, but at the end of the day, only the best players do advance. And in that game, it was by far Wolves Esports.
And let's look back at some of the highlights from this game. How did we get here? How did Wolves Esports go 1-0? And a lot of it stems from this early game, taking some risks that were needed, but also just avoiding some of these risky plays that would send them down in HP.
Yeah, Li Xiao, the only member who did really succumb to that risky play style, but Shelty and Serene wore that, you know, early win streak kind of play style, and then went fast level 8 and really saw them dominate from there, as that still is a very viable line. We're not just going for that Syndra. Of course, YGQF, that Syndra player, did high roll and did of course end up getting that lobby win at the end of the day, but it was a hard fought road to get there. Jipo of course tried to put the team on the back here with those multi strikers that Camille was doing so much work, nearly like 1v5ing it felt like at certain times.
Yeah, wasn't quite able to get it done, and in the end Wolves Esports take Jipo down, and the celebration howl as a sign of victory here in this game 1. You see the elation on their faces. They're so excited to be in the driver's seat in the series. 1-0 Wolves Esports.
Fist bumps all around. They are very, very excited to be in the driver's seat here in the commanding lead, because if they advance, they will be facing Team Vitality next up in the semifinals. But we have one more game to get there, or will Na'Vi bring it back? We'll find out right after this break.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات. لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليه يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده؟
الله عليك على الهيدشوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
This could be the last match of the entire B stream here for TFT at the Esports World Cup. Will Wolves Esports pull off the 2-0? Or will Na'Vi equal it up to give themselves the shot at moving on in these playoffs?
Na'Vi, I feel like, have already shocked many people to make it to this point, and they do not want to be done yet. They took down the powerhouse of Team Falcons. Not so they could lose to Wolves Esports. They're going to be looking to bring it back here and at least bring us into a game 3. But Wolves just looked so dang good in that last game. Outside of Li Xiao, of course, going 8th the multi-strikers, every single other member of Wolves Esports just looked so locked in.
And that's just been part of the strategy too. Oftentimes they have a person on the winning team that goes 7th or 8th as somebody that holds units, knows their spot is not good, and relies on their teammates to pull them out of those bad performances. That's what so many of our players have said they enjoyed. You're not just playing alone. You can still have fun while going 8th, I believe we said in our last interview. And so I know that many of them are hoping to avoid that position, and especially for Wolves Esports, keep the pressure on Na'Vi.
Yeah, for a lot of these players too, it's almost like this is a new game that they're learning, playing with this 4v4 format, as we get these teams matching up for potentially the final time. It is 1-0 in favor of Wolves Esports, but we have game 2 here, Wolves versus Na'Vi.
And it will be an exciting game. Each of these teams will give it everything that they have in order to secure this game victory.
Going to be with that item anvil on the bench there. Nothing too crazy, but definitely going to be some solid options and some solid options of units for Li Xiao with a Nunu and a Rumble. We know what direction that goes in.
Kog'Maw/Defen in chat. Sounds good. Just play that. Oh, there you go. 2 of these Blitzcranks. Oh, Jipo can do the same exact thing. Syndra/Defen also has one of these Kog'Maws as well, so can play that if they would so choose.
Yeah, it's definitely, once you get the Syndra, even if you have Kog'Maw, it's like, okay, well, Syndra stacks, I have her early, so that's just kind of the easy choice. But we do still have to see where all the spots are for their teammates. Jipo known to put the team on his back. So potentially could happen here again. We also have a pair of Gallios. Gallio being one of the key units of the Syndra composition, assuming that you are going the Vanguard Mage route, as Gallio is both of those.
And I think this is a composition that can really carry. Obviously, we know Syndra, one of the best units in the game right now, is absolutely dominating this patch. And so many players will play the Syndra route. But we saw last game, that was the winning composition. Syndra 3 was able to take it all the way to level 9 and then all the way to the victory. And with that tier, not a bad idea to go this way for Jipo.
Higher education, Wichiwallop Wandering Trainer. Not going to be some fantastic augments. Fortune favors the bold, however, or all that shimmers. Both are very solid options. It is going to be all that shimmers getting a Mogul's Mail or Gambler's Blade. We know Gambler's Blade is very good with Syndra, and so that is the easy pickup here for Jipo.
Going for more casts on the Syndra rather than the tankiness and maybe even more gold generation that would be this Mogul's Mail. It is interesting. He probably will slam, this adaptive helm here to try and get more and more casts. Maybe shoring up the front line with the Bramble Vest.
Probably. Oh, blue buff, actually. Okay, we do have a remover.
Oh, wow.
From Jipo. And so later on in the game, that can go onto a Karma. It doesn't feel great slamming an adaptive helm either, but it is mono generation, so it is still going to be good at generating those early stacks. The front line is rather poor, though, so maybe the consideration of a Bramble could have been there.
Look what we have on the other side, though. Category 5, baby. Let's go. So excited to see that at work. I don't know where it is at the moment.
Did it get
not on the board?
3-4? Because there was a Warmog Sterix on the front line, right? And then a component on the bench.
Right.
So...
Did they...
What?
Did they just take it for the full item?
No,
that would be
are we
so
losing our
rude.
minds? Like...
I didn't... It wasn't on the board.
there.
It may have been on a unit on the bench, though.
I know. What were you saying? This is our 28th game that we've cast for the past 3 days. Maybe we're just starting to, you know, see the mirages, see some things that aren't actually real, but I'll have to take a look at that more in depth here. Category 5, Ugul. Okay. Oh, wait, it is there.
Okay,
it is
they do
there. It
have
is there.
it.
Okay, I guess our eyes are deceiving us. We are going crazy. Confirmed here on the B stream. Maybe it was on the bench.
I would be...
It probably was on a unit on the bench because you can't see that. On that spectator view, so that has to be it. But now we found it. Okay, cool.
And this is one of the most unique boards that we've seen, probably already postured towards for Yugo, playing that Wukong. Those are good Wukong frontline items with the Warmogs and that Sterix. Just need some sort of resistances, usually from a Gargoyle Stoneplate. Now already has that Jinx with the Category 5, so this is going to be a pretty good setup.
Yeah, it could go the Rage Blade for the Jinx as well. We do have a Rod. She does give herself a lot of attack speed when she does cast. And even right now, going to be stacking up that Sugarcraft. Songyo doing the same exact thing here with the Rage Blade on a Soraka. This is looking like a Syndra board, but no Syndra, as there it is, 2 is healthy, of course, being the augment choice for them.
Very brave to take 2 healthy and kind of commit to these items without a Syndra in hand, not able to get early stacks, not able to get what really makes her super powerful in the late game is a lot of those orbs that are put out onto the enemy team. And so hopefully they can find one soon, maybe even sack for a carousel where there is a Syndra on it as well.
Yeah, I guess they were trying to win the round, but Soraka is just not good enough of an early game. One cost, it wasn't able to get through that Swain, even with all of that healing that she does alongside a little bit of damage. But as we get into the carousel here, we see if there is maybe a Syndra here. There's Mordekaiser. There's a Kog'Maw with the sword, and the Syndra with the bow. That's pretty good. Jipo. Yep.
Also playing that Syndra, and so we'll pick up that one, maybe even making a Syndra too. I'm not sure what he has on bench anymore. Jipo also did win that last round after taking a lot of damage earlier in this stage, and so maybe he's trying to turn it all around here and win streak through the rest of
Yeah,
it.
88 HP on the bottom 3 members, but of course that, you know, tiebreaker situation for who picks first in the carousel, Jipo winning that one out. Actually a really big deal, it seems.
Now, I'm wondering if he'll take off the adaptive helm already. Does get that remover from the charm. Can reforge the blue buff as well, but that seems pretty risky. But can make this Gnasher's Tooth to go along with this Gambler's Blade.
Yeah.
I imagine that's what he's going to do.
I think if anything's going to get reforged here, it might be the adaptive, because Gambler's Blade Gnashers is still very good, even though it doesn't have any mana generation. It also could just go on a frontliner as well. It's like an okay tank item. That's such a, you know, cool thing about adaptive helm, is that it is adaptive. You can put it on a front line and have it work differently than if it is on a backline unit.
I love that they added that to the game. I think they've done a really good job making these items, most of them, into something that is useful for both AP and AD units, and also some of them frontline and backline units, like the adaptive helm.
Yeah.
It's pretty neat to be able to have that flexibility through items.
Thinking about the evolution of items in TFT, gloves didn't even exist for the first like set, right? And then we had items like Zephyr, right, which you still do have from that support item, but like Guardian Angel, that's gone. So much cool evolution of TFT throughout the years.
I'd miss, you know, the 4 Zephyrs in the front line. You just walk straight to the back line. It's the best.
That was that's definitely an opinion. That's the best. Were you doing that in your
so funny
in your solo queue games, in your ladder games?
No.
Okay, I don't believe you anymore.
Yeah, I was.
Someone,
No, I was. I was for sure.
Someone come Tixie away. Put him in the naughty box here for a second. That's just unforgivable.
I'm already in the esports retirement home that is TFT. So, you know, we'll be all right here.
Oh, and hopefully Wolves will be all right here. Serene looking for these stacks on the Syndra. Na'Vi having a win streaker there with Crazy moving there at the top. Shelty, of course, looking for that as well. For loss streak currently between Lee Chao and YGQF, looking for those 5 streaks. Serene taking a massive loss
Crazy
there.
moving. Able to maintain. Oh, lost that streak. Shelty and Crazy moving faced one another, and Shelty did continue that win streak at about 30 gold for most of the lobby. Some with lost streaks, though, and some with win streaks. Able to save some HP for Shelty early in this game. But Na'Vi is healthier than last game and fairly significantly more healthy.
Yeah, they are. Maybe that will be a boon for them, as we do have multi-striker keepers being the decision for YGQF here.
Interesting item slams. They're not bad, but they're all a bunch of like those A tier, B tier items for this composition. Now getting that Rage Blade is significant. Can finally put one of these carries on the board.
Yeah, honestly, I think you maybe just ship it. You just send Rage Blade, Hodge, and Edge of Night on this cast and just say, hey, it has to be good enough. Let me go to 6, find a cast in 2, and then reassess my position in the game. Do I reroll for that cast in 3, or do I push levels? Is there another option here? Maybe there's some kind of pivot decision point for YGQF, but we'll have to see. Next round, I think, will be a crucial point.
I think the only other option would be to go that fast 8 witchcraft route, which would be a little bit risky here in this game if you're not able to get there easily, because you're going to take a lot of damage during stage 3 if you don't stabilize.
100%. We have Sangyo with the Kog'Maw 2, another copy on the bench as well. All of the belts in the front line making it that much more tanky, but Shelty has that early portal. It is very strong here, especially when that gem from the Sport Golem procs. It's just so much damage. Ezreal cuts through the board as Kog'Maw narrowly doesn't get that cast off. It might have killed the Ezreal there, but still, Shelty's streak prevails.
And Jipo back on the winning ways, and so I assume that he slammed some of those items onto that Kassadin. I believe we see his board behind us now and his augments.
Yeah.
And this is
thinking about it.
Win is something to consider.
Combat bandages isn't terrible. They're going to be restoring a bunch of health once they dip below 50% health. Vertically inclined, an option too.
Okay, two things of note here.
Yeah.
Hugo did go for that golden quest.
Okay.
And Li Xiao did take Sweet Tooth, so we have another hero augment sighting.
Google at 50 gold. Was on a 4 streak, so has a lot of HP to work with here. Is on level 5, of course. Wanting to maintain as much gold as possible. Ooh, this is so exciting,
This
actually.
is one of those ideal spots.
Yeah.
Going for it all is Yugal. 50 gold currently, still level 5, able to maintain as much of this gold as possible. 162 gold is what they need in order to get a 5 cost and 3 tailored items to spike your board. But they just have to survive.
Yeah, from Soju yesterday, we saw that come through on a Camille to lead Team Vitality to a victory. That was such a hype game. Maybe Yugul can follow in those footsteps, make it work for them as well. We were talking about what are the good hits, right? It's basically everything besides Melio being one of the ones that you want to avoid. Perhaps as well the Nora, maybe not the great one.
Yeah, you need something that can 1v9 basically at that stage of the game, because you have to sell your whole board usually to hit that 162 mark. That is just so needed. We see on the other side, Jipo did remove that blue buff, put it onto the opposite in Cancer. That will definitely go onto a Karma later, but you do see he rolled all of his gold. He has none left in the bank to try and find Syndra 2, and did not find it.
Found a pair, found a Nami, found Mordekaiser, but it just was not enough. Jipo really suffering after that roll down, fortunately. Not going to bode well for Na'Vi. The HP is actually so close in all of these players. 66 HP in 8th place for Serain, and 78 at 2nd place for Na'Vi. Just a 12 HP gap for the majority of our players here.
Crazy Moving on this stage 3 loss streak. We've seen Crazy Moving be able to have some of these crazy games where they're able to go from that 0 to hero, that 1 life, 2 life, crazy capped out boards. Yugal here. Do we take this spatula or just go for the component? Spatula untaken here.
Yeah, component seems to be the choice. No one taking the spat. There's some situations where spat's so good, right? If you have that witchcraft line, maybe Eldritch as well. But that's really the only 2 ones that get prioritized, besides for, I guess, Portal. But no one really going a Portal route. 74 gold in the bank for Ugul. But it is category 5 as well, so it's very interesting to see these 2 combinations of augments. As soon as you do get that legendary unit, you gotta then find a backline carry that does carry that Renaissance Hurricane well.
Yeah, I mean, he was clearly leaning towards that Wukong route. And now deciding that he's going to go a different direction entirely and instead risk it all to hopefully win this game for his team. He's still really healthy, which is what is needed in order to get there. I'm sure he can do the math of when that will happen. For Soju, is on 4-1 when he's able to get that power spike. Yep. And so, Yugal taking another big loss.
76 HP, or 67 rather. Numbers are hard. Crazy Moving.
Good upgrades for Crazy Moving.
Yeah.
Not great items yet for this Syndra. Needs to get that 3rd one. Everyone is struggling to hit that Syndra 2. But Crazy Moving has not rolled down for it quite yet.
Yeah, that is the benefit
Staying above
for
60
Crazy
gold.
Moving here, is that they do have a lot of gold to work with, and they have a really good front line. They have, however, lost the last 5 rounds, but it looks like those losses have not been by, you know, that many units, as they would probably be a bit lower with that in mind. Shelty rocking with that Ezreal in the back line with the portal. Kalista starting the bench, so it looks like they are going to be moving into that fast 8 kind of Kalista Fiora flex composition.
I think for Crazy Moving 2 is this gold augment that grants that Shimmer Scale item also raises the interest ceiling to 70, and so that's kind of why he's been sitting around 60 to 70 gold here, helping ramp up his economy.
Definitely some nice usage of that. We do have another Syndra coming through here for Serene, making 5 copies total. Crazy moving. Still not even on a pair. Ugul with an Olaf now carrying these items. Actually, I think that is stronger, running the 3 Frost as well. So nice to see him taking all of these, you know, units and kind of get the most out of them, right? You're still level 5, but you want to be able to kill 1 or 2 units. And that's exactly what Ugul is trying to do.
Oh, those are not great items for that composition. And we see Wolves playing pretty safe here. We have Shelty obviously playing that fast 8 composition with this portal board with lots and lots of traits active, doing a really good job playing flexible, where a lot of Na'Vi is playing risky. Jipo did end up finding that karma, so able to move over that blue buff and use it effectively. Has hit a Tom Kench too, which is really good. On level 7, need to get Mage in soon, but that level 8 seems super far away.
Seen a couple Castins being held on the bench there on the other side. But that's double Shojin and Gambler's Blade for Crazy Moving. Going up against Jipo here.
We keep an eye on the right side at Ugul's gold total. 119 is quite a lot. He might be able to go to that 162 mark here in a couple rounds, selling his board. And that will be incredibly exciting to see which 5 costs he'll get. But first, Prismatic Augments.
Prismatic Augments. What a way to potentially end the day with here. As we get Pandora's Freaky Friday, or actually, wow, Ugul grabbing the gold augment to reach that 161 immediately and get a Xerath in. That is a huge hit. The augment proving massive.
What crazy timing that was to get that Prismatic Augment. You see on his face the confidence he now has. A 2-star Xerath with perfect items that will absolutely nuke opposing boards. Have the opportunity to go vertical Arcana here with an AD carry along the side. Possibly some of those warriors like Fiora could be an excellent holder of those items with a Gwen as well. And we're going to see this power on display.
Yeah, maybe Category 5 not having the most impact in this game, but that's okay. Screw that augment. Sorry, CLE. It's a Golden Quest time, which is probably, you know, or you like that one more, right?
Oh, it's way more exciting. I totally agree. And it's still going to get some use here. You also have a bow on bench. We could see a second one come through.
Yeah, that is true. Xerath pumping out a lot of damage here and healing himself up. And actually, Xerath is going to win this round, I think, off the back of that Archangel's and the power of the healing with the Gunblade. It is going to indeed be the case. Wow. Okay, yesterday, Soju got down to 8 HP before he stabilized, but Ugul is on 46 and is still in stage 4. He could be saving up gold to go level 9 and maybe just run away with this game.
He should just hit 162 gold again just to flex on everyone and show him that he can do it twice. But instead, eyeing level 9 here soon. I'm sure he'll do it around 4 or 5, and then we'll roll it down for a solid frontline and the remainder of this board.
Crazy moving. With that 4 Vanguard Syndra board, still level 7.
Oh, anger issues.
Yeah, anger issues being the choice there for YGQF. It is very good on multi-strikers. Caston utilizes it very well. As these backline carries and Ash is just like tweak it out there. Wow. What is happening? So many arrows flying. Holy.
That was insane. It looked like she never stopped firing. It just was a straight line of bullets, of arrows from that bow.
Oh, man.
YGQF, though, continues the win streak. Jipo also.
Yeah.
As well as Ugul.
Ugul, of course, very strong. Jipo did take a loss. YGQF, however, still in a very dominant position with this multi-striker board. Ooh, Serene denying that Xerath from Crazy Moving. or the belt, one of the two.
Crazy moving though on a 9-loss streak, in danger of dropping out in a couple of bad fights.
Yeah, rough.
Needs to figure it out. Does not have very many upgrades. Only 3 2-star units.
Yeah, I saw Nami 1, Karma 1, Rumble, and Warwick's on this board. Instead of a... Oh, there's not a Galio there, I think. But looking at Ugo's position again, it is going to be a pair of Fioras. I think Fiora will get slotted in here. Hopefully finding some upgrades here soon as well for some of these 4 costs.
Can definitely play Callista if they do find one. Also, it looks like that is what they're rolling for in order to put this category 5 onto there. Wanting to play this Preservers alongside Arcana. This is one of the best level 9 boards in the entire game. Putting these items onto Camille for now, which will be quite good. Obviously, the BT and the Sterix is near best in slot for this Camille. But this Xerath is the real carry. You see the amount of damage that comes out from the cast there. And also the access you get to really, really good charms.
Oh, the Kassadin's kind of trying to 1v9 there a second. Wait a minute, it didn't fall. We'll see actually where that round does end up going. Ooh,
so
wow.
many Syndra casts happening there in that round. The battle. And for Team Wolves, Saren in danger of dropping out here.
Okay, YGQF did lose the round. I thought for a second maybe Kassadin could have done the impossible. YGQF on 6 copies of that Kassadin.
Crowan, looking at this overall game, it is looking quite good for Na'Vi here. Obviously, Yugo is the standout for the chance to win the game. A golden quest was completed by him, and so that really powerful unit is on his board. Crazy Moving also has this Radiant Spear of Sojin on Syndra that we've seen win lots and lots of lobbies over our time here at EWC.
Serene trying to hold on, but the front line is starting to fall. The Sterix with that DG Mordekaiser is buffing up that HP, but actually not falling quite yet. We see the Syndra from Serene still being able to prevail. The Karma cast is not enough, and Crazy Moving actually takes the loss in that round, sending them both to 13 HP apiece. And the person who falls first, you gotta be worried for that team.
And as I say that, Caster Curse Na'Vi saying yo, also taking a big loss. Down below 30 HP. Also Crazy Moving in danger of dropping out at 1 bad loss, while Li Xiao on back on the winning ways after hitting lots of this board. Still no Kog'Maw 3, but that is not the main carry of this composition anymore. It is that Nunu and the Tristana.
I almost forgot that Li Xiao was running this Kog'Maw composition, not being contested. It doesn't seem like here.
Trying to figure out what the last Kog'Maw item would be. I would imagine maybe even a Rumble item instead, and that will be the choice. Going with more tankiness to let that Rage Blade for this Tristana stack up.
Yeah, going to be seeing... Oh, okay, it is being contested actually by Song Yo. They do have Kog'Maw 3 and Nunu 3 as well.
Crazy Moving will be facing Li Xiao here. And Crazy Moving's board is quite strong now. Having that Nunu 3 is massive, especially with Sweet Tooth doing a lot more damage, a lot more healing coming through. This Tristana is also ramping up with that IE, blowing up units with her cast, but the Radiant Spear Sojin on the other side, casting so many times, but unable to take down this Nunu.
Oh, he falls.
Crazy Moving is down in 8th place.
Wow, Serene hangs on for those last couple of rounds. Na'Vi goes out in 8th. Google is the hope for that team to go first place, but still, they're going to need Sangyo and Jipo to have strong finishes. One of the two of them will have to go top 4.
And taking 8th place means that Yugo probably has to do it now. Going 8th place is disastrous for your chances in this lobby. YGQF also now hitting that Kassadin 3 that really puts him in a position where he can move up the standings. with anger issues also. So Serene needing to hold on here for Team Wolves to have a better shot in this game. But this board is looking quite weak compared to some of the other things that we see in this lobby. The big chrono break, though, is able to have a giant pause. The Syndra continue to ramp up. The Camille does die, but a lot of 2-stars still left alive. Continuing to ramp up is this Karma and Callista. Callista's still alive, and so is the Syndra, though. Last orb, able to take the round win for Saren, and Sangyo dropping down to 1 life.
Sangyo, right? There's only one carry, and that is the Kog'Maw. It's just one copy of Tristana, one copy of the Jinx. It might not be enough. If Na'Vi falls in 8-7, we know that means they need a 1-2. It is possible, however, but this is a rough spot for Na'Vi to be in. Jinx needs to be locked in this shop. Is going to go up against the Ghost. And that is the anger issues. All those Rage Blades.
All those Rage Blades hoping to tear through that board. We say Jipo on the other side of Saren. Does he have his team's back? Will he be able to take out a Saren and send him 7th instead of his teammate? Possibly. It's looking quite good for Jipo here in this fight. And it will be a giant loss for Saren. He will die here, but is it worse than Sangyo?
Sangyo might have won, or maybe the fight's just not over yet. Yeah, Sangyo did win. And whoa, all of a sudden, YGQF and Li Xiao are in the bottom of the standings. Hold up. Wait a minute. This could be a Na'Vi comeback.
It sure could be, but Sangyo could fall out at any moment. This could just become one of the closest games of the day. Sangyo staying alive there, and Jipo being able to knock out Saren in this 7th place means that Team Na'Vi will have a great chance in this game, with Yugul putting the team on his back, completing that golden quest.
Silver Guard, 8-second CC immunity. Yes, it is purchased there, but still rolling. Needs to find a Callista and a Camille. Doesn't find either of them. Just is going to be playing that Vex for the 2 Chrono. Swapping sides here. One of YGQF or Li Xiao need to survive. But they're facing each other.
Oh no. All right. So we will be sending out at least one of these guys, unless they have a desperate plea that we did not see in this round. But it won't be both of them critically. Both of them will not drop out in the bot 4, at least in this round. And it's looking like the anger issues will reign supreme as the stream of arrows from Ash's bow. Okay, this is going to be a very, very close game, but these positions will matter a ton.
Okay, Wolves going 7th and 6th. So they need to get 1st and 4th. Of course, they've already secured that 4th. So it really just comes down to who wins the lobby.
Shelty, though, is level 9, did roll a lot of gold, and is hoping that they're able to do it.
Okay.
YGQF knows his fate. He might be facing his
Shelty
teammate as well.
I think that's the correct identification of the position. If YGQF would have beat Shelty, it just would not have boded well for him. Shelty is the hope of Wolves right now. Have to take out Jipo and Ugul. But of course, Ugul having that golden quest now, having that Rakan 2, having a Camille 2, having all of these upgrades, it might just be too much for Shelty to handle.
And you're going to get a bunch of gold and resources from this neutral round with this Ender Dragon. I'm not so sure that this board can be beat. Is there anything Shelty can do with this board that has lots of units on it to win this matchup?
The front line has to be improved. I think that is a massive, massive thing. It has to buy time for that gem to proc, get all of that damage through with that Karma and the rest of the back line. Meanwhile, Jipo is trying to go to level 9 here soon. I don't think that Jipo has what it takes to contend against Ugul's board, but maybe Shelty's. So Jipo isn't doing anything crazy like selling. Is not going to put all eggs in the Ugul basket quite yet. Camille 2 would have been a big upgrade. Shelty does not hit it. Does hit Tarek 2, however, and a Tom Kench in the front line. 3 Arcana now on this board.
We're hitting these in. Jipo did click that charm that upgrades an item to Radiant for this round. That will be that Radiant red buff. The Kalista, though, is what we need to keep our eye on. Can she kill these priority targets? Will she be able to take down this Tom Kench in time? The Xerath almost killing that Syndra in the backline. That is not a bad plan for Shelty. Shelty does win very convincingly versus Jipo.
Yeah, Jipo was the weaker of the 2 Na'Vi members. Not eliminated yet. Now it might be Jipo full selling board. I'm not 100% sure, but we are going to be seeing Ugul on a 10 streak here.
Na'Vi just needs to go first by any means necessary. Ooh. Can Shelty find some of these upgrades that are important?
Yeah,
hits that Bard 2. Jipo knows his spot, knows he needs to sell his board in order to keep Ugul's health as high as possible.
Yep. Correct decision here. Shelty. However, it was the ghost fight that Jipo ran into, so it is Ugul versus Shelty. This is maybe a sign of things to come.
I'm the carry now. Golem has all of these upgraded items now. The Chrono Break coming through. But this Camille is unstoppable with the Xerath in the backline, deleting some of these really important units.
Okay.
But the Kalista does stand a chance in this matchup. If they're able to upgrade their own Xerath or maybe some of these other units, I think Shelty has a chance.
Yeah, this is crazy, actually. Oh, the Reforging charm coming through here. Going to be able to make every single item different. You get to basically hand pick what items you want on the Kalista, on the Camille, on anything. Red buff on Xerath now. The Fairy Crown on the Kalista. No upgrades come through here. I think if all these units were upgraded, it might be different, but actually foregoing that Xerath and instead opting for 4 Preserver with that Morgana.
It is a steady stream of damage that could be healed, and especially with all of these golems that he has, Preserver is going to have a lot of value, able to heal up those HP bars as well. The real carry we know is the Kalista of this composition, but can it survive against this Camille and the Diana now into that backline? The Golem, though, onto the backline, onto the Xerath, may be able to take it down crucially at the end of this fight. Does take it down, but it's not enough. Still units left alive for Ugul, who is going on this fantastic run with a Golden Quest once again.
Wow, Golden Quest. This is peak TFT here, CLE. Ugul going from that massive loss streak here and maybe a 13 win streak to win the game. Might be another round depending on how many units survive. I almost want to say that the Xerath was better than the Morgana. Of course, Morgana is going to be that Preserver, but Xerath perhaps sniping the enemy Xerath in the backline could have been what Shelty needed. Shelty has another shot. So many golems, so much HP, especially with that Tom Kench upgrade. Maybe that CC will be able to make a difference, but Shelty in this round could fall.
No big charms coming through. No Camille 2. That would have made a giant difference for Shelty. But on to some priority units. The Golem back to the backline again, but not on the same side as Xerath. This one is looking a little bit better for Shelty. Yeah. A lot of units still left alive. The Camille is jumping around. The cast from the Tarek is going to be massive. The Camille goes down. The Golem is now still alive. And the Kalista, importantly, staying alive from this Xerath cast. And Shelty taking a win off Ugul. This is possible for Wolves to close this out right now.
We got ourselves a heater of a top 2 situation here, CLE. Shelty has proven that Ugul can bleed. That 13 win streak coming to an end. There's so many units on this board. No Camille 2, but maybe it doesn't even matter. Shelty once
No
again.
charm.
Yeah, no charm.
Yugal and Shelty, the 1v1 to decide if Wolves will move on or Na'Vi will push this to a game 3. The big stun at the beginning of this fight will grab Yugal a bunch of time, but will it be enough to dodge the Callista and this Golem? The Camille is onto the back line, not over towards the Callista, which is the carry of this composition. The gem does proc, which is crucial for Shelty in this matchup. The ramping is still happening, but the Xerath takes down the Callista. But one more fight.
Oh, we have another shot for Shelty here. 2 HP. Ugul still can improve the board as well. Still can find a Morgana 2. Still can find a Karma 2. And is crucially holding a Camille to deny that away from Shelty. Shelty at any point could hit Camille 2 and it could make a world of difference.
A lot of resources will be poured back into each of these players' pockets. Able to roll more, maybe find the exact 5-cost, 4-cost item upgrade that you're looking for, as well as a charm that can swing a fight completely, as we've seen so much during this tournament.
The lovers being offered over there to Ugul. Karma found with the upgrade. Oh, Camille 2 is being upgraded. Sold a Tom Kench and bought an extra one. Oh, maybe actually upgraded it too fast. Maybe wanted an Edge of Night on there as well, but now that has to go onto the Morgana. Uh-oh.
Not bad on this Morgana either, but I do think that this is going to make a giant difference in this fight. This Camille 2 is going to be extremely strong. No more Tom Kench 2, but if this gem is able to proc, the Camille still barely alive.
Ooh.
Now onto the back line, onto that Zillion. The stun comes through as Chrono does as well.
Camille.
They have now ascended,
Wow.
and Shelty will do massive damage to Yugal here. We will go to 7-2 for the fight for their lives.
This is so crucial here, this final round. Any desperate pleas coming through could really make or break this game. If not, it will be the final round to determine if Na'Vi sends us to a game 3 or if Wolves will send them packing.
Shelty taking a pretty good charm here, granting some crowd control immunity for the beginning of this fight.
And this is going to be it, CLE. Ugul versus Shelty for the victory. Let's see if that Camille upgrade can do it again.
Here we go. We need to keep our eye on the Xerath mana bar on the top left of our screen and make sure that gem procs for Shelty. 7 seconds on that charm. Continuing to ramp up is this Callista. Shelty, will he be able to do it? Will he be able to clutch it out for Wolves? We're seeing high-fiving in the bottom right corner. Can this take down the Camille? It will. The Xerath goes down, and with it will go Na'Vi. Wolves moving on in the playoffs in dramatic fashion. Shelty absolutely clutching up there for his team.
What an absolute banger of a final 2 there between Shelty and, oh my god, and Ugul, who got the Golden Quest online, but it was not enough. That win streak came to an end. It went back and forth, but at the end of the day, Wolves Esports will be advancing to the semifinals and send Na'Vi home. CLE, I thought we were going into a game 3. I really did.
I sure did too. And actually, across the board in this quarterfinals was 2-0 performances. So we have dominant favorites moving on to our semifinals to face one another. Wolves Esports will face Team Vitality, who has not dropped a single game yet, and T1 will face Twisted Minds.
Oh, Toronto Ultra lost 2-0 to Twisted Minds. Wow, one of the favorites from the Americas. But we have our top 4 locked in, CLE. Wolves versus Vitality and Twisted Minds versus T1. Such amazing stories that we've witnessed over the past couple of days. 12 teams being sent home, 8 of which today. I'm still over that last game. My heart's beating, my heart's racing because of that 1v1 there at the end. And it is very deserving of a highlight reel. So let's take a look at how we got to that point, because man, that game was crazy.
Yeah, let's not move on too fast. We need to celebrate this amazing performance by Wolves Esports, but specifically watching Shelty through this game. They knew what they needed to do in this end game. They knew their win conditions, going on that 1v1, needing to find that Camille 2 that would end up making the difference. We see here, these fights were extremely one-sided at one point. Yugal continuing that win streak ever since he hit that golden quest. But all of a sudden, with the right charms and the right unit upgrades, he started to show that he can lose.
It was crucial to take one round off of Yugal before finding that Camille upgrade, right? Because he lost right after, sent him just to 2 HP. That is a unit difference, right? If there was just one more unit left alive, that would have been us going into a game 3. But that was not in the cards for Na'Vi. Instead, such dominant fights here. The Camille difference, double Infinity Edge, is just so much damage. Oh man, Shelty
cheering on that teammate there. Yeah, the fist pumps in the air, understanding what exactly just happened. One of the things we didn't call out there that I just noticed is because I'm the carry now, upgrades each stage now had radiant items on it, and that definitely made a difference too. Really tangible upgrades that led to just a crazy ending of that game.
Absolutely. I do gotta laugh because as synergized as they were in that game, Wolves, they need to get their high five or fist bump synergy online because they were going back and forth one way or the other. So definitely not something that was on their minds. They were just hyped about winning that game, so I cannot blame them. But oh man, what a performance. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket. 2 O's across the board, CLE.
Oh yeah, dominant performances in these quarterfinals, which is a little bit of a surprise, right? These are the top 8 teams coming into this, and there was actually only one upset in this quarterfinal round. Wolves Esports has not dropped a match. Vitality has not dropped a match. T1 has not dropped a match. Twisted Minds coming back from that 2-0 shockingly in that first round has now 2-0'd everyone that they have faced. But for Wolves here, the clear MVP, Shelty, able to clutch out that last game.
Shelty literally did the impossible. I did not think it was going to be the case for Ugal to drop even a single round. On 4-2, they're able to proc a golden quest. What an insane performance for Shelty to be able to take down that absolute titan. And we get to see here how he did it once again. The highlights of the match are the highlights of our MVP of the series, Shelty.
What a dominating performance. Understanding the late game so incredibly well, knowing how to cap out these boards in order to take down Yugal, who had an incredibly powerful board themselves. It came down to these combat augments. It came down to how we spent our gold in the late game and what charms we rolled. And we see here that winning moment against Shelty.
Shelty taking out Ugal there for the finish. What a way to end game or day number 3 in just 2 games there with that final matchup. Again, such intense action, and this is the excitement that we really only get in the 4v4 format, right? That and maybe the checkmate format of Worlds, but still having all of that come down to where your team has placed, what decisions you've made on your 4-man roster to get you to that end game point. It was so back and forth. This is absolutely insane. And let's take a look at the Quidia play of the day, of course, as we've had so many good plays, but only one can be at the top.
Keep your eye on this I'm the carry now Golem, walking to this back line, helping clean up this front line, but just being a massive tank, having that Death's Defiance that kept it alive as the main tank here late in the fight, allowing this Camille to jump around and allowing the Kalista to keep free firing. was the difference in this fight.
Yeah.
Shelty with our Quidia play of the day.
I didn't even realize, because I haven't barely seen stage 7, but the I'm the carry now golem gets a Radiant Titan's Vow on it at the end there with that Death Defiance. So that's just so much power and so much HP. Once we did reach that stage 7, it made so much sense why the fights were looking all that much better. The golem just having so much power.
It was incredible the way that this comp scaled into the end game and able to take the win for Wolves Esports. They knew exactly what they needed to do to win, and they did so. And they're moving on to face Team Vitality.
What an absolute blast this weekend has been casting alongside UCLE. What did we do? 28 games, you said, right? That we've cast together?
Marathon,
An
man.
absolute marathon. But I couldn't have done it without you. Couldn't have done it without all these teams, right? Providing such amazing action. It's been long, but there's still one more day tomorrow, right? We have our top 4 teams. No more B stream, of course, but still, I'm so excited about the action. And knowing our top 4 teams, right? Who do you think at the end of the day is going to be our winner? Who's going to win the whole thing?
One of the most dominant teams in the entire tournament. Clearly, it's going to be K3 Soju and Team Vitality taking down Wolves Esports. And then I think taking down Twisted Minds in the finals.
Ooh, Twisted Minds. I think T1's going to take down Twisted Minds, actually. But I think I'm with you. Maybe a little bit of that NA bias coming through, Vitality winning. But that will be it for us here on the B stream, CLE. What are your final thoughts on this event before we close things off here?
4v4 is my favorite format in TFT. It seems to be the most fun to play, the most fun to coach, and definitely for me, my favorite thing to cast. And so I hope for you guys as the viewers, it has been a wonderful experience having this 4v4 event. I hope for EWC as the tournament organizers that it has been such a fun part of this large event. And from me, I'm so honored to have been here. It has been a wonderful time, especially casting alongside one of the legends of the TFT space, one of the voices that I hear in my head when I watch TFT. Crowan, it has been an honor.
Thank you very much. You absolutely flatter me. It has been my pleasure to cast alongside you. I had so much fun bringing the action to everybody. I hope you all enjoyed at home as well. On behalf of myself, Crowan, CLE, the whole team here making EWC happen, thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for the semis and the grand finals.
Whatever I want, I can have it. I'm exceptional, way above average. Obstacles don't stand a chance. You against me, better make up the plan. It doesn't matter what nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead. It don't matter, you still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. If they counted you out, it doesn't matter, you're still gonna win. Playtime is over, now finish them. 100%, that's the minimum. I don't listen to them, they some liars. Before you beat the odds, you gotta be put through the fire. Yeah, so I take on every challenge. Life is full of ups and downs, you gotta find a balance. When you're down and out, you find out who really got your back. Listen to me closer, cause you know I'm spitting facts. Yeah, we are not the same, I'm a Wolverine. You thought I was dead, just recovering. I was dealt a bad hand, I just played my cards. But all I need is one shot, like a shooting guard. Running out of time, gotta take a stand. I listen to you long enough, I hear I'm not a man. Failure's not an option. Throw away your red lights, cause I'm not stopping. Yeah, it doesn't matter what nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead. It don't matter, you still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. If they counted you out, it doesn't matter, you're still gonna win. Yeah, it's checkmate if we playing chess. If you got a problem, better say it with your chest. I'm the #1 contender, ain't no #2. Cause even if I fall back, I'm still ahead of you. Yeah, cause we the winners, now we can't lose. Ain't no mission Mission impossible, now we can't lose. Even though we outside, still get it in. You want the crown, get in line. There's been many men. Stop me, can't nobody stop me. Lately I've been on my own, can't nobody stop me. All that tough talking for the birds, now I'm furious. This will never end, so I'll never need a period. Yeah, so we gotta fly high. If you ever had a dream, put your hands in the sky. Yeah, cause we never going down. When it's all said and done, we gon' still be around. Yeah, it doesn't matter what nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead. It don't matter, you still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. If they counted you out, it doesn't matter, you're still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself.
Ready, set, go.